back into the new stream over here of hour 13 of the SFB Podathon, and I made Scott proud, I think, this time because I actually played the intro video at the start of this one here. JB, I think this is your final 30 minutes before tomorrow morning, or it's after midnight, so later this morning. So why don't you do one more read for us, since I'll be doing them overnight.
I got you, brother. What number do you want?
Over 5.
All right, so the Scott Fishbowl podcast is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Make your contest lineups even stronger by amplifying your inventory on Game Blazers. Play mini games, complete roster upgrade challenges, and level up your battle pass for boosts, contract extensions, and franchise tags that'll make your items even better. And when you sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, you can get a special BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack with every dollar going to Fantasy Cares. Download the Game Blazers app today.
So well done. I am so proud of how far you've come in this reading industry. You know, this next gentleman that is coming up, and I do call him a gentleman, but I got to tell you why I don't like him. And here's the reason why. It's because I've made my bones in the fantasy football game by making people laugh and being funny. And then when somebody comes along who's genuinely better at that than you and has real actual talent and creates both skits and musical stuff, and like this guy was born with legit talent, and he found his home over there with the group in fantasy life. And I don't want to say I hate him because I do love him so much. And that is the one and only Jake Trowbridge. What is up, my good man?
I love how much you hate me, Sal. I also love that opening. I got to come on after that fire opening and a fire ad read nonetheless. So I'm psyched.
You were in the open. I don't know if you caught yourself in there, but you were in there.
God, I've really made it, you guys. It's incredible.
I think that we could post that probably on X or Twitter as soon as this is over and share that with everyone. I just learned Sal was making people laugh. Every day is a school day. Thank you, John. I had one thing going for me. That was it. And you're a son of a bee. So get out of here.
Don't listen to the haters, Sal.
Yeah, you know what? If you don't have haters, then you don't have success.
Right.
And somehow I've managed to do both, have haters and no success. So I am, I'm an enigma.
I've always said that about you.
But I'm a bald one, so I don't know if that matters at all. So anyway, Jake, how is life these days?
Oh, it's just a whirlwind over here. No, it's a busy summer. It's hot boy summer. So that's what I've been told, and so that's what I'm sticking with. And that just means doing a lot of unnecessary best ball drafts, I think now is the definition of hot boy summer. So I'm trying to live up to it.
Wow. I mean, we have regressed a far way. That is what hot boy summer is, but it gives a lot of us hope. People that are up late at almost 1 a.m. watching a live fantasy stream. Jake, where is it that you live again? Like, state.
I'm in Wisconsin. You don't want my home address? You don't want my phone number? We're not close like that anymore, Sal?
Put that in the chat.
Done.
So
I dropped it in there with my social.
Yeah, you're in Wisconsin, and that makes sense as to why you drafted live in the Green Bay Packers division in Wisconsin. And let's do a quick recap of how that went for you. Did it go the way you had hoped? And you were the 3 pick. So did it go the way you hoped throughout? I mean, you can't make too many mistakes at 3, but
really? I wish you would have told me that a week ago, Sal, because I sure feel like I did. I hated my draft. I loved the draft. I loved the draft experience. I did not like my particular draft, let's just say. I think a lot of other people in my division did very well, and I'm jealous of that.
So who'd you go with at 3, Jake?
I already hated the pick the second that I put it in. Saquon Barkley was there, and I just my brain just defaulted to Saquon. I know he's probably not a bad pick, but it certainly doesn't feel like he can do it again. So I don't know. I panicked a little bit, which is not what you want to do out of the gate. But I think it'll be fine.
Did you go heavy running back to kind of back that up after the fact?
No. That would have been a good idea. do that either. Here, I'll pull up my actual draft. I've already blacked it out. I did as little research as I've ever done for a draft for this particular draft, which I thought going into it might give me an advantage because I'd be unpredictable. But I think it just really, made kind of bad. Actually, no, I did go Jonathan Taylor and the back of round 2, which I thought was solid. I thought that was really solid value at the back of round 2. So I did. And then I took James Conner in round 5. So I kind of did, JB. Yes, I did with some running backs.
He took 3 running backs in the first 5 picks, and he says no to you.
No. Check it out. I don't know what I'm doing.
So, I got to tell you, I mean, we've had a bit of Saquon Barkley conversation on the first 12 hours, and anything is going to be a regression, right? Because there's just no way he's going to have. He had the ultimate year. I mean, he leaves the team that drafted him to go to an in-division rival, legitimately burns them when he plays them, legitimately has one of the greatest single running back years in history, and you can't expect him to duplicate that. So I do think that he'll still be good. He's, barring, and I don't like to ever say things like injury, but he has had an injury history, and anybody is at the risk of that, especially at that position. I don't think that it's a bad pick at all. I would have taken Ashton Jeanty, but it's just me as a Raider fan.
I debated as a non-Raider fan, Sal. I debated hard between him and Jeanty, but then again, I panicked and I blacked out, and I just clicked the button. I do think, volume-wise, though, it does feel like Saquon is still incredibly safe. I don't know if anybody's a big Will Shipley stan out there, whoever is even backing him up. I don't even know if he's still there, if Kenny Gainwell's still there. AJ Dillon's there, and that's maybe the best argument for drafting Saquon Barkley, honestly. But like him, Jahmyr Gibbs, Ashton Jeanty all went fairly close to each other. I don't know. I think I'd still rather have Saquon, but I kind of just think I should have punted to a different position altogether, frankly.
Gary Davenport wants you to feel better, so he posted this information.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Gare. appreciate that heads up. It is. It's like a historically bad thing for somebody to get that much volume the year prior, especially he's not a spring chicken anymore. I know none of us are as spring as he is, but, in football terms, it's not great. And I do think there's going to be like a vengeance tour. Speaking as a Packer fan, there's going to be a big tush-push vengeance tour. Like, that entire Packer game, I'm probably just going to bench Saquon because it's going to be just all tush pushes all game long.
You can't do that and say tush push.
Sorry. Right. This is a PG podcast. That's my bad.
It's all tush push all night long. It's Podathon after dark for sure.
But, I am honestly worried about Jalen Hurts siphoning all but like 4 of his touchdowns, but we'll see.
We will see. It's in a tournament like this, man, as long as you're having fun, you did a live draft. That's one thing that we've talked about on here numerous times throughout the Podathon so far. Is just if you have a chance to do a live draft, do a live draft. You talked about all the great people there and the great times that were had. Who was there? Talk about some of the cool people you got to hang out with and maybe meet for the first time or not, whatever. Talk about that experience.
Well, this is my second year. So last year I was organizing it, so I didn't draft. So this was my first year drafting. So it was nice. I kind of felt like I got to know most of the people from last year. There was a lot of return faces this year. My buddy Dustin was there drafting in the same Packers division with me. He had a fine draft. It was okay. Nothing to write home about. No, there was a lot of cool people that I got to meet for the first time as well. Some newcomers this year because we had 3 divisions. So it is growing. Last year we had 2. This year we have 3. Next year to the moon, we're going to have 16. Prepare, Scott. But no, truly the live event, though, like I drank and ate for charity. I bid on some really cool items. And, you get to use an actual real life big time draft board, which even in my home league, I don't do anymore. Like we're still online in my home league. So it was awesome.
Scott actually had a custom draft board made for our home league, right, Sal?
Oh, I think that is funny. So the custom draft board I had made last year is a picture of me choking JB from the New York City live draft 2 years ago.
How's that not the background for this Podathon, by the way? That's an outrageous missed opportunity.
Yeah, Bob Gilchrist, who is floating in the background, he creates all these. By the way, Bob is who created that opening video.
Love it.
This is a Scott Fish production here. This is the hello, my name is Sal and I am snipped. That's vasectomy talk for you kids at home.
I did the one I made too.
Yes. Bob made one. I believe it says I'm snipped and still.
Put it up, Bob. Put it up.
Bob,
incredible.
It's in this. I think so.
You need me to do that? Hold on. Let me go over there and take care of that. As I'm getting more and more comfortable with
it even has the pink flag, the pink ribbon on it.
And that's a glass half full one. See, that's a silver lining shirt, still equipped. The other one did not have that. So
yeah, I gave you a little credit.
Yeah.
That's one he would wear out to the bar.
Yeah. You know what? I might honestly wear that one out to the bar.
I could do away. I'm telling you where you missed on that. You need to turn the scissors upside down so they make a V, right, Bob? So that's
I was pointing to where it was cutting.
Yeah. and this wearing that will alleviate me wearing the scarf.
A pair of pants, it might have faced upwards. Maybe we'll do a pair of pants that just have scissors going up the legs.
I feel like we're getting a little too much into the doctor's process on all of this. I don't know if they're an up snipper or a down snipper, and I don't want to say one.
You let my creative mind go, and things can get really, really dangerous.
Especially as the night gets later.
I've
been up for 23 hours.
Bob doesn't sleep naturally. That's Bob's MO. He doesn't sleep. He runs on exactly what he's holding, which is Starbucks coffee. I was with Bob in Chicago last weekend, and he single-handedly kept Starbucks in business. 11:30 p.m. he was getting coffee at Starbucks.
Bob, was that a thing of concentrate coffee that I just saw you?
I do have concentrate, but this is not. Okay. This is just regular dark roast.
All right, I got a little scared for you for a second.
Well, I have I can do the concentrate. It does have protein in it. We found that out tonight.
Very nice.
There is protein.
It also has it in intravenous bags that feeds directly into his veins.
Oh, cool.
It's 99.9% water. So I'm basically drinking water.
I've met Bob.
I think that's how that works, Bob.
Dark roast water.
99% water. I've met him in person multiple times. It's just water. You can hear it shifting.
And I'm staying hydrated, and it doesn't affect me.
And it's for the kids.
Sleep. Yes, you're right, Ann. This is why he looks this way. He does need sleep. I wanted to get back to this, Jake. You had mentioned that last year you were organizing, and this year you just drafted. So I want to ask you, which one of these things is true? Were you really bad at organizing or really bad at drafting, and that's why you decided to change it up?
Well, I think that the people that were there last year really lobbied for me to draft so that their division would get a little bit easier. That's the tack that I'm taking here with this. They projected how bad my draft would be, and they kind of forced the issue. No, I really wanted the draft experience. I loved organizing it too last year. Don't get me wrong. And I may just do it again next year. We'll see. But it was a heck of a time drafting.
Return to your rightful place on the throne, Joker.
Sure, if that's what you want to say.
Are you drafting live in New York? Are you drafting live?
I'm not drafting live this year. No, I decided to draft online this year. I drafted 2 years in a row in New York, and it's a wonderful, great experience. But I do feel like I get easily distracted when squirrels run by. So I don't feel like I did well. I wanted to be able to concentrate. So what I did was instead stay awake for 28 hours straight before the draft starts. And then I have to pick 12th, not first. I didn't make it easy for myself where I went the first pick. I have to try to now stay awake till the 12th and 13th pick come up, which I'm destined to be dead by sometime around 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. But hey, I don't got to go to work until all the way on Tuesday. So that works out really great. I used a personal day.
That's
just
growth
here for you.
Nice.
And that is a lot of growth done here, but mostly here. But yeah, JB, but there is a Sal Leto drafting live in New York, and that is my son. And this will be his second year drafting live. at the New York City SFB Live, and there are some people fooled that thought they were drafting with me, and I had to tell them, no, that is my son, and you likely have less of a chance of winning now playing against him than you would if it was me.
He's overtaking
his
Pops
son's
now.
awesome. He had a great time.
Yeah, JB's gotten to know my son. You know, we're both Long Island guys. Even though I do live in Brooklyn now, I'm a 45-year Long Island guy before I came to Brooklyn. But
you know how I know you're a Long Island guy before you even told me that, Sal? Is how hard you hit your G's when you say Long Island. You didn't need to say anything else for me to believe that that's where you're from, sir.
I emphasize that. It's LAWNGLYAND, Long Island, New York.
Love it.
And now I'm in Brooklyn, USA, home of an even bigger, worse accent, but not as bad as our brothers from Boston, Bob.
That's what you're going to say, Wisconsin. Because we don't have a great one here either, I got to admit.
Oh, yeah, don't you know?
Yeah, everybody talks about our accent.
Yeah, Wisconsin's not too pleasing on the ears. If you're wondering why I never shift into like an audiobook reading, like somebody to help put you to sleep, it's because I'll start talking about casseroles and, oh, geez, you guys, you just got to drift off and get some of those Z's, and then you'll wake up tomorrow feeling better, I bet. And nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah, especially when we have guys like J. Mike and Evan from Fantasy Now, and those guys got their crispy, clean voices, and then I double down on already sounding terrible by speaking for 12 and a half hours, losing part of my voice and sounding worse.
I think you sound even better. I think the extra rasp is working for you.
Thanks, pal. The ladies love it. They do.
I wonder if there's anyone in the chat.
Jake, that's me when I graduated from high school. You don't know that is my high school yearbook picture.
That's not real. That's real?
That's my high school yearbook picture.
Oh, my God. Which new kid on the block were you, Sal?
Oh.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make.
You can say what you want, but that is a goddamn killer jawline right there.
You're not wrong.
Yes.
That kid pronounced very hard G's.
He did before he grew up.
Pronounce the G in lasagna, I bet, Sal.
Lasagna?
Wait, so Sal, what division are you in? I don't think we talked about your draft yet.
So all of the good New York teams were taken for the live draft. That's at least that's how I felt when I looked at it. I was like, I don't. So I am a weird New Jersey Devils fan from New York. So I chose the New Jersey Devils, which I thought was cool, and I seen the logo, which is cool. And the only person I recognize, well, Chuck Steele is in there. I recognize Chuck, and then also Kenny from RotoWare is in there, and I love Kenny. I know Kenny since back in the early days. RotoWare is where it's at because I wore those shirts back in the day. You know, Jake, I don't know if you've been here all day and you've seen just how many people's careers I've jump-started in the fantasy industry. It's way more than I should get credit for, but I've taken advantage of taking credit for all of them. But, I am at the 12 pick. I like the 12 pick. I do like the third-round reversal. And as I'm seeing so many of these players that I like go before the 12th pick, I'm like, Genty's going to be gone. Brock Bowers is going to be gone. Will Trey McBride fall to me? I hope. I hope so. I want one of those two tight ends, and I'm hoping that nobody in that New Jersey draft cares enough to watch me on a Podathon and hears me saying this right now.
That's not everybody's listening, so they've all got your strategy. Are you planning to go really heavy into tight ends because of the big bonus for tight ends? That's where I kept every time there was a tight end that was even like tolerable on the board. I'm like, should I? And a bunch of times I did.
I would only go early for one of those two, Bowers or McBride. That I think you could wait. We talked about that earlier, and I will get back to you, Angie. I will get back to you about that. About food Rex. Jesus, I keep pressing the wrong button. We talked earlier, and we haven't brought him up again. In Podathon's past, obviously the hot button tight end has always been Travis Kelce, and we've talked in the past does Travis Kelce go 101 in the SFB? And people always like, oh, it's polarizing. It's crazy. He's a tight end. And then the first live draft I was at this year, which was in Las Vegas, he went 101. And you might be like, oh, that's a Las Vegas bias. But I don't think that guy was from Las Vegas who took him. And, as I see him go 101 there, I've seen him go 2. I've seen him go 3. His ADP on going for 2 is 7, the 107, Brock Bowers. And I thought, wow, all those years that Kelce was consistently an amazingly great tight end, we discussed and debated him going 101. And 1 year of Brock Bowers, he's 101. Jake, what do you feel about that high ranking for Brock Bowers? And then we'll go into some of the guys I asked, would you take them ahead of Kelce this year? But do you think it's too high for Brock Bowers, or are you on the Brock bandwagon?
Well, I mean, he was there at 103, and I truly didn't even consider Bowers. I think it's just because I'm expecting some natural regression from the change in play calling, the change in offensive philosophy, change in quarterback, the addition of an actual running back, which I think is going to alter some of his value. But I don't think it's outrageous for anybody to take him there. It's just not the move that I would make. I probably would be comfortable, 106. I could get on board 106 probably. But Lamar Jackson, I'd rather have over him as a quarterback, I think. So that's where it's like him and then probably Bowers. Because Bijan, absolutely. Jamar Chase, absolutely. For me, Saquon, even though I kind of regret it. And then Lamar Jackson, absolutely. And probably Genty before Bowers. So that's where I see myself starting to draft him. It's funny that you mentioned the Travis Kelce thing, because I'm sitting here at 603 and old man Travis Kelce's still on the board. And I didn't give it a second thought, and I clicked draft. And I feel like people are really sleeping on him this year just because the volume is going to be so massive still. I don't think he's going to break any records, but I think he's going to be tremendous value.
I think 603 is a free fall for him. And then we looked with Geoff Lambert. He's still in ADP, the 4th tight end off the board. He and Scott Fishbowl. And it's Bowers, McBride, Kittle, who was a high scorer in this format last year. And if he stays healthy, should be again. And then Kelce. And I asked this question of Geoff at that time. JB, I believe, was on with us at that time. And would you take LaPorta over Kelce? Did LaPorta go in your league?
LaPorta went around earlier than Kelce.
And
I didn't want LaPorta. I was fine with him going off the board.
And what about a healed up Hawkinson back from his injury in year 2? Would you take him over Kelce this year in this format?
No, Hawkinson was on the board, and I preferred Kelce.
Wow. So, I mean, it sounds like tight ends slid in your league. I'm guessing that Kittle, Bowers, and McBride were off the board.
Kittle, I took in at the 403 spot, actually. So Kittle, again, felt like a tremendous fall and a big value there at 403. I think he's going to absorb even more targets this year just by the way that the depth chart is shaken out. So to me, that was a no-brainer. Again, it's always the asterisk of health, but I'm not going to do that to myself, especially in SFB, trying to predict everybody's health. So him and Kelce were my 2 tight ends that, 403, 603. I felt pretty locked and loaded there. Those were easy decisions. Some of the other things, this is where I pat myself on the back because I think those were 2 good picks to sort of spread out amongst my other terrible picks.
No, I think that you actually, now that you've started to fill in the gaps in your draft, you got solid running backs led by Saquon, and you got 2 top flight tight ends. I don't hate your draft at all. And is that
a little too hard on yourself, Jake?
Yeah,
I'll try. It's so hard. I'm too Midwest for that. I have to trash talk my own team, and then at the very end, I'll just reluctantly agree that it's okay. But no, I did feel, and there's some. My team is team old guy. I was teased relentlessly at the draft. People expecting me, to start taking retired players at a certain point because I grabbed, again, James Conner was on my team. Kelce, Stephon Diggs, I think is going to have at least a really solid chance of just being a complete volume hog in the Pats offense. And then I went with Zach Ertz much later in the draft. Don't worry, it was a late pick. But, these guys, I feel like they're just completely written off. And in this format especially, I'm fine scooping them.
Cool. Well, we are up against it here, Jake. You have been fantastic. It's just about 12:30 here in the East. Remind everybody what it is that you actually do over there at Fantasy Life and how things are going, where they can find you.
God, sometimes I forget. I make videos for Fantasy Life. You can find them on all the social medias. Also working on some podcasts with them and occasionally write the Dynasty-themed newsletter that comes out on Saturdays. So all my stuff over at Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life.
Very cool, sir. Thank you always year after year coming back, being a good sport, and hope to see you in the mean streets out there,
Thanks, fellas. Have a good night.
Good seeing you, brother. Well, I have Bob on, Sal. I just want to touch on the fact that, when I picked my division, I didn't think that I wasn't going to get a T-shirt from my division. I didn't think the long game like that. You said you had the Devils and you loved the logo. I went Bayside Tigers without thinking, all right, they're going to be so loaded up with all the sports teams logos that, now I just wish I could get, a Bayside Tigers shirt. And Bob conveniently, just ignored my DM when I asked him for one. So I'll just sit in disappointment.
I don't know where it would have been because I don't get out of the emails right now. Bayside Tigers I'm thinking of it, and it's there's not much to it. There's nothing in it that I could make it look like that. There's nothing unique about it. I know exactly what logo it is. It's just a picture of a tiger, and it looks like every college, high school shirt.
Essentially. Yeah.
So
I didn't think, and I just say that to say that I didn't think that far when I was picking my division. I love Saved by the Bell. I went Bayside Tigers. I actually have a pretty cool division. Andy Singleton's in my division, Sal. I have former NFL player Tank Williams in my division, so that's kind of cool. So it's a pretty cool division that I landed in, but I wish I could rock the shirt. That's all.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to get him a Bayside.
It's gonna be a lot of. Going forward, there's no way to get all the divisions.
No, but that's now part of my thought process. Now moving forward is all right, is this gonna be a division that gets a shirt, and that's gonna be part of it. That doesn't stop me. I got this. I got a Bucks shirt. I got a Knicks shirt. But
yeah,
it's part of my thought process.
I don't have a shirt for my own division.
I got the Knicks one. Even though I'm not a Knicks fan, I got the Knicks one. It's New York.
Yep.
And if you saw my post tonight that they got eliminated from the playoffs, I wore it. I said I could go out tonight in New York and people will think I'm actually rooting for the Knicks. But meanwhile, I'm promoting Fantasy Cares and the Scott Fishbowl. And I guess it worked because they got eliminated from the playoffs. But I'd like to know the numbers on how many people bought the Brooklyn Nets one. Am I the only one that bought Brooklyn Nets? Look into that. I'll be wearing that.
I can look that up. I wish I got more into the. I wish we got more into the minor league logos because the minor league logos are already great.
Yeah,
I'm trying to do something with those. But
yes, John, I will absolutely buy a Snip Sal shirt if that makes the store.
I mean, that's the alternative if your division is not repped.
Yeah, you got snipped.
Rep me for sure. But
that's it. I just changed the shirt to I got snipped.
I went to the SFP Podathon and all I got was snipped. So JB, we want to let you get a little bit of sleep. We know you're coming back in a handful of hours, but I'm going to make you do one more read before you go. Finish up with number 6.
All right, I got you. The Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Sell high, buy low, and stack your squad with the perfect pieces for your weekly lineups in the Game Blazers marketplace. And use your inventory to win cash prizes and free contests every week. Download Game Blazers now and sign up with promo code SFB15. When you do, Fantasy Cares gets a donation for each pack you purchase. Plus, check out the special Scott Fishbowl BOGO pack. You'll get 2 packs for the price of 1, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today.
All right, my brother. Go get some sleep. We'll see you in a few hours.
See you soon. Later.
Bye. Whew, let's not make Geoff wait any longer. And Bob is in. Bob is co-hosting for the next 2 hours with me, which I I don't know if he realizes he signed up for. He just made he made eye shape. Geoff, did you see him move his eyes like, I can't believe I actually agreed to do that?
Yeah, I have to admit I was too busy looking into your eyes to notice Bob's eye roll. So we'll just go with that.
Well, I'm glad to know that after almost 13 hours, my eyes are still mesmerizing. So some people out there.
And I do have a shirt for my division. So thank you guys.
And now, are you a Denver Bronco fan?
No, I'm actually a Cowboys fan, unfortunately, but the Broncos are the closest team to me here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and so that made sense.
As a Raider fan, I thought being a Denver Bronco fan would be unfortunate more than being a Cowboy fan, but I'm happy you gave the correct answer, which is no, you are not a Denver Broncos fan. Geoff, I think this is the first time you're joining us, of course, on the SFB Podathon. So tell everybody who you are, where you're from, and what it is that you're doing.
So I'm Geoff Blaylock. I am with Football Guys, and I'm here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. This is my second Scott Fish Bowl. I had the tremendous pleasure to be invited last year. I did reasonably well. I made it to the semifinals, and I'm just really excited to be back a second time and thrilled to be part of this great tradition that you have, Sal, as being a Podathon guest.
Yeah, we're always happy to see the new faces that come through, and we like to welcome you at prime slots like I don't know, what is it, 1:30 in the morning right now? I have no idea what time it even is.
It's 10:30 here, so this is perfect.
Oh, it's 12:30. It's not even 1:30. Oh Jesus, I thought I was that much closer to home. It's 12:30 at night. I'm starting to get a little delirious. But I've been going for 12 and a half hours, and very stupidly got up at 7:30 a.m. this morning, just because that was it. My body clock was like, get up, dummy. And I had every intention of trying to nap about 90 minutes before doing this, and that was unsuccessful. So, yeah, I mean, when I started this, I had a full head of hair. I had skin tone. I was color in my skin, and I'm void of all of those things at this point.
And evidently you hadn't been snipped yet either, so because that seems to be a recurring theme today.
No, if you missed that was done live in the first hour of SF.
Oh,
Bob's got something going on. I appreciate Dave, Dynasty Dave, always for the comments and the kind words. And I gotta agree, I have been pretty awesome, and maybe not at this, but at other things in life. So how many years have you played in SFB?
So this is my second one coming up. We're actually today's the 1-year anniversary of the Denver draft last year, which was my introduction to the Scott Fish Bowl and this world. And as I think you guys were talking about earlier today, I was the guy who posted the 10 tweets about what the Scott Fish Bowl had meant to me from last year. And it's just been remarkable. The people that I met, this incredible experience there. The collateral effects of Scott's kindness and generosity are just immense, and they spread far out beyond just the people who participate in this, who work for Fantasy Cares, who do all the good work that Fantasy Cares does. And I'm very grateful to have been part of that last year, and very happy to be back again this year. I treated last year as though it was going to be the only time I'd ever get an opportunity to do something this cool. And here I am again. So very excited about that.
Yeah, Scott Fish Bowl makes us all feel like the cool kids. And I got to tell you, we've had 2 other second-year players on today. They're in the second year of Scott Fish Bowl. Mm-hmm. And the first one won the whole damn thing last year. That's Chris Charles. Year 1 wins the whole damn thing. And the second one, Susan with the Gridiron. I'm getting punchy over here. Yeah. She's doing all the great stuff with writing books about teaching women how to play fantasy football, women of fantasy football. She made it to the semifinals, and she missed making the finals by like a half a point, she said. So Gridiron got us. I got it. My brain, It works. It comes. I got the name finally. So tell me, what did you make it to the finals last year?
No, I was a semifinalist.
Jesus.
And my kick returners all whiffed on that semifinal round, or I might have been right up there with the Gridiron Goddess fighting for that last final spot.
Yeah, I mean that is amazing. How many first year players? I think, Bob, it's telling us, those of us that have been in the fishbowl, and this will be my 11th, my 10th. It's my 10th one playing in. We overthink it. We're way too dumb for our own good, and we have no success. I don't know.
You overthink it because I literally pick up the stickers and go alphabetical. Zach will hand me Zach handed me the stickers, and he had taken Allen for A, so I went with like.
Good job, Ryan.
I don't know.
Was there anybody in the semifinals that wasn't playing for the first time last year?
Yeah.
Please show up and raise your hand.
We actually had several folks out of the Denver draft make it that far. A few of them were not in their first year, so it was. It turned out to be a room full of folks who seemed to know a few things about the scoring system and work that into our drafting and into our waiver wire actions after that. I know I leaned heavily into kick returners from the beginning and just picked them all up whenever I could. And it wasn't uncommon for me to start 5 or 6 of them going into a week.
Bob, do you know who hosts that Denver live draft?
It's Dave Kluge.
Klug.
Oh, Kluge. So I want something looked into. I have a feeling he's just cheating for everybody.
Wait, I'm gonna take credit for making him.
Oh, you can have it. Well, I gotta tell you, Kluge came out of the circle, and we all know that I helped create the circle. So you may have found them in there, but the circle didn't exist if it wasn't for me. And oops. So and if I could get in early on Geoff's career, he's welcome for me making any success. So Bob, somebody said this is the most Albuquerque background ever. So I don't know if people know that the backgrounds they're UFC backgrounds. When we had the opportunity to make the Podathon logo this year, I told Bob I wanted the UFC. Behind football, it is probably my favorite sport to partake in. And I don't even know what the original one is.
My response was I already have that in the works. I literally already had that idea in my head.
Yeah, I love baseball. I grew up playing hockey. I don't enjoy basketball like I once did. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm a Jordan era Bulls fan, and he doesn't play anymore. But I've become such a big UFC guy that it was natural. And I guess Bob knows that about me. And I know Bob showed that UFC card. We got some things in the works for Vegas next year that does involve the UFC. I'm excited for that. And one of the great things we continue to see grow is people in the industry. Like last year, we created the SFB Podathon Paramount shirt, and folks from CBS reached out. And Paramount reached out to Bob how much they loved it. I'm always waiting for people to be like, copyright infringement, stop printing it. No, they want to become a part. They want to sponsor. They want to do tours. They want to invite us. I mean, it truly shows how wonderful the Fantasy Cares and SFB message is, because we have so many people wanting to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's really outstanding. I've been thrilled to be a supporter for a number of years, and of course have become a little bit more so as I've gotten more involved with Scott Fishbowl and now as a sort of newly minted fantasy analyst in the industry. So words I never thought would come out of my mouth, but yet they are. And that the work is just so tremendous, and it has built quite a community. I mean, fantasy football is always built around communities, from home leagues and to other kinds of leagues and associations of people. We love the sport. We love this part of the game. But the community that really revolves around the Scott Fishbowl is something that's truly special and amazing. I've not met a single person involved with this who has not been one of the nicest people I've ever met. And so to be a part of this community is really something. It's a testament to Scott, to you, Bob, Sal, the folks at Fantasy Cares, but also just the community itself. This is just such a great group of people. And I'm I said it's humbling to be able to sit here and have this little logo back here behind me and be part of it. So it's just, I used to say I would never use the expression "over the moon" to describe my emotional state, and I've probably used it 50 times since this time last year.
Yeah, listen, I'm stumbling and bumbling. It's easy to get overwhelmed with what we do here, and to be a part of it is really, really great. Somebody had put this in there, and I think Bob was next to me at the roulette table in Chicago last week, right before the Topuria fight was going to come on, and oh my God, a main event is coming on now. I want to see this. And the guy next to me said, "Well, what do you think is going to happen?" I'm like, "Well, he's going to knock him out. I mean, there's no doubt that Topuria is going to." He's like, "You really think so?" And that fight lasted 2 minutes and like 27 seconds. He knocked out Charles Oliveira pretty quickly, but I didn't have enough common sense to make that bet before. I was just busy losing my money at the roulette wheel. Congratulations to a two-time two-division champ who obviously got a great start because I said he would knock out Charles Oliveira. So I take credit for that as well.
You should.
So,
you should. You're speaking things right into existence.
So you're drafting live in Denver. When does that draft take place?
It's at a place called Improper City, which is in the Arts District. I'm not terribly familiar with Denver's geography, but it is near downtown, right off the highway in the park area. It's about probably a mile and a half north of Coors Field there in Denver. And so this is it's a great venue. It's got a great space upstairs, which is where we had the draft last year, and a very large open patio area outside. The downstairs area is a bit of a dance floor kind of situation. I had a DJ last year playing music a little too loud for this old guy right here. But it's a good venue. It's a really good conducive spot to get people together, and you get a chance to really see everybody there. I'd love the sights from Chicago and Cincinnati with all those people, but that's too many people for me to try to meet at one time. So the three divisions we've got going in Denver is a little more my speed.
And I got to make my way out to Denver last year for the first time. I'm on my see cities and go to states I've never been to before tour of my life. And I mentioned earlier, Queen Roxanne was sweet enough to invite me out for a Raiders-Broncos game, or being a Bronco fan and me being a Raiders fan. And early on, when Brock Bowers caught a touchdown and he caught a pass like midfield and took it to the house, I was definitely feeling pretty good about myself. And
then the rest of the game happened.
Yeah, the rest of the interception thrown in the end zone that turned the entire game around. It wasn't a good finish for me, but the Bronco fans. Honestly, I went to 3 Raider games last year. One of them was in Las Vegas against the Chiefs. No surprise they lost that. I went to Denver. No surprise the Raiders also lost that game. And a good friend of mine is a Miami Dolphins fan. He's like, hey, let's go see them play the Dolphins in Miami. And I'm not going to reflect on all Dolphin fans, but of the 3 games I went to, the biggest jerks to me in any fan group were the Dolphin fans. I did have a Raiders t-shirt on. I'm not a very, I know it sounds crazy for me not to say I'm not boisterous, but I am boisterous. But when I go to the games, I'm not a jerk, especially if I'm in a visiting city. I'll root for my team. I will not get in people's faces, unlike what I saw the Chiefs fans do to a couple of Raider fans at that game. But in the parking lot, where they throw a pretty great party, the Dolphin fans were pretty big jerks to me. So screw you, Miami.
Yeah, I just flashed back for a second to my ancient days when I was in Washington, D.C., and we'd go see the Caps and the Flyers play in Landover, Maryland at the old Cap Center. And the Flyers fans would already be rowdy before the game started. So we'd start doing things like knocking our shoulders into them in the concourses between the first and second period, ramp it up a little bit between the second and the third. By the time the game was over, we're all spilling out of the concourses and out into the parking lot. Flyers fans are ready to brawl, and the D.C. police are ready to arrest every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, the good old days of hockey, hockey's still a great sport and probably legitimately one of the best live sports you can go watch. I mean, the speed that it moves at, I mentioned earlier I have a vendor who's 2 or 3 times I've sat in their seats, which are front row directly behind the glass, behind the goal that the Islanders shoot at here in UBS Arena on Long Island. And there is nothing like being up close at a hockey game. But from a pure fighting standpoint in the game and in the crowds and in the fans, it's not like it was the 70s, the 80s, and even the 90s. But those Broad Street Bullies Flyer teams from back in the day, because I have South Jersey cousins who were all Flyers fans, and that was something different you don't see nowadays.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the early 90s, so I was right at the tail end of that kind of brawling era in the NHL.
Does Eric Lindros was on a team by then, or is that right before Lindros?
Yes, no, he was there. I think he got in around 88, 87, something like that. So yeah, he was a big dude and he was fast. 92. And at that point in my life, he was the fastest big dude I'd ever seen.
Drafted in 91 was Lindros.
91. That's still, okay. He was. So this is 93, 94. Yep. So yeah, he was definitely somebody who packed a wallop when he hit somebody on the ice.
And he had a brother, Eric, who played for the Islanders on Long Island as well. Another big guy, not the level of player that Eric was there. It was Brett Lindros.
Brett sounds right to me. Yeah,
Brett Lindros was the brother. Not the level that Eric was of high end player, but both of them suffered concussions that ended their careers far too soon. But man, I used to get up for hockey back in the day, and Mr. Scampers put up that hockey is easily the best live sport. Dynasty Dave put playoff hockey queers all. I did have the opportunity in February to go to Boston and see one of the 4 Nation games.
Okay.
And it was USA Sweden. It was not the USA Canada game. But what I can tell you is the tension in the city that day, because Canada had played in the afternoon and the U.S. was playing at night. And you could feel it in the city when people with Canadian jerseys were walking down the street and people were shouting at them from their cars. There was tension. I could only imagine what it was like on that Thursday. That was Monday night. On that Thursday when the 2 teams played in the final, what it was like there. So my buddy, my best friend in the world, who is hockey first, he wanted to go to those games. And so I was very happy to get the opportunity to go and do that. But we don't play fantasy hockey. We play fantasy.
No, I know nothing about fantasy hockey, but I do know a few things I think about fantasy football. And Sal, I'm with you. I'm also a 12 in the draft order this year. So you and I should probably put our strategies together and see how badly we can draft out of that position.
Also
you 12 too, Bob?
Yeah. We got 3 12s. We got 36 total
36,
here. And, no clues of what we're doing. In the Chicago live draft, Geoff, I was stunned. And I think the person that might have been in here earlier might have been Reebok Joe. They got Bowers at 12 and McBride at 13.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a super stack. I don't think for a second Bowers is going to get to us, at least me, at 12. But man, that would be such a great way to start this draft.
Yeah, I'm not generally inclined to take tight ends early, even some as great as Bowers and season last year and what I think McBride's capable of. But if those two were available at the 12-13 turn there, let's smash those two really fast, especially in this scoring format that Scott's created.
Yeah.
But I generally view tight end premium as kind of a red herring. So if I can't land either of those two, it'll be a while before I select one, especially if I don't actually have to have one, which in this particular format, I don't.
And it sounds like that's the way it's been going. We've been speaking to a few, including Jake right before you, where those two went, and then it sat a while. It's almost the 4th round, I think he said Kittle went in his league. So, those are the top 4 in ADP right now. It's Bowers, McBride, Kittle, Kelsey. In some cases, LaPorta has gone before him. Some places Hawkinson has. Depending on where you're at, probably a little bit more regional when it comes to some of that stuff. like being in Vegas and seeing Brock Bowers go 101, which was just wild for me. Like, we had just gotten started. The wind was blowing. By the way, the weather in Vegas was actually comfortable because it was like 96, 98 degrees, but 30-mile-an-hour winds. So, and no humidity. So
Right.
The only
Dry
problem
heat.
is keeping those draft boards from blowing into the pools, which wasn't easy. It was definitely not easy.
I find it always fascinating to see all the different builds that you get, especially in a format like this. It's a novel format. We'll only see this once, and Scott will have different rules next year. And I think, us sitting there at the 12, we get to see what all of our 11 league mates prioritize first before we get our shot. And while that costs us maybe a super elite player, I think the strategy that comes in for how you build from there is valuable information. I'm somebody who tries to let the draft come to me. I don't go in with a particular strategy in mind. And so we'll see how those first 11 picks go. And then with those two right back to back, and then the first pick of the third round after that, can build a pretty strong foundation because I know which two players I can then get. I don't have to hope that somebody is still on the board for my second player. They come right off with the first one for me and for you guys as well. So I'm excited about being in that position. I'm not normally in a 12. It's not I think I was in a 4 last year. So this will be a new experience, but I just like it strategically at this moment.
As we start to come up against the bottom of the hour here, Geoff, I just want to say I'm glad you don't live that close to Chicago because there was an open seat for me at the Football Guys Pequod's pizza venture, and Joe Bryant invited me to come out there. And I've gotten to know Joe in person the last 2 years. Just absolutely one of the greatest guys. Just a great human being. Forget about fantasy football, but absolutely one of the best in fantasy football. And I met him and his wife, who's also a lovely person. And they invited me, and Bob joined us as well, out for dinner with the Football Guys squad. And not only was the pizza great, the conversation and time was great. And they have children that live here in Brooklyn near me. So, they said they're going to come visit sometime, and I hope to get the opportunity to return the favor and take them out to dinner here in Brooklyn. But you ended with a great group over there, and I know you got to be happy about that.
I am. I wake up every morning and realize that in fact did happen, and that I am part of the Football Guys family. They are, to the last person, not just excellent at being fantasy analysts and being excellent at their behind the scenes work that the non-analysts do, but they're all just excellent people. And I couldn't possibly, I think, have found just a better, warmer welcome from folks who had not met me previously. We have an annual retreat in Las Vegas in January, and that was, other than Dave, that was really the first time I had met most of my new colleagues. And it was as though I'd been working with them for 20 years. That's what it felt like day one.
What do you think about this Joey Wright character?
Oh, goodness, Joey. He is he's dangerous, man. You gotta watch him. He might throw some trivia at you, might throw you off balance. You gotta remember that he's a Tampa Bay homer. So if there's a weird fantasy question for trivia and Tampa Bay has anything to do with an answer, that's the answer.
Yeah, no, Joey is great. I met Joey in person at the Expo for the first time last year, but we got to be in Vegas and Chicago together, and I feel like Joey's a friend for life. We had unbelievably great times. Another sweet human being, genuine, true to who he
absolutely,
is.
Absolutely love him. There's actually an iconic now picture of me and him in Vegas watching that playoff game between Tampa Bay and Washington. And I'm consoling him after the doink for the field goal because that knocked his team out. And listening to other people celebrating because they had the Commanders either on the money line or they just were cheering for them. So I was the sort of consoler in chief there for a little while for him.
Well, I'd like to see that picture. I haven't had a chance to see it, but I would like to see it. That way, I can mock him in all this. You're going to go to the Expo this year?
I am. It's going to be my first time. I'm very excited about it.
It's a good
Yeah,
time. I
you
look
see-
forward
you
to
see-
meeting you
hopefully
there.
see you there and get
Yeah.
to see a number of the people you've had on today and in IRL, as the kids say today, or maybe they said 20 years ago, but I still say it.
No, I think that was good. For those of you playing along at home, that is in real life. Bob Harris is in the chat. Bob, that means in real life. So, all right. Well, Geoff, thanks for joining us. Best of luck in the Denver live draft that you have coming up. And that's all I want to say good about Denver at this point. So, be good, my friend.
All right. Sal, Bob, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
How you feeling, Bobby?
I'm feeling fine. I actually, I found a little image. That's all.
You found it? Oh, boy. Here we go.
That's all. I was just playing with them. We can bring on next guest.
Well, first thing I'd like to do is, well, Bob, do you have the live reads with you?
I'm sure I do. Somewhere.
Oh, right. So that means I'm going to read this next one here. The Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. The action doesn't stop at the final whistle with Game Blazers. Rip packs, play mini games, and complete roster upgrade challenges to level up your battle pass and earn rewards. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take full advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. So make sure you sign up today. These next group of guys are back. They've been with us before, and they have a little something fun for us to do. And I hope I didn't ruin it for them because I've been a little preoccupied for 13 hours, guys. I am sorry.
No worries. Can you hear me? I'm coming through.
Yes, we can hear you loud
Okay.
and clear.
I'm on a different rig. I'm at work, so I brought in a bunch of stuff. Hopefully, I'm making it work. So, Sal, you can sit it out. It could just be like me, Bob, and Mike.
Yeah, I'm happy to heckle you guys and tell you how bad your picks are. And when you're done, I'll let you know who you missed and what you missed. But
Perfect.
this is Biggs and Grindberg back on the SFB Podathon. Before you get started, tell everybody about you guys and what you do in the fantasy space.
You go first, Mike.
Yeah, you seem a little preoccupied there with all that booze in the background there. You sharing some of that, Biggs, or what?
We have a lot of booze. I work at a liquor store, so there is all of the booze here.
Yeah, well, on top of that, Biggs and I do a lot of work together. We have 2 shows that we do in partner with Fantasy Sports Advice Network, but also the Undroppables Network as well. So Biggs and I, you'll find our Dynasty Pulse show on the Undroppables Network, but also on Fantasy Sports Advice Network and Fantasy Forecast as well. You'll see us as well on the Fantasy Sports Advice Network. We've been working together for about 2 years now, and kind of been sidekicks the whole time. And honestly, if it wasn't for the Scott Fishbowl, we probably would never have met. We probably would never be creating content together. It brought us together. There was so much that we talked about throughout the process when we, both got our first invite, and kind of just came together organically, and we've been ambassadors ever since. So it's been an awesome time getting to know Biggs and creating content together, but it was really because of the Scott Fishbowl that this all started super organically.
Absolutely. Yeah. A lot of work on Fantasy Sports Advice Network. So if you can, go to fantasysportsadvice.com, go and get your pro membership, and also the Undroppables. Follow us on the Undroppables and Uncovered_NFL. We do team specific shows. On the Undroppables, we do fantasy shows. I have a show called Unhinged, where I just kind of rant about stuff and talk about crazy things from the internet, crazy takes. I give my crazy takes. I talk about people's crazy takes, and we have fun here.
Mike, I think you have to say what is on the screen.
Well, I'm Canadian, so I say a little bit things backwards up here, but Biggs has actually trained me very well to say the Falcons, so I'm going to call them the Falcons, but we call them the Falcons up here.
The Falcons.
The Falcons.
The Falcons.
Like the Millennium Falcon.
Are you out of your folking minds?
Exactly. You betcha. We all are.
Biggs, has been a decent amount of Raider conversation throughout the days here, which is rare, and some of it's been positive. So, I'm
It
excited.
better be.
Yeah, I'm excited. I know you're a fellow member of the nation, and
Yes.
longstanding sufferer with myself. But
Yes.
maybe we turned the corner. We got the best young running back in all of football. I guess we could all admit that now. And we got it. We got a quarterback to get the ball down the field. We got the best young tight end in football. We have offensive talent on this team. Let's see if they can come through and the defense can hold up. So
yeah, and it's a progressing offensive line is pretty important. And Patrick Graham is a wizard with what he does with personnel. So somebody asked me today who's going to win Coach of the Year, and I said Pete Carroll.
From your lips, right? I mean, I'm here. We got Reebok Joe booing the Raiders, so we're not going to show that. Yeah. So I know you guys got a little something planned. If you're ready, Biggs, you can take it away.
Yeah. Well, last year on the Podathon, we drafted sandwiches, and that was fun until Mr. Canadian over there drafted pizza, tried to pass that off as a sandwich. That caused a little controversy. But obviously, theme of the Scott Fish Bowl is a fish bowl, so we're going to be drafting fish.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I got a little share screen down there if you want to pop that up.
I'm going to bring it up right now.
There it is. All right, and I need to see.
Big screen. Yeah, I can't see.
Oh, that's not. Dang it. Okay, I was hoping this would work. Just using Canva. So it's not going to do the full screen, so it'll be a little bit distorted. I apologize. We're doing our best. We do our best. That's it.
We can make it bigger. Watch this.
Yeah, I'll get Bob will get involved in that. He's a technical.
Oh, Bob. Bob is the wizard.
Pizza is not an open-faced sandwich, Joe. Leave the chat.
I'm actually a culinary arts instructor by trade, and it's part of our textbook that we teach. So I find it funny whenever we go over the sandwich section in our book, and they talk about pizza being an open-faced sandwich. I had to bring it up. I knew it would cause a little bit of a stir, and I'm still taking flack for it over a year later. So it's pretty good.
You own it. That's yours forever.
You're gonna take flack for it, and if there's anything that we can bring to the Podathon, hopefully it can be controversy. Or as they say in Canada, controversy.
That's exactly what you say up here. Yeah, you know it, Biggs. All right, so how are we gonna roll with this? Who gets first pick, and how do we roll?
Well, I randomized it. Mike's gonna get first pick, then Bob, then I get the double tap, and we'll go back and forth like that.
So we're picking the top.
Is it third round reversal?
Yes, third round reversal, Bob.
Should we do it?
Perfect.
Should we get a vote? Should we vote on it first? Just because we want to.
No.
No. Okay. We'll leave it shut. Okay. All right. So we're picking our top fish that we think are the bomb, and there's a bunch up here that we've researched. Obviously, we have to do our research when we talk about a draft. So my first pick overall. So I'm gonna go with my big gun here. And I'm going to go with the great white shark. And there's a bunch of reasons why. And I'm going to compare him to a player. I'm going to compare it to a franchise quarterback, the apex predator, the deep ball devourer. And I'm talking to, going to relate him to maybe my homeboy, Patrick Mahomes, top predator instincts, rocket launch speed. He's got the deep threat killer instincts. He's an ocean command presence, smart prey tracker. He's got a massive frame, light on the fins. He's got a lot of finesse, and I think he's got a splash play generator. So he's a predator that I'm looking for, and the big great white shark, Patrick Mahomes, is going to be my number one pick today in the Fish Bowl draft.
That's pretty good. When I think of great white shark, I think of Max Crosby, but you do you.
Got to shake hands with Max Crosby in Vegas, Super Bowl week 2024. It's a tall man.
Yes. Bob, who you got? That was very well researched, Mike, and it's obvious that I did my prep in trying to make the draft board and the show go well, and you just went straight for hot take prep. Good job.
Well, thank you. I I was out in the boonies in Canada camping all weekend with any remote access to anything. So I was playing around with some of these sea creatures that we talk about. And one of my picks coming up here that I'm hoping to snag, I'll talk a little bit about it as well.
Mahomes is a frog named Kermit. Next year we'll do a frog draft.
After Bullfrog, I'm out. I don't.
Who you got, Bob?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I feel like it's a sneaky pick.
The 30-minute segment, Bob.
All right. Well, I'm going to take the lionfish.
Okay. Where did I put that? There it is. All right, lionfish, definitely like one that I was considering. But I figured I'd let
predator. It's venomous.
Yeah.
And it was in Deuce Bigelow, so that right there it gives points for that.
So if I'm comparing the lionfish to anybody in football, it's Jared Goff. Not a lot of people know this unless they watch my shows, but Jared Goff and I share a hometown, and so I'm always all in on Jared Goff. All right. With my first pick, I'm going to take clownfish because, Finding Nemo, like clownfish, they wrote a literal movie about this fish. They did with great whites too, but clownfish. And then as my double tap, I'm going to take at the 201, I'm going to take the blobfish because look at that handsome fellow.
Yes, and I worry about what you see in the mirror every day. This is handsome.
He just exudes charisma. Look at that.
He's got confidence, I'll tell you.
Yes. And we got Bob with the 202.
All right, so we're going to go with the parrotfish.
Parrotfish, all right. And is that this one?
No.
No?
We can go with that one.
Okay. Oh, no, I see it now. Okay.
Yeah, that's the mandarin fish.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, no, I just lost my parrotfish.
Command Z.
Now I lose the whole thing. Okay. All right, go ahead. So there's the parrotfish. I'm just going to go back and copy that again. But, no table talk, Bob.
No table talk.
No table talk. All right, Mike, you get one pick because third round reversal.
Okay, well, then I got to go with this is a tough one. Well, you know what? I'm going to go with the hometown, the homegrown flex. I'm a homer, as it's been, said in the chat here, talking about my homes, but I'm going to talk about a hometown hero here, my Chuba Hubbard or my pickerel, the walleye fish. It's called the prairie cutter in my eyes. Good night vision. He's got MVP qualities, quiet assassin, home field advantage, stealthy movement. He's clutch in murky conditions. So I'm all over this walleye. It's a fish that we have up here all the time. It's what I was catching this weekend, and it's easy to fillet, easy to cook, and hometown hero Chuba Hubbard over here. So let's go.
Biggs is working. Biggs is working right now.
I think I got the right one. Is that the right one?
That is, yeah.
Okay. All right. My third pick to start the round, I'm going to go with the archer fish because they kill things that are out of the water. That's pretty cool.
That's impressive.
That's very how?
Love it.
How does fish get out of water?
And how do they kill things? Explain that to us. Oh, looks like he's ringing up a guest
They
here.
spit. They spit like
okay.
a camel.
Okay.
And it's
So
toxic.
they're like Sal.
Sorry, what?
They're just like you.
I spit? I spit like a camel? Or an archer fish? You son of a bitch.
No, camels spit like a sow.
Thank you. The camels like me. That's what I was going for.
Okay.
All right. So it's Bob's turn now. Okay, Bob, what is your next pick?
I'm gonna go with the Sea Dragon.
Is that the one that big set up?
Leafy Sea Dragon.
Oh, I could see it. I wish I could just pull it up there. I think he's got a customer in his store, probably buying some booze.
Or he's being held up because he.
That too. That's always a high percentage there. It could be one or the other. I love it.
I mean, that would have the ratings would have went through the roof. I can't believe he took us off screen for that.
No kidding. No kidding.
We'll have to wait for him to come back since he's in charge. I mean, I'm going to assume that the draft consists of the fish that are up on the board, and I got to ask. Nobody went with the Scott fish, I guess.
Oh, how do we? That's an oversight of epic proportions.
That was a layup for us, right, Biggs? We're gonna have to get a bonus round in or something. All right, so
like the Scott fish or the Scottish fish.
There it is.
No, the Scotathon.
Who's that?
Scotathon fish.
All right, Biggs. So Bob went
what was
with...
I took the Leafy Sea Dragon.
Okay, and I have to tell you, Bob, that was one of my 5, but since you sent me that one, I deferred, and I'll let you have it because that's how good of a guy that's how good we are at the undroppables.
It's another predator, and it's sneaky, and it hides in the grass.
I'm pretty sure Bob is sending customers into your store to distract you.
Yeah, I'm throwing them
Problem.
all. Yes, I'm paying people to go there.
Well, lucky for us, it's I get a double tap here, and I've got a little bit of stuff prepared for my double tap. I've got a sturgeon, and gotta love this sturgeon. I'm comparing him to power running back, kind of like your goal line tank, your bottom line bruiser, armored frame. So if I were to compare him to anybody, it would be like the Derrick Henry style kind of fish here. Total dominance. He's ancient. He's evolved. He's unchanged for over 1 million years. It kind of has that same flex appeal as Derrick Henry. He's got that timeless stage here. So I'm looking at Derrick Henry here as my sturgeon pick. He's got that momentum, endurance, goal line lock. He's weatherproof. He's good for all conditions. He's built like a tank, and he's got surprising speed. He's an immovable force. So I love this pick for me, getting a sturgeon this late. And Derrick Henry, you see him in drafts kind of, fading a little bit. And I don't see that happening this year again. I think they've got a gem there in Baltimore. And with my next pick, I'm going to go with the Piranha, and I'm going to also go with another aging back here, but he's still electric, and I'm going to compare him to Alvin Kamara. Death by 100 cuts, swarm attack tactics. Love this comparison with Alvin Kamara and a Piranha. Compact, violent, lateral burst. He's a yak monster, and he's swarm. He's a great in a team atmosphere, kind of like that dual back situation. So I love this pick here. I got a Piranha and a sturgeon with my double tap, Alvin Kamara and Derrick Henry. So I love it.
That's pretty nice. I got a cool sturgeon story. So here in Northern California, there's a big river called the Yuba River. There's a lot of sturgeon in the river, and my dad and I would go out fishing, and he would catch sturgeon, and then we would stop by this guy's house, and he would basically give the guy the sturgeon eggs. And then one day, I was probably 12 or 13. I'm watching the news, and they're walking the guy out of his house because he had an illegal caviar ring.
That's the sturgeon, right? Love it.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
It's a nice little black market caviar story. All right, Bob, who you got?
Mandarin fish.
Mandarin fish. I remember that one. There we go. Anything to say on the Mandarin fish?
I mean, reminded me of Genty with the blue and the orange.
There you go. That's fantastic. All right, I get to finish up my fourth and fifth rounds. My fourth one is a controversial pick. I'm taking the Tiktaalik. So depending on who you believe, this crawled out of the water and evolved into me. And then with the 5th pick, I'm going to take the anglerfish, because these dudes just chill at the bottom of the ocean. They use their little phosphorescent binky thing on their heads, and they lure fish, and then that's the ultimate predator.
I mean,
All right, we got 2 picks left, you guys.
The Golden Wonder Killfish.
Got it. I like how we went with violence. We chose violence.
It's that time of night.
It's true. All right, and then Mike.
Let's do the pufferfish. Okay.
Well, of course, because that's the last one there.
Exactly. And do you know why the pufferfish is so great? It was in The Simpsons, for one. It's the deadliest fish if eaten, right? If not prepared properly. And I'm comparing him to potentially, what player should I put him up against? Let's say Deebo Samuel. He's kind of like your inflated Swiss Army knife, power up mode. He's spiky spear when threatened. So I'm thinking like he can, get in the open. He's a poison tip defense, deceptive frame, plays bigger than its size. So yeah, I just like this pick. Puffer fish, deadly fish, and I think we wrap this up with a couple bangers here with some deadly fish, and yeah, love it, Biggs.
We chose violence, yeah, and I had the puffer fish too in my original list, but because you wanted the puffer fish, we here at the Undroppables and Fantasy Sports Advice Network, we're givers. If nothing else, we're givers. That's why we want you to give to Fantasy Cares and help out the charities.
Well, I tell you, year number 2 of you guys bringing a draft to the Podathon and killing it. I got to tell you, Mike, as the only person on the show not in the draft, I'm going to give you the win in this, and mostly because your explanations were so damn good. And I know Biggs was distracted with work and all that good stuff, and Bob is just usually average as best. So
I mean, it caught me by surprise.
Bob catching strays.
It caught me by surprise. I only found out about it 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, right.
Also, I seen that episode of The Simpsons, and it was like maybe 1 inch of that fish that if you didn't cook it properly and cut the one piece properly, it would basically kill you. And Homer ate it, so as he would. I would tell you the fish I would have liked to have seen. We mentioned Scott and Ian fish. The devil ray or the stingray, I think would be a good one for this list. A swordfish, because it's got a friggin' sword for a nose. So
right.
That would be pretty awesome. And of course, everybody started their childhood with a guppy, like a little fish that from the fish store. So the fishbowl fish would have been my pick. But
Sal, that hit me right where I live.
Yes, and that's what I was aiming for. But this was a tremendous draft. But let's shift over to the Scott Fishbowl. And Mike, how many years have you played in the Scott Fishbowl?
So this will be my 3rd year in it. So I'm up here in Canada, so I don't really have a live draft to go to at this stage. I know there's one in Vancouver for sure. I'm not sure if there's one in Toronto going on, but I'm right in the heart of the prairie, so it's tough for me to get anywhere. Probably the closest one for me to get to would probably be Minneapolis, so that might be something I do in the future. But my draft starts tomorrow morning in the slow drafts. Excited for it. I got the coveted Winnipeg Jets division, which is my hometown, which is great. I'm excited for that. I got my merch coming down this way now that the hoodies are out. So for all of you guys and girls out there, be sure to get the merchandise for Fantasy Cares, because it is really, really good, high quality stuff. And I'm looking forward to getting my Winnipeg Jets knockoff stuff when it comes in. But yeah, my draft kicks off tomorrow morning, like many of us that are doing the slow drafts, and excited to get it underway. And hopefully that first round can get done in record time.
And I just want to say to Gary, who is older and wiser, you are wrong. They are fish. Look it up. I was prepared for this draft, but I did not send my pictures over. So stingray was on my list of fish, Gary.
Fish.
And Bob is showing you our Fantasy Cares and Scott Fishbowl merchandise store, and him and his crew of people, designers that make these. Not Scott, by the way, have done an unbelievably great job.
Yeah, Bob is killing it. I want a San Francisco Giants hat, and I can't wait for the baseball hoodies.
We'll get them out there. It's just
I know it's a slow roll.
The football hoodies are out there, so if you haven't seen those, go check it out. Those are tremendous. New stuff added daily. Include I saw the SFB Podathon. There it is. As I'm wearing in gray.
I don't know if Scott knows this hit the store, but the Scotty says.
Oh, this is in the store?
Yeah, so he wanted this. So it's got all the Minnesota logos on one glass.
Oh, I was almost going to order that till you said that. Okay, cool.
Hey, maybe we'll get the New
Is
York
it true
one
that
on
if you order one of those glasses now, Biggs will send a free bottle of hooch from his store?
Well, it's actually perfect because my girlfriend just got back from like 2 or 3 weeks in Scotland. She got there right as Scott was getting there as well, and she brought me back a whole lot of distillery picks. She got to bottle me a couple of liter bottles from distilleries and a ton of Scottish gin. So those glasses would be perfect for me to drink all of my new stuff in.
So as Bob tries to figure out how to put us back on the full screen, hey, there we are.
It was one of two, and I went for it.
Yeah, I mean,
and also, if you guys were planning on skipping out after this show, I got to tell you, Jax Falcone, Travis, aka T Seal, and Joe Kuvatakis are following us up at the bottom of the hour. Fellow Undroppables. It's an Undroppables hour from 10 to 11. So stay tuned for those guys. Their Dynasty Underground show is unparalleled, except for our show, the Dynasty Pulse. It's pretty parallel. But they're great guys, fantastically entertaining, and you guys want to watch them too.
What a lead-in. I mean, it's something I could be jealous of that transition to your other group of guys. So with that being said, we're kind of getting close to being up against it. Remind everybody exactly the stuff that you guys are doing, working together and working apart, and all the good things that are going on in Undroppable, Bill.
I'll take it this time, Mike. All right, so Mike and I have the Dynasty Pulse show that we do with Coach Retzlaff, Schultze, and at Chev90. It's a 5-person panel Dynasty show that we drop on Fridays on Fantasy Sports Advice Network and Saturdays on the Undroppables. It also goes out on 105.1 Talk in Tennessee, West Tennessee Sports Radio. We have our Uncovered series, which is an offshoot of the Undroppables. He does a Chiefs show. I do a Raiders show. My show goes Thursday nights live at 8 p.m. Pacific. We have the Fantasy Forecast, which is our redraft show. That's on Fantasy Sports Advice Network. Among all of the other things that we start to do mid-season or when the season starts, like our injury show, our waiver wire pickup show, I do Breakfast with Biggs on Sunday mornings before the games get started. Mix a breakfast cocktail for everybody. That's on Fantasy Sports Advice Network as well. Go to fantasysportsadvice.com, follow us on the YouTubes, and check out all our content.
Before you go, you want to say hello to your friends?
What's up, boys?
What's up,
Hey,
boys?
gentlemen.
Gangsta.
Yo, shout out
In the
to the
house.
Raiders fans, huh? We got 3 right here.
Yes, Joe.
3.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're like the 3 girls in the Brady Bunch right now.
I got my Scott Fishbowl Raiders swag here. I'm pretty pumped. Came in the mail a couple days ago.
The amount of pain accumulated between the 3 of you.
Oh my god, it's
Oh
so
my
much pain.
God.
So much pain.
Brad, who do you root for?
I'm an
Patriots
Eagles
I'm gonna
fan.
bounce.
I'm an
Thank
Eagles
you,
fan,
Sal,
baby.
for
Fly
having
Eagles,
me
fly.
on and
Very
having
nice.
us on.
You got it.
Love you guys.
Love you.
Peace
Love you
out,
so much.
boys. Enjoy the show. These guys kick serious ass. I love you, boys. I can't wait to sit down and watch you boys rip it up. I love you, man.
Love you, Grindberg.
Love you too, Grindberg.
So who the hell let the Eagles fan in here? What the hell?
A Canadian Eagle fan.
A Canadian Eagle fan. Yeah, that doesn't even make
You're
sense.
damn right, eh? You're damn right, eh?
God, he
Huh?
should be a Rough Rider, no less.
And
Jackson,
BC
who do you
Lions
root
fan.
for?
BC Lions fan. Out on the West Coast. West Coast.
Okay, I don't know nothing about that Canadian football. I don't know what you guys do up there with that Canadian football.
It's good ball, man. It's good ball. Give it a
Yeah.
shot.
Hey, they got big end zones up there in Canada. You know.
I've heard about those backfields being in motion.
Super wide fields, baby.
Yep. Yep.
So I just wanted to say I was listening earlier today and I heard you talking about your Raider fandom, and I was very happy when you said you're an Oakland Raiders fan. That made me incredibly happy because you were talking about the differences between, you know, the fan base in Vegas and the fan base in Oakland. I'm a NorCal guy as well. So I appreciated that. That was like 6 hours ago, man. You've been going at it for a while.
I am 13 and a half hours in to being on the whole time. And yeah, have you been to Vegas for a game yet, Joe?
I have not. I've been to the stadium. Actually, my buddy helped build it. He's in charge of game day operations. So I've gotten a tour of the actual stadium, but I haven't been to a game there yet because I haven't been there during football season. But I hope to make that happen this year.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be at a work conference that was in Vegas in October, and it lined up that they were home to the Chiefs. And I'm like, wow, what a great opportunity, until I walked in and saw a sea of red in the Raiders stadium. And when they sung the national anthem, they closed it with "Home of the Chiefs." And I was like, where am I? What is this? In Oakland, we would have knifed you for this. You would not
that would have never happened in Oakland. That would have never happened in Oakland. They wouldn't dare.
They would have knifed you for this.
Yeah, they would not dare.
So it's bad. It's a destination spot now. People are like, oh, my team's playing in Vegas, so I could go to Vegas and see the Rams. I could go to Vegas and see the Broncos. I could still go to, and so there's no home field advantage left for the Raiders. The black hole was barely black. It was not black at all. And I saw Chiefs fans actually intimidating Raider fans. It was so bad. And
How dare they?
I hope that the team gets better and people start returning who are actual fans. But, it does not look good up there.
Yeah. To a point you made several hours ago, had they not left Oakland, I probably wouldn't be on this podathon here today. I probably would never even gotten into fantasy analysis because it was so disheartening. I was like, you know what? I'm looking out for me from now on.
Yeah, but in the back of our hearts, it always sits there.
I have no choice. I have no choice. There's not an option here. It's Raider fandom for life, for good or for bad. But
anyhow, I'd like to introduce myself as a Tom Brady New England Patriot fan. Hold on, wait, where is he?
Shut up.
Where is he? Get him in here.
It's his
There you go, boys.
Hey,
It
Tom.
was a fumble.
It definitely was a fumble.
It was a fumble. I don't care who won.
Even Tom mistakenly admitted to Charles.
It was a fumble. It was a fumble, but
Eagles fan or Raiders fan, we can all agree. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
I assume you're talking about me
now. So
Yeah,
I think
talking about you, Jax. Yeah.
we're kind of building a bridge now with Brady. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, he owned you when he played. He owns you now.
I know, it's like the ultimate troll job.
Yeah.
Oof. And of course, we have Bob still co-hosting, who is also a Patriots fan, a New Englander.
Bob, huh?
Yeah, I hate you all. I mean, thanks for being here.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Man, it's 1:31. I feel like we've been talking to you guys for 30 minutes already.
Yeah, for sure.
We're bringing it. What's going on?
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but I've been awake for 17 hours already. 13 and a half on this podcast and 4 before the podcast started. So, I'm going to start seeing things soon that you guys aren't seeing.
I remember last year when we did this time slot. It was Saturday night, but tonight's Sunday night. And when we came on, you basically said, "You got this," and we're like, "Yeah, we got this." And you guys left, and it was just us. I think it was me, Chalk, and Tommy, or something like that. And we just we just rolled for 30 minutes without you guys on it because you were so exhausted. So we just kind of took it over.
Yeah, and so we just to give a recap, there's some things we're going to repeat on a 24-hour show. When I started the SFB Podathon in 2018, and I had my two co-hosts, Steve and Kevin, it was a 24-hour live broadcast, and our bit was that we were going to stay up for 24 hours and interview people, and that was the gimmick.
Right.
Hey, we're going to be here, donate money to Fantasy Cares, and we'll go from there. We did that show for 4 years, 24 hours, and Steve and Kevin, real life, took over for them. They had kids, families, real jobs, and they got busy. And I had to move forward with a group of co-hosts like Bob and John Bosch and Russ and Zach and JB, etc. And John Bosch is like, you got to make it 36 hours. People want more. And I'm like, John, I can't do 36 hours straight. I'll drop dead.
Then he didn't do an hour.
Yeah. No.
Let's add that in. He didn't do an hour after he said that.
None. So I'm like, well, all right, let's do 36 hours. And, you guys, you're content creators and you do some things. And when you come up with an idea, it's sometimes hard to let go and let other people do it. Right. So that when they said to me, 36 hours, other people will host, that meant I was going to have to go sleep, not see the show that I had, come up with in my mind. And, so it took a lot for me that first year to say yes to that. And I still did like 28 hours of the 36 that first year. But there are parts of that show I didn't see because I was sleeping. But it was the best decision I could have made because what it's opened me up to is letting people come and be a part of this. And I think my goal was probably to get to 10 years. This is year 8. To get to 10 years before I maybe take a little bit of a step back. I haven't actually spoken about that to anybody outside of probably my own kids. And maybe after 10 years, I'll take a step back and let some of the younger guys get in here and do the longer shows. But after 3 years of doing 36 hours, years 5, 6, and 7, I felt like it was right to go back to 24 this year. The live drafts have exploded. We have 38
they have
live drafts around the world. It's amazing to say that around the world, but we are global in many, many countries outside of the United States, including Canada.
Mine was today, Sal. Mine was today.
And I love going to those live drafts, and that's kind of reinvigorated me in ways, and I want to get to more of those. So 24 hours makes sense. When we first started it, we did exactly what we're doing now. We lead directly into the online drafts because 8 years ago there were only on live drafts. There were no live location drafts, and this was the place to be to kick that off. And we have an amazing amount of people. We're going strong in the chat and viewership. It's not wavered. It's overnight in the East Coast and some other areas in the United States and Canada, and we have a crazy group of people that is still going strong. So thank you guys for taking it hard last year for us, and I'm going to stay with you guys this year. But talk about all the things, the undroppables. I remember when the undroppables started. I remember the first year that a group of guys and Tommy, who's also a Raider fan, had come on back in that day, and a much bigger Tommy, and we love him just as much.
That's true.
There's less of him to love, but we don't love him any less. Talk to us about
kick it off.
As we like to say, what's a brother going to do? He's Samoan, you know what I mean? So he's, to quote Pulp Fiction. But in the chat right now, you got a bunch of guys congratulating our co-host, Mr. Joe Kuvatakis. We obviously have Travis Seal, myself, Jax Falcone, and Mr. Joe Quave in the Raider shirt. Congratulations. Joe just became a father this past week for the very first time. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
That is amazing and awesome.
If you notice, I'm in my office. I left my house, and I'm also drinking alcohol for the first time in a week. I'm like, I'm alone. This is great.
What other things have you been
Don't get used to it. Don't get used to it.
A long road ahead. A long road.
Yep.
Yes, sir. So Sal, we're grateful for this space. We came in, whether it was a couple years ago or whatever, and we had a really big show on the Podathon, and we had a lot of great reception to the show. And it's been really cool to be here, and it's obviously a great cause to to support. And yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. This whole thing is supposed to be fun, and it also centers around community, the SFB Podathon. So very, very cool stuff. We're excited. Trav went to his live draft today, and Joe is holding babies.
Yeah. And I think like it's really cool opportunities for, dumbasses like us to be able to jump on a pod with people like yourselves, right? And talk about like a cool cause with a bunch of other creators coming on in slots all around us and things like that. All the organization, like I've done like a draft stream planning before, and the exponential amount of work that must be put into putting this thing together is insane, Sal. Like I'm kind of the producer of the show and stuff, and so I think about that kind of stuff on the back end and things, and I can't imagine how much went into this stuff. So hats off to all you guys for that. And like Jack said, like I went to my Scott Fishbowl live draft today, and it was amazing. Like the community that it brings around the drafts, and the people that you get to meet and see recurringly now that you never would have seen before. Like I saw a bunch of people. The last live draft I did was SFB 12 in Vancouver, but there was people that I recognized from that one, and we picked it up like we never had a gap in between there. So it's really cool what's been built here, and we are happy to be a part of it with the Undroppables. The three of us are on the Dynasty Underground, which is kind of the flagship YouTube show for the Undroppables. We recently just put Undrafted, Jax's show, on YouTube as well, which had previously only been an audio pod. So lots of fun things going on for us, and super excited to get on here with you guys and talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, we broke you guys up into 2 segments this year. I think that first year, Jackson, was like 6 undroppable faces, and then a couple of co-hosts. The screen was just jam-packed with faces, and everybody trying to talk and get their stuff in. And it was an excited group because it was new. I mean, it's still an excited group and exciting things going on. I want to ask Joe, are you a girl dad or a boy dad?
Oh, boy dad, little boy, Nicola.
All right, so I'm sure you now need to continue on to get that girl.
Oh, I can't wait. That's the plan. We definitely we're planning on 3. Although it's so funny. I'm like, we're sitting here with 1. I'm like, how do people do this with another kid? Like we had to ship our dog off to some friends to pull this off. Yes. Can't really do that
easier.
much with your kid.
You become you adjust.
It gets easier.
All right. I got a bunch of
experts. It does not get easier. What is this nonsense you're telling me? These are straight lies. There's nothing easier. It is so difficult.
Okay, it's not easier. You care less. Care less.
Fair point. Yes. Fair point.
Gilchrist with the absolute dime right there. That is 1,000% true.
By the 3rd kid, you don't care if he's jumping off the swing set or if he's playing with fire.
That's right.
Yeah. Don't ask me what you do at the 4th. Don't ask me what you do at the 4th. I got 4.
I have a 4th somewhere.
Yeah.
My friend has 3 girls. 3 girls. Oldest is just turned 5, and the youngest is a few months old. And another one of my friends turned to me and goes, "Could you ever imagine?" I'm like, "Yes, I had 3 kids in 5 years. Just because my kids are in their 20s now doesn't mean it didn't happen." My oldest is 25. My youngest is 20. They're all within a 5-year period. My son's in the middle of my 2 girls. So, yeah, I did that. And they all survived to be adults. So I win. That's it. Yep. But, I don't know that I could picture starting out now that I'm 50, Joe. But I do look back, and I do remember the time went really, really quickly. And people say that to you, and you're always like, "Oh, yeah." It does. I blinked,
totally does.
And they're all adults. And my oldest kid lives in California. My daughter lives in Studio City in California on the other side of the country from me. And that's not easy because I don't have easy access. And there was wildfires early in the year, and she was somewhere in the neighborhood of where they were. And I could only, get the information I could get. That was a tough day for both her and both me rather, and her mom. And I spoke earlier about, I'm no longer with the mother of my children, but we had a long, healthy relationship and marriage, and times like that, you remember what it's like to bond together with the other parent, even if you're not.
Sure.
And it brings us back closer to things. So I've spoken about good dads and why I relate to people with good dads, and you guys all seem like that. And Joe, you're starting that journey, man. I'm jealous, but also somewhat relieved.
Hey,
I'll
but
tell you, it's changed drastically for the better in the last like 3 days. The first few days I was just like, oh my God. Now it's like, okay, he's eating, he's sleeping. I can build a life around this.
yeah, well, it will all change. But Curdy with the comment from the third row there, he said he did the 1% of the group project, referring to you, Joe, which I think really is good. So
Yeah.
That's fair. Should we talk about the tournament at all? Should we talk about a little bit of game theory? That's kind of our specialty. Let's talk some ball, guys.
Yep.
Okay.
Who
I
cares
got one.
About me.
I got one. So I had my Scott Fishbowl draft today, guys, and there was 3 drafts going on, and I know that in 2 of the 3, Travis Hunter didn't make it out of the 3rd round. So 2nd round in one, 3rd round in the other. My draft is over. Jax, Joe, I don't think you guys are in the same division, right?
Nope.
Okay, so we're all good here to talk about it. What's our thoughts on Travis Hunter and maybe where he should be going in this draft? Because I personally think that in the first 4 rounds ish is a little bit too high for me. I can tell you guys why, but I want to hear your thoughts on that.
I could tell you before I let the others speak that we've talked about it a few times. I've been to the Las Vegas Live. I've been to the Chicago Live. I think the 4th round is kind of where I'm seeing him go. 3rd to 4th round. There was someone on earlier that said, thanks for talking me out of it. I was looking at going for him at 103. Gary Davenport, who's been with us live on the show and throughout the day in the chat.
He was chirping Canada. He was chirping Canada in the chat. I heard that. I saw that, Gary. I saw that.
And he's an IDP guy, and he said it's not worth the juice is not worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
He feels like he'll be predominantly a wide receiver. Those IDP stats will not come into play. So you drafted him basically as a wide receiver with the off chance that he might have some IDP points randomly. So I'm probably going to stay away from him. I don't go for rookie wide receivers too early. And I know that it's kind of changed. They do hit a little bit sooner than they used to. But in a tournament like this, I'm probably staying away from it. I love everything about Canada. You see that, Gary?
A boot.
Yes,
a boot Canada.
Gary. Yeah, everything about Canada.
A boot Canada.
So for
love
me,
to hear
I would
it, eh?
tell you 5th round or later, but I'll let the rest of the guys chime in.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'm just not going to take him. It's just never. He's not going to be on my team.
First of all, to Tyler in the chat talking about me casually showing that Pliny. That's right. I find subtle ways to represent NorCal. Great brewery here in Northern California, Russian River Brewing Company. In terms of Travis Hunter, I feel like he's a big risk, big reward type of player, right? It's just like, do you want to go that way? You're taking a huge swing, and in a large field tournament, taking huge swings like that, I suppose makes sense. But last year was my first year playing in the Scott Fish Bowl, and I topped out at 15 overall during the regular season, and then I had just one too many injuries. It kind of just all sort of broke down, and I think I made it to the 2nd round of the playoffs, and then I kind of fizzled out. But it was a really strong team. I don't think you need to take that big of swings. Travis Hunter is just such a huge projection. So taking him super early seems like an unnecessary risk to me, because the name of the game is really survival. Yes,
Correct.
Having a high point total during the regular season is going to help you a lot once you get to the playoffs. But man, I was top 50 teams going into the playoffs last year, and that didn't get me out of the 2nd round. You need to score points then as well. Right. So especially with this year's format where it's so RB heavy and so in favor of pass catching running backs, I think you're much better off kind of going best player available and taking a bunch of rookie running backs who are going to be peaking in those playoff weeks, where you're going to be just hammering folks with 5 running backs in your lineup at that stage, as opposed to investing early capital in a guy like Hunter who could sink your season if this projection doesn't work out.
Yeah, and I think they're overvaluing the IDP stuff, as everybody points out. I mean, but here's the thing too. It's with Travis Hunter, you the whole reason you're doing that, if it's for the IDP thing, I think that misses the mark. But it's also like, to Sal's point originally, it's like these rookie wide receivers, you really don't know too much about. Whereas I'm just drafting running backs over and over and over and over again in this one. I can't wait to I'm drafting like J.K. Dobbins over Terry McLaurin or something. It's just so crazy the way the score goes. The scoring is so unique that I think it's going to just push you towards a running back. And if it doesn't, I think that might be to your detriment.
I think it's funny that you say that, because I'm going to start on the Hunter thing and then I'll switch into that conversation, because I ran into that in my draft. So with Hunter, I just did I think I'm in the exact same boat as you guys, right? Because I think what people are hoping is that you get like a wide receiver 1 plus IDP points, right? And I'm not that bullish on Hunter in year 1. I think we're probably getting like a back end wide receiver 2 at best.
Yeah.
Then I did a little back of the napkin study on some of the cornerback IDP scoring, because you take the DBs and then you got to pull the cornerbacks out because it's a different position and they score a little bit differently.
Yes.
The top guys are scoring like 10, 11 points per game. There's a couple guys that are in like the 12, 13. But those top guys are not the guys that you would expect them to be. So it's not your Sauce Gardner. It's not like your Marlon Humphrey or the big guys. It's the guys that get targeted a lot.
Yep.
And that are trying, like the quarterback's trying to victimize them, right? And so if those guys are scoring 10 or 10, not PPR, but 10 points per game, and they're playing full time, Travis Hunter is playing halftime at elite fantasy producer, which is a guy who's getting targeted a lot, which I don't think that Travis Hunter is going to be. He's putting up like 5 extra points per game. And so if we project him to like 2 or 3 potentially, to give you that edge, he still has to be like scoring at a wide receiver 1 pace. And I just don't think that's
and Trav happen. On top of that, if he's playing on defense, that means he's playing less on offense, right? So it's like, it's not like I suppose it's possibly puts up a 100-yard game with 2 touchdowns and a good IDP game. That's, I guess, in the realm of possibilities, but certainly not banking on that. And to Joe's point originally, which is like, when you look at the Scott Fish Bowl, everybody thinks like, I've been in it now, I don't even know how many years, 6 years, something like that, maybe more, I don't know. But one of the first couple of years I was in it, I was like, I'm going to go so different, so unique. And that was the one year I didn't make the playoffs because I was just doing, it was like Trey Lance or whatever I was doing. It didn't make any sense. You still have to survive. I think that's the right plan. I've done that every year, made the playoffs every year. And yeah, you give yourself a shot. I mean, ultimately, I'd rather just win my 12-team league and hang my hat on that. And whatever happens in the crazy elimination tournament is what it is. But if you can, try and win your own 12-man league, I think that's as good as it gets,
That's where you start, right? That's where you start. And then the interesting thing about the running backs, and Sal, Bob, sorry, I know we're kind of taking over. I am the host of the
That's
Dynasty
what we're supposed to be doing,
so this is kind of natural for me. But
I always say I'm a great fifth wheel.
Hey, love it. Bob, this is the first time we've been on screen together, by the way. An absolute treat, my friend. Sal, you too. And so we were talking about those running backs. I could not, for the life of me, get a running back in this Scott Fish Bowl draft that I was in. I was at the 9th pick at the back of the first round, 3rd round reversal. That's the sweet spot. I love it, right? First pick, 4 running backs go off the board right to start the draft. The tier wasn't really there. The next guy was McCaffrey. Could have taken Achane at the 109. I took Lamar Jackson because I get the points per carry on top of his quarterback stats. I really like that. And then comes back around. Achane went, McCaffrey went, and then I took Amon-Ra because 2.5 points per reception is insane. And so I think my strategy was to go with kind of target hog wide receivers where their 2.5 PPR is going to supplement not having the running back in that spot. You know what I mean? Because I was not getting them, man. And we look on like after my St. Brown pick, then it goes Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, Bucky Irving, Josh Jacobs, Kyron Williams, Breece Hall, all within the 2nd round. And then in the 3rd, I come back and the tier's just not really there, right? It's like Chase Brown, Kenneth Walker, Alvin Kamara. But then on the board, there's like Nico Collins. I took Brian Thomas in the 3rd round, Drake London. So it was really hard for me to attach to the running backs despite the scoring, because some of the running backs with the floors that could fall out of them, I was attaching myself to the safer target volume. And you did not get Amon-Ra at 301, Reebok Joe in the chat. Holy cow. I was finding the safety of the wide receivers was attracting me more than attaching to maybe what could be more bottoms falling out of the running backs, right? And
Yeah.
because to me, like, the running backs are good, the points per carry is good. But if I think about the point scoring format, like if you take 50 carries at a half point per carry, that's 25 points. If you take
there's something to be said
25
about what you're saying
receptions,
too.
25 receptions is that's like 63 points, right?
I showed you how like Ramondre Stevenson outscored like Nico Collins last year and stuff like that in the format. So the format does tell you that you should draft running backs, but your point is bottom falling out, which basically is, you know, getting replaced or, you know, or getting injured, right?
Or not
So
catching passes or something like that. Yeah.
One way or the other, running backs are going to score even if they're awful. But if somehow they get replaced or they get hurt, there's a little less risk there with some of the early wide receivers. I don't know, man. You got me thinking a little bit, Trav, but like
if a guy gets 10 carries, Jax, like your example to me in the group chat was Najee, right? Najee is not necessarily the best example for this because he got over 250 carries and some receptions, right? So he's one of those guys who's getting that like volume that nobody else is getting, right? If we look at the guys like, okay, Ramondre is interesting. Looking at what he's going to do this year, that's kind of tricky. I can't think of a good example. Yeah,
my example was like the RB31 was outscoring the wide receiver 7 last year. Is what basically is happening. So it's like, you know, if that's the case from last year, then it's, you know, that's just how the scoring, you know, portends. And even the quarterbacks, it's like you probably, I mean, if you have a deep enough team, the only reason you're starting a quarterback in the Superflex is because you don't have a running back there, you know? So, I mean, obviously you're going to run out of running backs at some point, you know?
I went Drake May in the 4th. So I got 2 rushing quarterbacks to be able to just slot them in there. Because for me, if I got 2 quarterbacks in any week that both of those guys put up like a 40 burger is almost week 1 for me. Like not week 1, but I win the week, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I've got like a hybrid point here, right? Which is I actually really like what Trav did because when the receiver is devalued like they are in this format, that makes the premium receivers that much more valuable, right? Yeah. In this format, Amon-Ra was the number 12 scorer in last year, you know, based on last year's stats. Yeah. And I think we all agree last year was a little bit of a disappointment for Amon-Ra. Not like it was a bad year, but it's just like the people that were drafting him expected a little bit more. So I think that that's a perfectly fine pick. And I also think as long as those like elite wide receivers are on the board, I'm super comfortable taking them early in the season because last year we had a historically healthy year at the running back position, right? I hope that continues, but in my heart of hearts, I know it's not going to, and we're probably going to see it swing in the other direction where it's going to be just a devastating year at the running back position. And so that's why just game theorying this, I'm thinking hammer the elite wide receivers while they're on the board and the 5 or 6 tight ends that are worthwhile in a format like this, plug in a quarterback here or there and then hit the running backs late. Like I think like your last 10 picks should all be running backs, but I think early on it makes sense to take the receivers that are going to be producing. And this is my whole point of like survival, right? Create a team that's going to hang around. Yep. And then as injuries happen, it's the basic 0 RB strategy, but I think it actually really works in this format, even though it's screaming for you to take running back early.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting, survive. And then, what's going to happen on those waiver wires is there's going to be a running back, right? There's going to be a Sean Tucker type. That is just like, do you know what I'm saying? Where it's like all of a sudden, right? Where Sean Tucker is like going to be the starter for the rest of the season type of player. Antonio Gibson or something guy who wasn't drafted, who you're just going to need to have as of week 3, 4, 5 or whatever, and just going to carry you the whole way.
Well, gents, we're getting close to the bottom of the hour here. If anybody's wondering why I am standing now, just to get the blood flow into my leg.
Absolutely.
But also, if you notice, I jumped out twice because I looked down and I saw not 1 but 2 spiders just on the other side of where I'm recording. So I need to jump out and kill them. So they're dead now.
We had a situation like that one time pre-show. Jax almost died.
We did. Yeah. Yep. That's true. We did have a
almost
spider
died.
episode.
That is the story I want to hear first at the start of next year's Podathon. You guys come back on.
I mean, next year I think that they're going to come in because they've done a great job of keeping Sal silent. So
Thank you.
They are welcome back. We might give them an extended period of time next year.
We can't
would
promise
love
24 hours or 36, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
You know what's funny about Bob is he's just silent. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't want to say anything. You know, I saw that Bob was filling in for 2 hours. I'm like, it's like hosting by myself.
No, I'll give you
You got
something
you,
to
Sal.
work with.
You're saying
I'll give
you're
you
saying
something
he's
to work
Silent
with.
Bob?
Silent
Yeah.
Bob.
Yes.
I
Silent
literally,
Bob, I'm gonna strike that.
He's too good to look at. He doesn't want to say.
You had Biggs in the liquor store right before us, and
Yeah, no
right
kidding.
outside is Silent Bob.
Yep.
We definitely thought that there was a robbery going on at one point too.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, he just disappeared all of a sudden.
What do you guys close it out for Undroppables?
I got
Tell
this.
everybody about the Undroppable stuff, and then we're gonna let you guys get out of here.
I got
for
this.
it, Trav.
Yeah. So lots of good stuff coming to the Undroppables. Main thing right now is the YouTube channel. Undrafted, like I said, is on there. Jax's show that's been going for a long time. Huge listenership. The people love it. They can see more of his face on the YouTube channel. The three of us actually are a part of Dynasty Underground, and we love that show. We look forward to it every single Monday night when we
do.
record. It's a really good mix of comedy and really in-depth fantasy football analysis. Like, I get to chop up the episodes and do all the edits, and we usually record for like 40 minutes before the show, just shooting the shit. And so I'll take funny parts from that, funny parts from the show, and compile them at the beginning as our cold open. And so I always like to start it with a little bit of comedy for the people. And so if you listen to our show, at the very least, please listen to the intro. You'll
I was
get a
going to
chuckle.
say, you could just listen to all the cold opens, and it's worth the price of admission. Don't even listen to the show. Just listen to
And
those.
that'll get you into the show. You'll be like, I
Yeah,
wonder
for
what these
sure.
dumbasses have to say for an entire hour and a half. So that's the main thing right now. A lot of other cool stuff coming down the road. So just follow us on the socials. Keep up on that stuff happening. And couldn't have been happier to have been invited here with the boys. Thank you, Sal. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Fantasy Cares.
You're welcome.
Thank
and
you
I
so much.
appreciate
Get your SFB swag. It's really freaking cool. You can find something from your team on there. Love it all. Just donate to Fantasy Cares. Find a way, just a little bit. You might as well get a shirt while you're at it. But honored to be here and honored to help and participate. So thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, I would say the last time we were on, or I don't know if it was whatever time it was that we, had a lot of great feedback, was we talked quite a bit about, charity and what that all meant to us. And that was a pretty cool thing because it was a little bit unprompted and it happened. But, to Joe's point, whether you give to Fantasy Cares or whether you just help out your neighbor, just remember, charity doesn't have to be something that you provide in that format. You can do charity in any which way you want. You can feed hungry people. You can help your neighbor. You can do whatever you want to do. Just be charitable to your neighbor and love everybody. So that's the message. Don't forget it.
Yeah, and I tell people this all the time. It's not always about money. Sometimes it's
That's right.
just about your time. What can you give? Being able to go on a road and make appearances at these different lives, that's how I give back. I'm doing a Podathon. That's how I give back. I mean, I will
Tell your
buy-
league mates, You
What
tell
was that?
somebody else about Fantasy Cares and you're helping.
That's it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Amen.
All right, gents, we got the next guy coming up, and you have been great dumbasses, as Travis referred to you a couple of times. Be well.
Thanks, boys.
Cheers.
All right.
All right, Bob. We're cruising. We're 2 hours into this stream now. So is that 14 total hours that we've done so far?
Well, yeah. I guess you can call it that. Yeah.
We've been fortunate enough to have many sponsors over the years. But this year, Game Blazers, they walked in. They're like, we want to sponsor the whole ball wax, and so the entire 24 hours of the SFB Podathon is being brought to you by Game Blazers, and Game Blazers goes way beyond DFS. Rip packs, collect items, level up your battle pass, and so much more. It's a whole new way to play fantasy. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, Yes, I'm on the right line. Plus, get a BOGO offer with Scott Fishbowl packs. Buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Care. So start playing today, download today, and as Bob escapes and leaves me alone with the chair, I'll bring in Colin. Colin.
Hey,
So,
what's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
We can definitely hear you. I mean, I can. Bob's chair can probably hear you, but
Yeah, I mean, I need a little outfit change.
Oh, we got the Utah Jazz.
gone very.
This is. I'll tell you what. This one was one of my favorites. It's on the Heather Purple, and I liked it.
Nice.
Colin,
How you guys doing?
We're surviving. I think that's
You're an hour 15 of the Scott Fishbowl 15 Podathon.
Yeah.
Hour 15.
Hour 15. Yeah, I thought you said an hour and 15.
No. You are in hour 15.
Yeah, we're on the other side of the mountain right now. And I like to think it's downhill from here, but I'm not sure. I think there's going to be some bumps along the way, but we're happy to have you here keeping us company. And we've had some other folks from FTN on earlier in the show, but tell everybody about you and what you do with FTN.
Yeah, I actually was fortunate enough to join FTN this year. So a big year for me, big year for FTN ahead as well. I know Jeff Ratcliffe is kind of leading the way there at FTN. He actually has his draft strategy guide coming out tomorrow. So big day all around for fantasy football from FTN, Scott Fishbowl. It's July. I mean, everyone's back in the swing of things here. Got training camp starting soon, but I do written articles. I've got an article dropping tomorrow, article dropping Tuesday. I'm doing a couple a week, doing some short form videos as well. Try to be informative, try to keep people getting back into that managerial mindset for fantasy football season. So I'm having a lot of fun with that. That's kind of new to me, and which is a big reason why I wanted to join FTN, because they opened up a couple new doors for me. So it's been great.
Yeah, and I've been doing this this particular Podathon 8 years now, and it's always nice to see the new faces come around and fresh ideas. And sometimes we see old friends in new places and doing new things, but it just keeps it fresh. And one thing with the SFP Podathon, we always want to make it about not just the big names, but also the up and coming men and ladies in the fantasy football industry. And that's one of the real good things about this, because I come from a small show that was developed back in 2016, and then spun into another show. I eventually did some work at RotoViz and always continue to do my work here at Fantasy Cares. And as Fantasy Cares has grown into what it is today, I've gotten to really focus on being that, in that role, which I love so much. But have you participated in the Scott Fishbowl before, and how many years have you had?
Yeah, so admittedly, the first fantasy related podcast I ever did was the Hayden Hurst Mental Health Podathon. Anthony Servino, rest in peace. We recently just lost him, but he was the host of that. Same sort of format, 24 hours or so. And I just started with Fantrax, jumped in with them, and they needed someone to jump on for a segment there. So I said, sure, I'll do it. I'm new. Let me try this out. I jumped on, and Anthony actually asked me, "Hey, did you get into Scott Fishbowl this year?" This was Scott Fishbowl 11. And I truthfully had no idea what it was. I had heard it before. Matthew Berry talked about it, maybe Stefani Bell on the Fantasy Focus football podcast they did there at ESPN. So rather than say, what's Scott Fishbowl, and kind of blow up the whole segment there, I was like, oh, no, I didn't get in this year. So I kind of told a little white lie that, I didn't get in, sure, but that's because I never applied. So if you're listening to this and you didn't get in this year, it's because you didn't apply, or you didn't apply. Apply now. Get in, get your name out there. As soon as they open up for Scott Fishbowl 16, you need to apply. You cannot play. It's like the lottery. Can't play or can't win unless you play. So I got in Scott Fishbowl 12. I was actually in one of the races and earned a spot. And it was getting down to like the Saturday before, and I was mowing my lawn, and I got a notification. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in the Scott Fishbowl this year. This is great. Did that on my fantasy league, the app there. Did really well, actually. Got really, really far. I had a bully tight end team. Andrews, Hawkinson, and Kelsey that year. I forget what the scoring was in particular, but I went really, really far. And then I second guessed playing Ramondre Stevenson, and it knocked me out, and I'll never forget that. He was coming off an injury. So then the next year, I knew there was live drafts, and I live in Philadelphia. I'm actually in Vermont right now, so all over the place. But I heard there was a Philadelphia live draft. I went to that. And then the next year, the people that ran the Philadelphia live draft said, hey, we can't do it anymore. Is there anyone that wants to do it? Yeah, I'll do it. So I ran the Philadelphia live draft last year, and I'm running it again this year. It's in less than 2 weeks now. So I'm running the Philadelphia live draft. We got 60 drafters coming. Everyone brings their friends, family. We had SiriusXM there last year. So I've been playing in it for a couple years, and I've been running the Philadelphia live draft for 2 years. Cannot recommend live drafts enough. I saw some content today. People are out in Pittsburgh, Vancouver. It looked awesome.
Yeah, you said so many things that I want to respond to. And
yeah,
first,
it's all good.
We'll talk. No, absolutely. Want to let you finish. You get all your thoughts out there. The first one we'll talk about is Anthony Servino. This will be the third time we've brought Anthony up on the show, and we had Mike Hoff on earlier tonight. Mike Hoff and I come from the same town on Long Island. I know Mike many years, and by proxy of that, I know Anthony for many years too. And when we started the SFB Podathon in 2018, they were friends already, and they came on, and 2 years after that, they came up with the idea for the mental health Podathon. And they asked me about using Podathon because it was a thing that I had come up with, and immediately yes, because mental health is something that I'm fully well aware of. Awareness for mental health, especially in men, because it's something for years we've been told we're not supposed to acknowledge. We're not supposed to, show signs of weakness. And what I'll tell people is, and I love these late night conversations because I've had this with Peter Gent, our friend from Germany. It got very emotional about mental health. I grew up and I made a comment earlier tonight about something my mother said to me when I was a teenager. And, my way of dealing with things was always laughter. I grew up in a very abusive home, verbally, mentally, and physically abusive home. And I dealt with things that I did not address for a very long time. So when my marriage was finally ending in my late 30s, my early 40s, I was like, you know what, man? Take down the walls of your ego, that male pride, that machismo that you have, and go to therapy and try to fix your marriage. Try to save what you have going. And it was too late, right? It was too late to save my marriage. But what it did was made me a tremendously better father, right? So that's the most important thing in the world to me right now. 3 children, most important thing. So with all that aside, not to make it so much about me, when those guys decided to have a mental health Podathon and they asked me to come on, there was no doubt I was going to go on. Immediately said yes. And I had a great segment that first year, and I told a lot about what I'm talking about now. And what I love about Anthony is that he was always very vulnerable. He was always willing to talk about his own issues and his struggles and what he dealt with to get to where he was in life, which was a tremendously successful person in his industry and his business, as well as a great husband and a great father. And so when I had seen that news that day, I was really, really taken aback. And I know how much it set Mike back, and he was on earlier and he talked about it. And so it's great to hear that you were a part of that back then too, and got to know Anthony, and that there he was extending the olive branch to you to bring you in a Scott Fishbowl, just assuming it was something where you want to be, and now it is somewhere that you're at. And one of the other things you brought up was getting into it, recommending to people to get your name out there. The entire reason, I'll tell this SFB Podathon, backstory a little bit. Part of creating the Podathon was a little bit of a selfish act in a way that, I had known Scott for 2 years at that time, and I wanted to do something around charity. And I thought, hey, Steve, Kevin, if we do this show, not only will we get to be a part of the charity fundraising, but we'll network, we'll get notoriety, And it's so much more than that at this point. What it's grown into over the 8 years, it's not about who I am and Colin, who you are, or who even Bob is. It's who the industry is and what the people in the industry are, what we could do for other people who are less fortunate than us. As I just mentioned, if you don't have money, give of your time, give of yourself. extend yourself to people. I've spoken to so many people behind the scenes who have had mental health issues, where because I've been open about these things, they felt comfortable to come forward and talk to me. And that is what that Podathon, that mental health Podathon also created. And the last thing that you spoke about is I will be at the Philly Live draft.
Oh, really?
Here.
Okay.
So I'm going with Russ Fisher and Scott Fish because the New York City Live draft is on Saturday, and then the Philly is on Sunday. So I will get to meet you in person and shake your hand.
That's awesome. That's great to hear. I had no idea. I knew Scott had said he was going to try to make it, but he's super busy. And if things came up, totally understand that. But that's awesome to hear. So are you drafting in New York or are you drafting in Philly? I don't think I saw.
I'm not drafting live at all this year. I did New York live 2 years, the last 2 years. I feel like I'm distracted when I'm drafting there, and I've decided to go to a lot of live drafts. I was in Chicago with Bob last week.
Okay.
I was in Las Vegas 2 weeks ago. I want to go see people, meet people, spread the Fantasy Cares word, help out as much as we can. So by all means, that day, if you need any assistance with anything, be happy to help. Hopefully my voice will be back by then because I can feel it starting to go. But, shout out to you for getting in SFB 12. And then 3 years later, 2 years later, you're hosting one of the live drafts. And that's a tremendous task to take on, especially in a big city like Philadelphia where you have so many rabid football fans. It cannot be easy, but I look forward to seeing what you produce.
Yeah, it's actually been a good little stretch for us. The winner of Scott Fishbowl 13 drafted at the Philly Live draft. So we got to give him the trophy last year at the Scott Fishbowl 14 live draft. We had a top 10 finisher last year at Scott Fishbowl 14 in Philly Live. So, the bar is high for the guys that are coming to this draft, guys and girls. Actually, we have some women coming as well, which is great. I met, I believe her name is John. I have to look at the guest list, but she actually lives 15 minutes away from me. She'll be at the live draft this year. So that'd be cool to kind of meet someone that lives locally to me that's been playing the same game, creating content as well. But yeah, so we're really excited. Obviously the Eagles just won the Super Bowl, but some other fan bases sneak into these live drafts as well. And that's okay. We love diversity there with the teams they're rooting for, except for the guy last year, I forget who it was, ripped off his shirt and had a CD Lamb jersey underneath. We booed him a little bit, but it was all right.
Listen, that's the beauty of these drafts. They're not in every city, right? So some people will come from a little bit of distance. I think Las Vegas had a big mix of people from different areas come there. It was more like a destination draft. And I think what we could all agree on is we love playing this game about a game, fantasy football. And, not all of us are fortunate enough to win Super Bowls. Our teams don't win Super Bowls that often. The Eagles have two fairly recently. Bob comes from a place where they won for 2 decades up there in New England. I'm in New York. I don't root for either New York team. I chose another team that stinks in the Raiders. So, you fill that void, you fill that gap with fantasy football, and you meet not only people that live 15 minutes away from you that are just like you, but you meet people that live an hour away from you, 2 hours away from you. And in the cases of what we do here in other countries, on other continents, Scott Fishbowl has brought us closer to our brothers and sisters around the world. And we're drafting in 38 live drafts around the world. And I think, Bob, is it 6 or how many of those are outside of the country?
Yeah, 6 different countries.
In Brazil and in Spain and in Mexico and Lithuania and Canada and London.
You said Spain.
I might have gotten all of them.
I think there's one in Sydney. I think.
In Australia.
Australia. Yep.
Yeah, and they're probably awake right now, so I got to make sure I mention them. Boy, I miss the Aussie guys. The Aussie guys used to be on around this time every year. That was quite a crew. But you find out more and more that there's a lot of people out there just like you who love this game. And
I think that's what I found mostly is mingling with people. Is that there are people that are, there are some people that play this game and are in hundreds, quite literally hundreds of leagues, if you want to count, their daily fantasy leagues or whatnot. There are some people that can't handle that, don't want to handle that, and are in 1 or 2 leagues, one of them being Scott Fishbowl. For some people, this is their only fantasy football league. So getting together in person or just having that conversation online about this is all that they have to root for the fantasy football season. And that's absolutely okay. But I think a lot of people sometimes forget that when they're in conversations about fantasy football. Some people that maybe don't know as much or are just starting, there's quite literally people of all different backgrounds playing this game. And I do think that's what makes it so great, because the person that's been playing the longest or you think knows the most doesn't always win. And it's really cool to actually see the origin story from where some people came from, especially with home leagues. You have people from, the guy that just shows up with a magazine and a couple names written down, but the guy that has his laptop and spreadsheets. And there might be a guy that's like, I don't know who I want, and just points, and that guy wins the league. And I don't know. It's fun. There's tons of stories. Everybody's got stories, I'm sure. But Scott Fishbowl is no different. I know some people last year from Philly Live were saying, but if I'd started this guy week 12, I might have made it here and I might have made it there, and I'd have 0.3 points more and I would have made the top 10. Well, woulda, coulda, shoulda. There's only one winner. And it's fun when it gets down to it, seeing, who's going to actually take the crown. 5,000 people going for one spot, one trophy.
Yeah, my best, I think it was 2018 was my best year, and it was only like 2,700 people, 2,800 people then, which is still a lot of people. And I made the semis, top 25 or whatever that is in the semis back then. It is, you have to have a little bit of luck and maybe even a little more than a little to win something of this magnitude. I mean, injuries, we've spoken multiple times about having kind of a low-end injury season last year, and that's not always the norm, and it'll probably flip back the other way this year. But
I remember 2 years ago, the quarterbacks, I mean, it was awful. I mean, Joe Burrow, I think that was his wrist injury year. I feel like Lamar Jackson missed some time. I mean, in quarterbacks where Scott had done away with the negative points for quarterbacks, so everyone invested in quarterbacks, and then they all got hurt. It was like,
yeah, this is a sickness, Reebok Joe. 230 leagues and commish in 150 of them. I mean, that's a full-time job.
That's a full-time job.
Full-time job, and I mean, if that job's paying, then I'll take it. But I don't know that it pays. And wow. So yeah. So wait, did you say you're actually drafting at the Live next week?
Yeah, Scott, when he actually, it was John Bosch, when John Bosch told me that I was going to be hosting it last year, he strongly recommended not to draft at the Live drafts. And I thought, well, I'll just take pick 12 once I get in, because then I can, double tap the pick and go mingle and check the auction sheets and whatever. And I think that's the best strategy, but I don't love this 12th spot, quite frankly, but I feel like I got to do it again. So I did it again here. I think next year my plan is to plan better and to go to another city where I can live draft and then host Philadelphia with some help. We've got 5 drafts this year in Philadelphia. My hope next year, to all the people that didn't get in that hope to get in next year, is to expand it to potentially 8 drafts, maybe 10. Already looking at venues, want to do that, do it big, especially if we have another winner come out of Philly this year. We're going to need to do it big next year. So I don't know if I'll draft in Philly next year, but I am drafting at the 12th spot this year again. A couple guys from my actual home fantasy league got in this year and are going to be there. So I need to watch how much I hype up a player too, because it could give away some of my secrets for our draft later next month.
Yeah, and I think that we're seeing that more and more. People who are hosting are going to other cities to draft live. That more this year more than ever. I've heard that as a thing, Bob. Yeah, I think Bob can agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody that has drafted and hosted the first 4 years, at first it was more of a just the novelty, right? And then it felt like an obligation to keep drafting because I was doing it. And we had some divisions of death. So we all actually decided to do online, and we had probably about 25 new people for Boston this year that we did not have before. So it's going to be a fun draft, and we're going to do it at Patriot Place. And unfortunately, it's the same day as Philadelphia, because Philadelphia was on my list to go with those guys, because I'm going to be in New York with them.
Yeah, it feels like the East Coast is all next weekend. I know there's Baltimore this year. Maryland's doing, or DC's doing theirs, and then New York's the day before. I might try to get up to New York if I feel like I'm set and ready to go for Philly the next day. I don't know. Leaving town the day before our draft might be a little precarious if I don't have everything in a row, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I was in Cincy for the Cincy live draft last year, 2024, and I was staying with John Bosch, and he's like, "Oh, we're going to pick Zach up from the airport," and I'm like, "Zach's coming in from Orlando," and he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "But the Orlando draft is tomorrow," and so Zach flew to Cincinnati in the morning, helped with the draft, and then flew back to Orlando and hosted the Orlando draft the next day. So he has set precedent for, can you go to another city? He got on a plane, this guy. So not saying you got to do that, Colin. I'm not trying to push you. I'm saying.
Going to take baby steps. Yeah,
that's what I'm flying in the morning, fly out in the evening, and then right down to Foxborough.
Yeah, Bob's taking a 36-minute flight.
It's an hour and a half.
Hey, I don't blame you.
I'm going to Manchester, New Hampshire, because it's easier.
Oh. Gotcha.
I'm after the Philly draft, I've got to work a couple of days, but then I'm going to come back up to Vermont, and I'm taking a flight, and it's a 45-minute flight. It's not bad.
Yeah, I'm actually
blink of an eye
going up to Vermont in a few weeks myself. Actually, in a month.
Nice. Yeah, it's been beautiful so far. We just spent 4th of July up here, and we've got a house for the rest of the month. So
awesome.
Enjoying it. Yeah.
All right. So it's about 2:25. We're coming up to the close of the first half hour of 2 a.m. in the East Coast. And Colin, I want to make sure you get the opportunity to push out the things that you're working on one more time and tell the people where they can find you and all the good stuff going on in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys having me. I know it's really early in the morning. You guys have been at this for a while, but I appreciate the half-hour segment here. I'm actually shocked just seeing all the comments. I mean, I know people are tuning in, around the 24 hours, but it seems like 2 a.m. People are really rearing to go here. We got a lot of people leaving comments here in the chat. So hello, everyone that's tuning in right now. FTN Fantasy, yeah, I just joined them back in March. So I just spent a couple months with them, getting ready for the season. We've got our draft kit coming out. You can find all of my written work on FTN. Their social channels, I'm making videos there. I think Laquan, I don't know if Laquan was on earlier. Not sure who else from FTN was on here, but we got Herms, Tyler Orginski, #1 ranker last year on Fantasy Pros. He's actually going to be at the Philly live draft, so that's going to be kind of cool. Do a little FTN meetup there. Obviously, Jeff Ratcliffe's there. We got a lot of stuff going on. Tons of tools to help you guys. Jeff Ratcliffe has like I said, his draft strategy guide coming out. That's just one piece of the big puzzle we're putting together here to help you guys win your league this year. So I'm happy to be part of that team. I'm really happy to be representing them here on the Podathon here. Ready for the Philly live draft. I'm ready for everyone to start drafting tomorrow so I can see what my fellow 12th overall pick people are doing. The dream seems to be double tight end at the end of the first, early second. Haven't seen it too much, but I don't know. I think it could happen in person because I think a lot of quarterbacks are going to go in my league.
Bob and I are both 12s. I've seen some interesting stuff with the live drafts. I don't think it's going to happen. Maybe I get one of them. I don't think I'm going to get both of them. No, Laquan was not on. I was with Laquan in Las Vegas, though. Did spend some time with him. I consider him like my little brother in fantasy. I love Laquan. even though when I was out in LA in November, he did not make his way around. He's being a dad and all that stuff, and his kids are important. So, but what a great guy. Colin, great to speak with you. I look forward to meeting you in person in a couple of weeks, man. And best of luck in the rest of your planning and your new ventures with FTN.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting you too. If you need a cheesesteak, right across the street, strategically, great spot called Joe's. You can bring it into our venue, so make sure you do that if you're looking to try a Philly cheesesteak. If you haven't,
I mean, I have cousins that lived in Collegeville, and he has a chiropractic office in King of Prussia Mall. So I've been in and around the vicinity and in the neighborhood. I've been that way before, but I love a good cheesesteak. I'm all about eating local food when I go to these places. So I will absolutely have one that day.
Awesome, Sal. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Bob, nice to see you too. Everyone in the chat, thanks for tuning in, and I will see all your teams online. Can't wait.
See you. Bob, as we're getting ready to bring in this next group, are you signing off? As I think I see my next co-host hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm around.
So one thing I will say to you is that I think I'm looking so far ahead at the wrong. I had put in the chat the other day that someone had told me they had to bow out of their spot, and that's at 4 a.m. and I don't think that he's been replaced. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna have an opening at 4 o'clock. Which is 90 minutes away from now. If there's anything when you jump off, you're welcome to stay. But if there's anything we could do to
thank you very much, Sal, for
you know what I'm saying is if you wanted to go rest, if you wanted to get some sleep, go do it. But I'm not telling you have to. We're gonna have an open spot at 4 a.m. So either Jorge and I are gonna be doing a lot.
I can come up with something by then. I can come up with something.
Definitely come up with something. I'm going to bring Jorge in because he's joining me and going to help take me over the next. Is it 3 hours or 2.5?
I think 4 a.m. is my last spot actually for the first part of the morning hours. But if you need somebody, if I didn't put it in there in the show sheet, then definitely let's keep going. Let's keep rocking and rolling.
It was the 4 a.m. slot for the guest. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's what I mean. Yeah, the 4 a.m. guest is not there.
We should have made Mike Wright. We should have made Mike Wright show up for that.
Punishment for missing his spot earlier yesterday.
I'm going to text him.
Or his reward, actually. He has no competition. He doesn't worry about.
It's not even midnight there yet.
Yeah. See, here we go.
It's definitely midnight there.
No, it's not.
At 4 a.m. I meant. At 4 a.m. it would be.
Oh no! Right now. Right now. You can still shoot him a message.
Well, let me get this out of the way right here, and I don't mean to say get it out of the way, but I still want to make sure I forget about these guys. And Game Blazers is sponsoring the entire 24 hours of the Scott Fishbowl Podathon, and it's collecting gaming and DFS all in one amazing app. Game Blazers is the new way to play fantasy sports with entertainment that goes way beyond the final whistle. Try it today and use promo code SFB15 when you sign up, so Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. And don't forget to check out this special Scott Fishbowl packs. It's buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today. And as we get ready to bring in our next group, we might have some guys here,
I might have just messaged one of them because I got to start studying for tomorrow's draft.
We have Dustin and we have Byron here in the chat. What is up, gents? Welcome back to the SFB Podathon.
What's up? What's up? How are you doing, Sal? How was in a week?
When I did the SFB Podathon 8 years ago for the first time, I was 42 years old, which is, that's a reasonable age. Now I am 50, approaching 51 next month, and I noticed that the blood wasn't flowing greatly to my legs after sitting in this chair for like 13 hours. So you may have caught me like a segment ago, standing up for a little while. And
I'm glad he said legs, and I'm really glad he said legs. I didn't know where he was
Hello,
going with that.
Podathon after dark here. Here we go.
I mean,
Yes.
all those things are located below the waistline. So,
we know you've been sitting on ice anyway, so what's another session, right?
yeah.
And speaking of which, I do need to thank Bob for my express delivery of my Sal got snipped harp. So thank you very much for that.
That is amazing.
Those came fantasy kids.
They were instant. They were downloadable.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. It came through in a big spot.
Please send me a picture of that after this segment, please.
Of course.
That is amazing.
That could be the new thumbnail.
You guys have joined us before, right? I know I'm getting delirious, but I've definitely spoken to both of you gentlemen before here on the S&P Podathon. But remind everybody who the hell you are, what the hell you do, and what the hell is going on.
You go ahead, Dustin.
Hey, I'm Dustin Ledke. You can find me at the DUnit13 on Twitter. I work for the Fantasy Sports Advice Network. You can find all my articles there, fsan.com. And then I do a non-football podcast most Tuesday nights. Actually, this week it's a special one on Wednesday night. I've got keynote speaker Sam Dema coming on. We're talking about living a life of positivity and kindness. So I'm excited for that one.
Very apt as well, it feels like. Nice time. Yeah. My name is John Byrne or Byron or Byronchenko, whatever you prefer. I podcast, YouTube, etc. for Good Teams Win, Great Teams Cover. We mainly cover betting, but this summer we are going to get into fantasy because I just talk about it every week anyway. So finally beating down my co-host into letting me do it officially. And I also do projection sheets for all of our charity events, Fantasy Cares, Eliminators, Scott Fishbowl. If you have a weird scoring setup, please let me know, and I'll do my best to create a scoring sheet for it using Mike Clay's projections, who is the best projector in the business, in my opinion. He has 3 projections that are very comprehensive. They include IDP. If you are a Travis Hunter draftee, potentially, you might be interested in such a thing. And he done great work with the returners last year also. So, yeah, Mike Clay, we all know he's a Scott Fishbowl winner. So, yeah, I just steal his projections and then do all the math to make them format relevant, and I think that's why I kind of get on here, because I do it for Scott Fish every year. And I do a little social media for Fantasy Cares as well. But yeah, nothing like Dusty. I'm not quite as in depth on everything. Our Good Teams Win, we're a smaller account, but we have a lot of fun doing it, and really that's my biggest goal. I'm too old to be trying to make a career, so
You say smaller account, but you have basically a following, and you have basically every single social account, your podcast, Apple and Spotify, and TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. I mean, you all are crushing it. This is awesome to finally get a chance to speak with you all, both of y'all. Dustin, good to see you again as well, and all your work at Fantasy Sports Advice Network. It's a great time to talk shop, and I really like the fact that you mentioned, Dustin, your Bridge the Gap podcast, and how that we were talking about how that spreads a lot of positivity. And Sal, I think you'd agree, this kind of really ties into what Scott Fishbowl is really all about here.
It really is. And I think for me, I started the Bridge the Gap maybe 6 months ago, and I was trying to do some football, kind of some other stuff, but what people were really gravitating to was the stuff that was non-football related. So I had Toronto Dave on, and we talked about counseling and mental health kind of stuff. I've had people talk about music and kind of what music means to people, and people like those kind of episodes. And I just wanted to have conversations. So the podcast is really just set up to have conversations with people about different topics. So I had a friend of mine who's a CEO on, and we talked about coaching and mentoring and what that looks like. And then I reached out to Sam Dema, who's you just found him on my YouTube feed. He's a keynote speaker from Canada who talks a lot about, positivity. He's got, a couple key sayings, and how, living a life of kindness can't be, kindness can't be a strategy, but it can definitely open doors. So he's going to come on. We actually do it on Wednesday because his Tuesday nights are pretty packed, but it's a live show. And the whole thought process is a conversation between me, the guest, and the chat, so people can hop in. So this week it'll be Wednesday at 8 Eastern. So it's kind of a 3-person conversation is the hope that, get some chat people come in, ask questions. So we'll cover anything on that podcast, from positivity to, business stuff to, I'm hoping to get people on to talk about burnout. We'll get people on to talk about, whatever. If someone, if I can find someone who's an expert on, cars, maybe we'll talk cars one night, whatever it might be. It's just one of those conversation pieces where we can just come on and hopefully you walk away with, some thought-provoking things and continue a conversation elsewhere. But I do love getting on here and other places and talking football. I know, Jorge, we've talked, about football and going to credentialed events like the draft and the combine. Sal, we talked last year, and we talked at the expo. So love talking football as well.
Yeah, I want to say when I said introduce you guys, I know we talked on here before. I did not forget, Dustin, that we hung out at the the expo last year, and actually you gave me a ride. So
I did.
So I do remember you very well. We had a good time, and the expo was great for me. I've never gotten to go before last year. You know, every year we do this Podathon, and the expo is like about a month away, and every year like that momentum, it's like I want to buy you a drink, I want to meet you, and it's like work was always a little tight. I take a very specific trip that week, and last year I was like, screw it. I shortened that trip. I'm going, and now I'm going back again this year, and I'm hoping you're going to be there again.
I will not be there this year, unfortunately. Just things with wife and my work, it just hasn't worked out, so I'm not going to be there this year. I had a blast last year. It was the second year I got to go. You know, I love, being a resource, like giving you guys a ride. It's just, that's my role, I find, in this space, is just be a resource for people, whatever it is. Like, you need a ride, you need help with something, like hit me up, I'll help you out. I've got, contacts and spreadsheets, and that's my role right now, is just be a connector and a resource to whatever people need.
Is that the next bridge, Dustin? Conversations in cars with Dustin.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
I'd love that. We had a blast. The ride to Jose's Landing is not long, but it was just a blast. It was me, Sal. Who was in the car? There's me, you, I think Coop, and Mike.
Was it Viola?
Yeah, I think it was Viola. We just had a blast, just talking, sharing stories. We just had a good old time.
Yeah, we definitely had a blast, and we'll miss you there this year. But it's the same. I know how it goes. You get busy,
It gets how it goes.
Absolutely.
But, it's always good. I'm hoping I can wrap up my fishbowl draft tomorrow. We are in round 20 right now, midway through round 20. Drafted Madison live. So, hey, Sal, if you're looking for a place to come next year, Madison, Wisconsin, coming up. I got a spare bedroom you can stay at. Well, you come over here, hang out at the live draft. We had a good time. We had 3 leagues this year. Lots of fun. So, almost wrapped up our draft now.
And it's a small group, but a lot of good people. We had Jake Trowbridge on earlier.
Yep.
Who was there. We had some other people. It was definitely at least one other person.
Yeah, I mean, Tootsie, Rachel came down from Minnesota. John McGlynn came up from Chicago. Jim Coventry came up from Chicago. We had a great group of guys and girls there just having fun drafting. We had 3 leagues, and I think we had 40-some people. The venue is great. They donate 10% of all the proceeds to the charity. So the more you eat and drink, the better off everything is. So can't go wrong with that.
It's funny because I yelled at McGlynn. I went to Chicago. The Chicago draft was the same day.
Yes.
And John and I, we've talked for years because in our professional lives outside of fantasy football, we do similar work. I was like, he's like, we could have talked about that when we were there together. And I'm like, I show up in Chicago, you go to Wisconsin. So I'll get him somewhere in some city at some point.
Yeah, I normally come down to the past 2 years. I've gone to Chicago just to hang out and help out. And but to being on the same day, I couldn't make it work this year. So next year I'll be at both probably again.
I'm curious, Byron, did you attend, or were you planning on attending the any of the London Scott Fishbowl live drafts, or were you just going to do it online this year, or have you ever done the London live draft before?
No, and spoiler alert, my accent fools everybody because I live just outside Chicago.
Yes, it fooled me right there. That's
well, I mean, the worst thing as well, like our podcast is 3 British guys, but one lives in Toronto, one lives in Chicago land, as they call it, and we're still in England. But yeah, we got it as a UK based podcast all the time because hello,
go figure. Yeah,
I didn't go into Chicago. I've wanted to, but I don't drive, and it's like a real trek, like to get there with public transport from where I am. And I feel terrible asking my wife to give up like an entire day for something she has basically no interest in.
Found a way to get in.
I know. I don't like being a burden also, and
it's not a burden.
I know.
Sal would have came and got you.
I'm very well. If we have a conversation in the car with Sal, now we're talking.
That's the ticket right there. Conversation with Sal. Get Sal in a car, especially late at night. You get a good time.
He's just gonna put you on his back and bring
at Sal's age, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not a gentleman. Well, I'm not a light man. I'm very gentle. Are we going after dark again already? Jeez Louise. I think Chicago next year though is on my bucket list.
We demand that you show up next year, Byron. We demand it.
Okay, well, yes, sir. But no, I've never
Yeah,
done a live. I did do I think it was SFB 11. Val, you might remember. I know you've done a lot of these. We done a live draft on the Podathon. It was on Sleeper.
Yes.
I was in that one, so I was kind of drafting live-ish, just without the in-person element. And that was a fun experience. I think it went like 11 rounds. I don't think we finished it because that would have been a hell of a chunk. And I'm sure, Sal might not mind having a 4-hour chunk of just watching us draft and snoozing. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we had just an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And we done a live draft.
I recall that.
That was fun, yeah. But that's the closest I've got, yeah.
The like 5 or 6 spots, and then we grabbed a few other people to finish up on the Podathon night. Yeah.
I love Reebok Joe's comment in the chat over on YouTube. Typical Chicago accent. Don't know how everyone missed it. Love it.
I've lived here 7 years. So at some point, my accent will realize I am an American citizen at this point as well. For as long as good as that is, I have paperwork, but what does that matter?
Anything.
Yeah. But yeah, it is wild that my accent just will not change. My wife's American, so it's not like I'm surrounded by British people. I work with Americans. I'm very open. It just will not disappear.
You mentioned, and I'm sure this is not an isolated situation where one person in a relationship will be pro fantasy football. The other person is like, oh, that's not my bag. I just, we agree to disagree on what we consider fun. So my wife and I, we both play fantasy football. I'm definitely the more hardcore of the two. And she's actually competing against me in Scott Fishbowl. And the trash talking has been a little extreme on her part. Like, I'm like, let's be civil, good game, yada, yada, yada. Let's have it a go. And she's like, oh, I'm going to absolutely crush you and rub it in your face in front of your friends. I'm like, wow, like extreme, but I love it at the same time, if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is this her first year in Scott Fishbowl?
This is her first year in Scott Fishbowl. Absolutely. Yep.
Not her first year of fantasy, though.
No. She has kicked my butt plenty of other times. So yeah, it's definitely because, of course, that's how it goes, right? Yeah.
My wife does not get it at all. She does not understand. She doesn't get fantasy football. She just rolls her eyes when I tell her things. I'm trying to get my 11-year-old son into it. So if I get him, I think maybe we'll wait and see her come around a little bit, but I doubt it.
My 9-month-old is already being indoctrinated into the NFL and all things geekdom and fandom, and I'll get him in on fantasy eventually. So one day at a time.
One day.
My wife thought I was making this all up, that people would donate and play this fake game, and she thought I was nuts until we started buying toys and making donations to places. She goes, oh, I guess that is real.
For speaking as a guy whose son is into fantasy football, my son is 23 now. He'll be 24 actually. He also has a birthday coming up, Gary. His birthday is July 25th.
Happy early birthday.
I got him into it young. That was definitely a strategic plan on my behalf. And my oldest league, my 1994 league, the final 2 years of existence, because that ended in COVID year 2020. My son was in it. So it had come full circle for me. I had started in that league when I was 20 years old, and my son got to be in it when he was a teenager. And that was really a fun moment for me, getting to compete against him. And I remember his first year he played was Patrick Mahomes' second season, right? Because in his rookie season, he only played one game.
Against Denver,
and my son drafted him. And I remember after the draft, I forget who the player was that became available, and he dropped Mahomes and he picked up that player. And I said to him, I'm going to give you 24 hours to rethink that decision. But in 24 hours, I'm going to pick him up. And my son did pick him back up, and he made the championship that year. And I probably would have won the whole thing myself if I picked him up. But it was definitely a proud dad moment for me to see him get that deep. He did end up losing in the championship. And now that he does, he's 23 and he's led, he commissions a bunch of leagues with his friends, and he's carrying on that tradition of home leagues and in-person live drafts. And he will be drafting live for the second time in the New York City Scott Fishbowl draft this year. It's great to have him involved in it, and he's woefully more intelligent than his father when it comes to this stuff. I speak better and louder, and I'm a little bit confident, so I still reign supreme.
Nice.
Well, maybe not after today. You might not be speaking louder, but eventually.
I'll have it back by the 19th. Don't worry. So
Sal, I've been watching today, and I know you've talked a lot about your fitness routine, and I'm going in a couple weeks to this new place called the Stretch Lab. They're like a professional stretching place, and I know you were talking about stretching at our older ages that we need to stretch more. So it's something you should look into. It's like a massage, but they just stretch you. It's like professional physical therapists that just stretch you out.
You're going down the road there for a second there, Dustin. I didn't know where things
were
going.
No.
I'm sorry. You corrected that one real quick.
They stretch your hamstrings and muscles. And
I got to tell you this. I brought up David Goggins earlier. You guys know who David Goggins is?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I do, actually. Yeah, you go ahead. Sorry.
So I would recommend you listen to David Goggins' books on Audible. Don't read them. I mean, you can read them, but David Goggins, both of his books, You Can't Break Me and Not Finished Yet, not only they're both emotionally inspiring, but they do the live read in a podcast format. So somebody else reads the book, but David Goggins is in the studio. And they'll break off into a sidebar podcast about each chapter. And no sidebar podcast and the insight that you get into the book, you're not going to get if you read it. But David Goggins was a severely overweight man who was going nowhere in life, as he tells the story, and came from an abusive background. And he just decided in his 20s he wanted to be a Navy SEAL. And when he walked into the office overweight and terribly out of shape, they laughed at him. And I'll let you listen to the book and cut to the long and short of it. But eventually he became an ultra marathon runner, and he runs all these 100-mile races and 200-mile races. But in his 30s, he felt like he was going to die at one point. He had put his body through so much that it was giving out on him. And as he laid in the hospital and he thought to himself that this was it, he started to do a stretching routine. And stretching literally changed his life. So when I tell you that your body will age a lot quicker for a lot of reasons, but if you just do a daily stretching routine where you keep yourself limber, hey, how you doing? Limber, and do some cardio. You don't have to lift weights. Cardio, stretch, eat a little bit better. You'll be healthy. I mean, I incorporated lifting weights because I have the time now. Like my kids are older, and I said, okay, I have this time to focus on real good, positive health. So, yeah, I do appreciate the new healthier lifestyle that I lead. I mean, I still enjoy a drink here and there, and if I'm going to go out to dinner with friends, I'm going to enjoy dinner with friends. But for 90% of my time, I try to be healthy.
You had quite a few carbs in Chicago. I was counting.
You were counting his carbs.
I'm a carb counter myself.
Understood.
Because I've got type 1s in my house, but not my own personal carbs, just theirs.
I have never once looked at a nutritional fact of anything. I don't care.
I mean, I put down a loaf of banana bread and
82 ounces of Starbucks.
Well, 74. We're 74. Yeah.
This is 48. And the other one I drank earlier was 48.
Hey, 1 gram of protein. That's all that matters, right?
There's 2 in the banana bread.
Ooh, you're getting your protein in.
Sal, as somebody who's kind of along the weight loss journey and the getting back into shape journey, there are 2 things I have noticed that, for example, like the eating healthy as best as possible. We all have been at a point where it's like, let's like just binge on horrible food. And it's like, we could eat massive quantities. But then when you start to look at like, okay, let's start getting your calories from healthy food. Like sometimes it takes like a lot of healthy food to meet that caloric, number. Like, for example, like something as simple as like vegetables or salad. Well, they have a low calorie count, but it's like, well, I need my 2,000 calories. So you're going to eat a lot of this stuff. So it takes a lot of discipline. And I don't know if you all are familiar with, and this is the pro wrestling fan in me coming out, but Diamond Dallas Page, he has this thing called DDP yoga. And I've seen the Diamond Cutter, right? Love it. So I've seen a couple episodes of the documentary that he's done with like Scott Hall and Jake the Snake. And Recently, I saw like this 10-minute vignette, which you could find over on their Facebook page, where it's Butterbean. Remember the old boxer from the 90s?
Oh yeah.
And he was just such a bad situation, bad shape, and even DDP was like, I don't know if I can help this guy. And it just goes to show you, something, whether it's stretching, yoga, things that people don't really talk more enough about, which I think is a shame. It can go a long way into restoring a good quality of life there.
I think what's great as well, I don't know if this is in the US as well, but I have 2 nephews. They do yoga at school. They're 8 and 10, 9 and 11, that age range. They've been doing yoga at school for like 3 or 4 years. They absolutely love it. And like the meditative qualities as well as the physical qualities. Like, geez, I mean, when I was a kid, we played soccer, maybe tennis in the summer, and that was your lot. And now they're doing yoga, and I'm just like, oh my God, that is so great.
So I'd be remiss if we didn't get into some mental yoga as far as Scott Fishbowl here, in terms of strategies. Obviously, thank you very much. I practice these segues every once in a while, and sometimes they hit, sometimes more often than not they miss. But with the 2.5 points per reception and half point per carry, like what are you guys thinking? Dustin, let's start with you.
For me, I was listening to the guys from Undroppables a little bit ago, and they were talking about, just the quality of it. And I'm looking for, I just couldn't take a running back early. I didn't like where they were. It's 5 carries to equal 1 reception. So unless I'm getting a running back that is a huge pass catcher, I don't really care. And I think you can get those late. So I didn't take a running back in my draft until the 8th round, where I took Aaron Jones. Just to me, there just didn't seem to be enough volume for the guys. Just didn't love them, where there was the potential for them to drop off. You're looking at guys, Amari and Hampton went at 403. Like, we don't know what that workshare looks like. So I'm going with wide receiver, especially the high end ones. So I went Josh Allen 1, Puka in the 2nd, Bo Nix in the 3rd, and Garrett Wilson in the 4th, Travis Kelce in the 5th. I'll take the guys who are going to get, 90 to 100 receptions over a guy who's going to get, 120 carries. Or, they have to really get 300, 250, 300 carries, or 200 carries and 50 receptions to really match those numbers. And those guys are few and far between. The guys there I just didn't like, the Chuba Hubbards, who, 250 carries last year, 54 targets. He might be there, but I just didn't love it. So, and I got some value late in Aaron Jones, Rashad White, Tyler Algier, Nick Chubb. So I'll take some guys later on who can get some back end work.
Aaron Jones is screaming value in the 8th. I don't know what pick you were, but his ADP is 61. So.
Yeah, I was 2nd overall, and I went 2nd all over, so I get Josh Allen because that's just my guy, and went from there.
Somebody's talking about how scoring is a little bit different on MFL from sleeper. You get the target points over there on MFL. Do you feel that makes them more advantageous? Which, by the way, is a great word, Reebok Joe. I'm proud of you for knowing that one.
I mean, it can. It certainly can. I mean, I think this is a year with being all flex and being this volume play and not having to, fit a roster construction. Just go get your guys. I mean, I'm not looking to win the sucker. Like, I'd love it if I, make the playoffs. That's good enough for me. For me, it's all about community and the positivity. But I want to get the guys that I enjoy. That's why I went Bo Nix in the 3rd round, because I wanted Bo Nix. I like Bo Nix. I think he's fun to watch. And I'll go from there. And I think receivers are being undervalued because everyone is going volume, running backs. I mean, everybody did that last year with kick returners. It was like, we're going to take Chris Olave, or Rashid Shaheed super early. It's like, what did that do for you? I get he got hurt, but
Rashid Shaheed was a top 5 player in points per game. Let's be fair.
Tarpon was the number 3 wide receiver.
Yeah. Like, if Rashid Shaheed hadn't got injured, he was a league winner.
Yeah.
The general thing of taking 40 of them.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is that people were loading up with a ton of them, and it just didn't pan out for people as much as people thought it was. We saw at Madison Live, Travis Hunter went 3rd overall in one division. I think he went in the 3rd or 4th round in our division. I think people were right. They're steering too much into scoring and going, oh my gosh, if I can get that one outlier player because of scoring, that's why you're probably not going to get it.
Yeah, and I only defend Rashid Shaheed because I have to. He is.
When he was healthy, he was great.
Returner.
He wasn't healthy. Yeah.
Rashid Shaheed, I will defend with my life.
You signed a sponsorship contract with Shaheed, and that's why you have to say all the good things. I got you.
If you get in the Soap Gang, you have to be Rashid Shaheed, boy. Those are just the rules.
I'm on to your game there.
Pretty sure.
Fellas, we're getting to the bottom of the hour. We're up against it, about to turn over. So I want to give you both one more opportunity to talk about your work and where you can be found. So we'll start with Dustin.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at the DUnit13. DMs are always open. You can hit me up if you ever have a question or need advice or need a link or just looking for something to help out. I'm always there. And you can find all my work at the Fantasy Sports Advice Network, so FSAN.com.
Sweet. Byron.
Yeah, you find me at Byronchenko everywhere, or at GTW_GTC is our podcast YouTube show. We're just about to start doing State of the Divisions. We're finishing up State of the Divisions in the coming weeks. And if you need a projection sheet for Scott Fishbowl, please just send me a DM with a Fantasy Cares receipt, and you will get an incredibly useful spreadsheet with sleeps going on, MFLs going on, live ADP on it. Yeah, it's a very useful resource, and it costs you nothing because you should have already spotted Fantasy Cares.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Fantastic.
And you can always reach out to you on fantasykids.org.
You come
everywhere.
Exactly.
Beautiful job, fellas, and we'll see you in the funny pages. Talk to you soon.
Appreciate you guys.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're moving right along. Jorge, do you have the live reads by any chance?
I can pull those up for you in a little bit. Just give me 1 second. Let me get to that.
All right, Byron got another one. He got another guy with thinking he was in England.
It's no longer available on the Google sheet there, Sal. So I don't know where that went, to be honest.
So guess who's got to do double duty over here?
I'm sorry.
We throw them in the. Why aren't they in the side chat?
I don't know.
Yeah, they were on the Google sheet earlier today. I don't know.
We have all the technical stuff to other people. So what I want to let everybody know is that Game Blazers is sponsoring all 24 hours of this SFB Podathon. And at Game Blazers, you can build your squad, choose your lineups, and win cash. At Game Blazers, you can enter free weekly contests to win huge prizes with your inventory, plus earn more rewards with roster upgrade challenges and mini games. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchased you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fish pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack and get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. So sign up today.
See, I could never match that. Why would you even ask me if I could do the read? You do it so well.
As Vince has pointed out, I do have an angelic voice.
You do. You really do. You have a voice for podcasting and live streaming. So there you go.
Yes. Woo. So I gotta go about this way. I'm gonna bring on this guy first, and that's Jonathon. And the reason I'm bringing you on is because I am so tired of seeing this other guy that he's joining you here. I mean, people have said, Sal, you're doing all the live drafts, you're going everywhere. I am not even sniffing what this other guy who's joining you is doing. So I want to give you a little attention before we bring him on here, because he's just Mr. Spotlight lately.
What's up? How we doing?
We're doing great. What's shaking with you? I mean, what do? You hang out with Brett? You work with Brett? What's your relation with Brett?
Honestly, I don't. I've never met him. I just was. Yeah, I was put with him, and I'm just stoked to be here.
So I don't do the booking of the guests anymore. So I wasn't even aware of you guys. So let me ask you a question. Have you stepped out of your home at all in the last month?
Have I?
Yeah.
I have, yes.
How have you not run into Brett Lanier? I mean, this guy is everywhere. Everywhere in Fantasyville, USA. Here he is, Brett Lanier. And as Bob jumps off, Jonathon, we'll let Jonathon finishing introducing himself, Brett, and what he does in the fantasy community, and we'll get over to you. Go ahead, Jonathon.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, my name is Jonathon. I'm known as Holler. I'm part of the Fantasy Effect. We just got started actually a couple years ago. Me and a couple of my buddies, and then we started a Discord last summer. We've got over 100 people in there. It's just honestly a really good community. We have a live show every Wednesday, and it's a lot of fun. I don't like to brag that like we're the smartest guys, but honestly, we just like to have a good time and create a good community.
That's awesome. And let me kick it over to Brett Lanier, Better Vision, Brett himself. And I've gotten to know Brett over the last couple of years, and live and in person the last two. And I know he's what type of guy who takes a good joke. That's why I rib him. But Brett, tell everybody who you are and what it is that you do.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Sal. Jonathon, great to meet you.
You as well.
Good to see you again, Wright.
Good to see you.
So I'm the founder of a company called Better Vision. It's a aggregation app, so it allows you to connect all your daily fantasy and sports betting accounts and have everything in one place. So basically built it to solve my own problem. Bit of a degenerate, a lot of different apps, and just needed something to simplify my life. So
amen.
Yeah, that's it. I'm here in the Baltimore area, but I've been traveling all over the country the last couple weeks, and for the next few, trying to hit up as many Scott Fishbowl live drafts as possible.
I feel like simplify your life and fantasy football is an oxymoron.
Yeah. So like the problem is I built this to make it easier to like manage all my leagues, and then I joined like 50 more leagues because it was easier. Because I needed to try all the different types. I learned about Campus to Canton, so I joined one of those this year. I learned about the Ozempic trials ones. I'm trying those. Anytime I hear about a new league, I'm like, that sounds cool. Can I join?
I'm not familiar with the Ozempic trial league. There's Ozempic trial leagues.
Yeah. Chuck Bass put it on. It's I think he started them last year, and you essentially you draft 20 players, and after every week you have to cut a player, and you just keep cutting them every week. And after
for the weight loss. Okay, I see what you're doing there. Okay,
yeah.
Now I got it.
There's no more bench, and if you got a guy with a bye week and you're taking a 0, and then eventually you get down to the final 4, like you're in the championship. You've got last year it was 1 quarterback, 1 wide receiver, 1 running back, 1 tight end.
So basically, a fantasy manager gets their roster injection weekly with brand new talent when people are eliminated week from week. Okay, I see what you did there.
Yeah,
picked up on that like this.
Yeah, well, I'm in those. Full disclosure, I take Ozempic. I've been using it. It's been really helping me with my weight loss journey. So I as soon as you said that word, I was like, ding, that registered. So when I was researching, both of you all a little bit more, I'm very curious how this 30-minute segment is going to go, because if what I've seen on your both Twitter profiles are correct, we got Baltimore and we got Los Angeles. One of you all is going to fade faster than the other, or maybe neither of you. Maybe both of you are going to bring the energy all night long here. No, I'm a huge fan of both of what you all do. The app, there, Brett is amazing. The fact that you can incorporate all these different platforms is great. And Jonathan, the fantasy effect. I went back and I've been watching a few episodes here. You all do. You guys just make it fun. You make it fun. It's really entertaining. You put out great content. So I think we're really fortunate enough to have both of you on for this segment.
Appreciate it.
Well, let's talk about Scott Fishbowl a little bit here. And Jonathan, how many times have you played in the Scott Fishbowl?
Yeah, this is my first year. I actually since like 20 or Scott Fishbowl 12, I've been signing up and hoping to get in. And then this year it was from Football Guys. I just retweeted one of theirs, liked it, and then like one Monday morning I woke up and I looked at I won, and I was like, awesome, this is great. And then I signed up to be a part of the Podathon, and I got on that as well, and I was like, this is awesome. So it's just like every year I've been trying to get in. I've been on other charity events, and I really like, I'm in like 50 dynasty leagues, and like I love that, but I think the most fun is the charity leagues, right? It's just giving back and things like that. It's awesome to win, right? But I think at the end of the day, putting money into charity is what's the greatest.
Did you say 15 or 50?
50. Yeah,
Wow.
it's through COVID and everything, it just blew up. And then like every year I'm like, I'm gonna cut it down. And then somebody else comes up with, hey, I'm gonna do this startup, and it's like, you reel me back in.
Networking. You're trying to network. You're trying to
Exactly.
you're trying to make your bones in the business. And I mean, I'm been around these streets about 11 years now, so I remember I had that mentality. And now I'm not young like you anymore. You look like you're about half my age, but it's fun, and you meet a lot of different people, and what you come across in there. Brett talked about some of these different type of leagues that he plays in. So give me the wildest, weirdest rules, or the type of league you're in that's different. Are you in any leagues that are like stray from the norm?
Yeah, I'm in a couple C2C leagues and then Debbie leagues. I guess those would be the biggest ones that stray. I'm in one home redraft league that we have 3 keepers. So I've kept Alvin Kamara for like the last 6 or 7 years because I got him undrafted one year, and so I get him in the 15th round. So like I think that's one of my favorite leagues. Obviously, it's a home league, and with a bunch of my friends. But outside of that, like with these different charity leagues, those like I really, really enjoy that because those are where I'm getting into those different types of leagues, right? I feel like I'm starting to get to a point where all these dynasty leagues are getting kind of like repetitive. But like you said, it's just like I get reeled back in with new people, and it's just like super fun still for me.
Have you met or come across John Bosch?
I have never met him, but I've come across him and I know of him. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna make sure you get into a John Bosch dynasty league, and I've played in many of them over the years. And John creates very interesting leagues. I'm going to tell you about a league I was in for him. It was called Power Hungry. It was my first. Well, it wasn't my first dynasty league, but I had played dynasty and had stopped for a few years. But when I stepped back into fantasy the way I did now, Power Hungry legitimately had superpowers. So you would draft players, but you would also draft the superpowers, and you could use those superpowers. Some had positive, some had negative. You could use some of them 2 times. You could use some of them 3 times. And after you use them, they went back into the following auction. And by the way, John Bosch does not draft in any of his leagues. All of his leagues are very painful auctions where he will redline you to death just to rip your soul out for $1 single dollar. So until you're played in the John Bosch Dynasty League, you've experienced nothing. And I've been in other leagues of his, but the superpowers was tremendous. Power Hungry. I was in another one. I don't know if it was called Supremacy. And Supremacy was 5 or 6 leagues in one league. And it was a redraft league. It was an auction redraft, redraft league. It was an auction dynasty league. It was a DFS league. And it was all those leagues. And the league will not end until somebody wins every one of those.
Wow, that's
So
awesome.
it can go on forever. And you get supremacy value for every year that you win something. And your cumulative points. And there's a big payoff when the money carries over. So if you want to be in wild leagues, I recommend you go join the John Bosch League. And yeah, Alan Hepp, our buddy Hepp is here. He won Power Hungry in 2019. So
that was years ago, though. That was years ago. I mean, I've won 2022, 2023.
Humble brag. I got you.
I was second in 2024.
I am no longer in a league. I couldn't take it anymore as my personal real life job got way more busy. I had to cut John Bosch out of my life. It was better for everybody. But if you want to continue on interesting stuff, so Brent, let's get back to your world tour. How many fishbowl drafts have you been to this year so far?
So far, 4. I missed. I'm going to 8, which is almost the most you can do. You can do 9, based on the way different city every day. There's a day of a draft. But I didn't get to Cincinnati after Vegas. That was my one mistake. So went Vegas the first weekend, drafted for the tadpole there live, and then drove to Buffalo last weekend, then drove to Chicago, then drove back, did Pittsburgh this weekend. Next weekend, it's Charlotte and D.C., and the weekend after that, New York and Baltimore, and that's where I'll draft live in Baltimore for Scott Fish Bowl. So I'm drafting on the first day and the last day, tadpole and regular Scott Fish Bowl.
And some people would say missing the Cincinnati Live was not a mistake because, again, John Bosch.
I talked to John today in Pittsburgh, and he's going to 7 live drafts, and so he was a little upset I took the crown this year. But he was talking about Cincy and how amazing it was, and I was like, I definitely want to get out there. I want to get there. Minneapolis, Kansas City. Joel Cox has asked me to come out there, so yeah, want to hit as many as I can at some point. Just rotate them.
I did Cincy in 2024, and it's a tremendous group of fantasy folks in Cincinnati. I mean, I couldn't believe how many people who I knew of that were really from that area and at that live draft. So I do recommend that one. Like you, I mean, I can't get to as many as you get to. I will be at 4 this year. I was intending to do 5, but I think I had to cut Orlando out for work purposes. And each year I try to go to new ones in different cities. Now, Minnesota was going to be on my list for 2026, but I may sneak over to see Scott Fish's home league draft, which would get me to Minnesota this August. So I know for sure I will do Vegas again next year, and right now I have Seattle and Arizona on my list for 2026.
Wow. Come out to LA.
Where in LA are you?
I'm in Culver City, so like right by the airport. I plan to go next week on Saturday to the live draft. I'm not drafting there, but yeah, I mean, I want to go and just network.
Feel the energy.
So much fun.
Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
So this is why the overnight hours is so great. First time in the fishbowl, first time on the Podathon. He's going to the live event. That right there is why he didn't care what time he was getting on the Podathon. He got on. He showed up. He's going to a draft. That's exactly what the overnight's about.
John, so like, I was just gonna say, like, just how cool it is. Like, I got the email and then I posted it on X, and just like it blew up. Like, I just feel like the community is just so dang cool. And that's just I can feel the energy, and so I just want to add to that.
It's a very welcoming and wonderful community of people that look to help others. I was out in LA in November because my daughter lives in Studio City, so
cool.
I'll be out there at some point probably this year again. I might go do Thanksgiving out there with her this year. But I get to one of those lives. The Trophy Smack was the title sponsor of the Podathon years ago. I love Matt. I love what they do out there, Dax, and remember when they were first on
Shark Tank.
How fun it was to see those guys out there and what they've grown into. They're a lot of fun, and they're always gracious in opening up their facility to do the live draft out there. So eventually I think I'll make it out there for them.
Yeah, I think it's like downtown this year at a brewery. So
yeah,
I think it's different hosts this year, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I just wanted to give them a shout out for their great work in the past. But
yeah, Trophy Smack's awesome.
Yeah, they've grown tremendously in the business. And I'd like to, if you guys have been following along about all the places that I gave, they're starting fantasy. I would like to remind Trophy Smack that things really took off after they sponsored the S&P Podathon. So, shout out to me for making Trophy Smack everything that they are today. And Mark Cuban, if you want to reach out to me and send me a little something, I wouldn't be upset about that either.
You should have a custom belt. I don't know why you don't have one already. They should make a custom belt for you there. So,
guy who helped jumpstart our careers would be the best.
Yeah, right.
Jonathan, is your belt a fantasy football one? Or?
It is, yeah. So I was in the SCBT first year of a charity event, and I won. It was best ball charity event, and so yep, it was pretty cool.
These guys are getting this stuff for the first year win. I don't know if you followed along earlier, but last year's SFP champion, it was his first year in the Scott Fish Bowl. So we're just assuming you're going to make the finals this year, John.
That's the hope. I've been doing some research trying to figure it out, but I was just thinking about it a little bit more. It's like I think I'm not going to really have a huge plan, right, and just go with the punches, right, and see what I'm in the 10 spot. So we'll just see who falls to me, right, and then get my favorite players. One of my favorite players is Puka, so I might have to get him at 203, and I think that's a fine spot. But I think the biggest thing is just not like being locked into a certain strategy, right? Like obviously I know the scoring and whatever, but I think a lot of times it's just see what other drafters are doing and go from there.
So is this Puka Nacua just because he is a Ram and you're in, or is there more to that?
No. So basically in like through Fantasy Effect and everything, when we just got started, he was one of the rookies that I hyped up before, and I really loved at the draft combine. He had a great showing, and from then I was just hyping him up on our shows and things like that. And still, people didn't listen to me. And then I had a ton of Puka, and he went off his first year, and so that's just kind of my claim to fame in our Discord is like I'm the Puka guy. And then he ended up being on the Rams, and then last year I went to Rams camp with my newborn. He was I think he was like 8 or 9 months, and we got his signature. And from then, it's just been he's just awesome,
Fan
super
for life.
cool guy. Exactly.
Well, first of all, congratulations on the baby. I mean, Jorge is a recent dad as well, and
awesome.
That's amazing. And that reminds me of, I lived on Long Island. I raised my kids on Long Island here in New York. I'm in Brooklyn now, but Jets training camp used to be on Long Island. I'm not a Jets fan, but I love football, so I would take the kids out to training camp all the time at Hofstra University. And there I do have a picture of me and my daughter, who's the 25-year-old that lives in California, when she was maybe a little over a year old in a Jets cheerleading outfit, holding
That's
her
awesome.
at camp. So
cute.
That's what we do. We grab our kids, we try to get them involved in our hobbies and stuff like that. So it's amazing to hear that all these years later, dads are still out there doing that stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're planning on going again this year. It's like super close to my house at LMU. So that's the goal again this year. And, just make it a yearly event with me and my son. It's going to be super fun.
Cool. Well, guys, it might not surprise a lot of you that I've been on the air now for 15 plus hours, and I've only gone to the bathroom 4 times. So
that's crazy.
I'm gonna take a
The
bath.
amount of water you're drinking, that is impressive.
I'm drinking a shit ton of water, and I've had coffee, and so I'm gonna let Jorge run the show here for a little bit as I take a step out, but I'll be back shortly.
Aha! Now that Sal's gone, let's get down. No, I'm just kidding. Let's talk a little. Let's talk a little Scott Fishbowl here. Brett, you've been traveling, to all these drafts, and you're going to be wrapping up in Baltimore. I just I'm out of DC, just south of DC, so I know the area well. I think this is Baltimore's first year having Scott Fishbowl live draft.
Yeah.
So based off of everything you've been seeing in all your travels for these live drafts, has there been like a recurring theme you've been noticing with people, especially how they start their drafts?
Not really. I think I've seen 23 live drafts now, and not a single one repeated. Right, like the first 2 rounds are completely different every time. Which is really cool this year because last year, there were some small changes. 1 or 2 guys would go difference, but like wildly different. The number 1 overall most that I've seen is Bijan, but I've seen Travis Hunter in one. I've seen both the tight ends, Bride and Bowers, a bunch of the top 4 wide receivers, a couple other running backs, couple quarterbacks. So it seems like people are just going and getting their guys, and and then because it's positionless this year, and then just like all flex, super flex.
Right.
I've seen runs of like 9 straight quarterbacks in Chicago, and actually I think in Vegas too. Rhinos, I think went pretty aggressive with the running backs as well. I've seen other guys that didn't ever draft a running back. Like just all mostly wide receivers, and then sprinkle in a couple tight ends and 1 or 2 quarterbacks. So you can have whatever strategy you want this year. It's kind of cool. Go get your guys, or be like water. Some of the people were talking earlier on the Podathon. Just let the draft come to you, let the board break, and get who you like.
I feel like Scott, and I have no knowledge of this, so I'm purely speculating right here, but I feel like Scott Fish goes into his bunker every year when he's planning the rules in the rosters for Scott Fishbowl, and he's like, how can I introduce the most anarchy with the craziest scoring settings? Okay, that's it. We'll make everything basically a flex, and we'll throw in a couple bonuses up to this point. It just makes it fun every single year because you really have no idea how to approach this. For all of us in the content creating business, I was joking with somebody the other day, like, how many tabs do you have open when you're doing a podcast? I'm like, I have like 12 going at a time. So if I can sort through stat page from stat page to stat page, and you can keep combing through all these stats, and at the end of the day, not one of them could help you with this situation with this type of league. Jonathon, let me go to you here for a second. Early on during the Scott Fishbowl planning, in terms of the format, third round reversal was not going to be on the list of things that was going to be this year, and then obviously now it is. Were you hoping that it was not going to be for third round reversal, or do you actually like the third round reversal that we have that's been in the past couple seasons?
Yeah, so I like the third round reversal, especially in when I'm building a dynasty team. I like to be in the back, especially because at that turn after 2, you go back and you get that you can say 25th best player, right? So I feel like it gives you a little bit more. Say you pick the 12th spot, you get the 12th, 13th, and then the 25th best player, and I just feel like that gives you a good foundation, right? And obviously a little bit different here with the Scott Fishbowl, but I can make the same argument here, right? Just being in the back end. So I'm in the 10th spot, right? And you still get, the 10th best player that you think, and then you get it, 15th best player. And then again, you're getting that 27th best player or whatever, right? So, and then also it just kind of helps to get, like we said before, like get your guys, right? Someone like Puka, I can get him like at the second, right? And that's why I kind of was like, okay, I'm going to go 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, I can get Puka. Boom. I'm feeling pretty good about it. So I personally like the third round reversal. I think it's either a love hate, right? There's people that just hate it, and then there's people that love it. It's like nowhere in between. So I was stoked to see that in there. I really liked last year's scoring, and I was really hoping to get in it because I feel like the kick returners get a lot of they get forgotten, right? And so I felt like it was really cool last year, especially with the new rules in the NFL with the kick returns. Yeah, right. I feel like it was just like super good for the NFL, and then also for the Scott Fishbowl. So I really like third round reversal, and everybody kind of makes fun of me for it.
It adds a new wrinkle to the game, and I think that's something we all appreciate from year to year. Speaking of a new wrinkle, the second the scoring was announced, and I saw the graphic that said IDP scoring. For those who don't know, I'm a pretty big advocate of IDP fantasy football. That I literally had a meltdown, and then I get in my car from work and I'm driving home and I see this and I was like, oh my gosh, this is happening. And then I don't check my phone for like another hour, and then I get back and I'm like, oh my God, so much has happened in this past hour, talking about the Travis Hunter rule basically, or other defensive backs who may be playing snaps on offense, dual threats, as they were. Brett, going back to you, and let's tie in Better Vision. Let's tie in the fact that you have so many leagues going into this app that you can have everything into one league. You mentioned Travis Hunter. You saw in one league during one of your live drafts that you went to going. Crazy. You personally, are you for your draft? Is he somebody that you're even targeting, or is he somebody that you're just like, let somebody else deal with this right now?
Yeah, not this year. I did lean into the kick returners a bit last year, but not early. I wasn't targeting the returners, the Rashid Shaheeds or guys like that. I guess I did take Jaden Reed as my first wide receiver, so maybe a little bit of punt return stuff there, but mostly it was like 12th round and below. I was just grabbing those guys then. This year, last year, that unique scoring was because of those new kick rules, right? So this year, we've got a unicorn who's going to play both ways, and I feel like so he made this Travis Hunter rule for him, but I'm seeing him go mostly around the third round, and that's a little too early for me. There's who knows how Jacksonville's going to use him. If I knew that he was going to be, playing 80% of defensive snaps and like 40%, or I'm sorry, 80% offensive snaps and 40% defense, I would probably take him in the first round. But like, who knows how it's going to go. And it's just way too much uncertainty for me. So, I mean, if he falls to me, I'll take him. He's not off my board, but based on his ADP, I'm probably not taking him.
He's not off your board, but he's probably off your queue for a little bit, at least for the foreseeable future. Jonathon, are you on the same page there with Travis Hunter, or is there any way you could be persuaded into drafting him a little bit earlier?
I just think where I'm at, like at 10. I just don't think I would have to take him in the beginning of the third, and that's too early for me. Even going back to Dynasty, like with the rookie drafts and stuff, there's too much uncertainty for me. It could be a big home run or it could not be, right? So I just don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, he's an amazing player, but I don't feel good about putting all my eggs in that basket, right? And taking him in the third round versus some of the other guys that will be there, like a known wide receiver 1 or on a team, or somebody that I know is going to get a certain number of targets, right, per week. Again, who knows exactly what we're going to get out of Hunter. I think it would be really fun to get him on my team, but again, I think that could be a mistake.
Then again, it's a charity league, and only
Exactly.
one guy out of 5,000 is going to win. So maybe we just try to hit some dingers and go for it. Go for Travis Hunter. I don't know.
If I was a Jaguars fan, I'd go all in, right? I'd be like, I'll take him anywhere I can get him. I'll take him, right? But I still think he's second behind, Brian Thomas Jr. So there's too much uncertainty for me.
So you just brought up a name that I kind of wanted to bounce a question off of. I guess everybody here now that Sal's back is that, before the draft, Brian Thomas Jr. was somebody who could potentially be in terms of wide receiver rankings in the top 10, top 12 for some fantasy managers out there. Travis Hunter's now there. Are you at all worried about the workload for Brian Thomas Jr., or are you feeling that he's still a worthy early round Scott Fishbowl draft pick? Brett, let's start with you.
I mean, I've seen him mostly go right around the turn, so 10 to probably 14.
Okay.
And that's a little too early for me. I was super high on him. I had him in almost every single league I had last year because I was much higher than where he was going in the hundreds, 9th, 10th round, something like that. And so I would reach a round or two early and grabbed him in almost every league, and it was great. This year, I think it swung the other way. And, kind of the opposite of Marvin Harrison. Like last year, probably too early. This year, I think he's probably fallen too far. So I am a little concerned to answer your question on the volume and think Travis Hunter might take some of that away. But then again, they lost Evan Ingram, so maybe not.
And then also Lawrence will be back. So I feel okay taking, like, say Puka's gone, like Brian Thomas had like 203 would be fine for me, right? I think right in that sweet spot there. I think at 110 is a little too early for me. But I still think he's going to be that main guy there.
Yeah, and I'll just say that a guy I have no dynasty shares of, so I'm pretty sad about that. I would take him over Travis Hunter.
100%.
Probably be a little bit later in the second round for me. But I have no doubt both guys will eat there to the point of Evan Ingram being gone. The other guy, Christian Kirk, is gone, right?
Yep.
Not worried about Diami Brown?
Yeah. No,
I'll tell you what, though. You say that, but like Brenton Strange, I feel like it'd be a sleepy tight end and benefit from this tight end scoring. Premium.
He did perform when Ingram was out last year,
right?
We are right up against 3:30 a.m. East Coast time, and we have the other guys waiting in the background. So I want to say thank you to both of you, Jonathan. Good luck not only in the Scott Fishbowl this year, but in the industry and what you do going on, and with that new baby as well. Best of luck and everything. And Brett, I'll see you soon. I'm sure.
Yeah. We'll see you in New York.
Oh yeah, I'll see you be in New York. Yeah, we saw each other at that draft last year as well. So looking forward to my friend. You're one of the kindest, nicest guys I've met out there on the road. So happy for your success as well. And both of you guys be well and have a good night. Get some sleep.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
See you, gentlemen. So I found the live read doc there, Sal. So I'm totally on board with carrying my weight here for these next few hours.
Read number 4, and by all means, speak as much as you'd like to during this time. I do.
Okay, I just sometimes I get on a little rant and ramble. I just wanted to make sure I'm not doing that too much. But let me rant and ramble about the Game Blazers app. The Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers. Build your squad, choose your lineups, win cash. I like that. Winning cash is always great. At Game Blazers, you can enter free weekly contests to win huge prizes with your inventory, plus earn more rewards with roster upgrade challenges and mini games. Sign up using the Game Blazers app with the promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Curious will get a donation for each pack you purchase. Please take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app right now. Buy one pack, get another free, and remember, every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today. Game Blazers, we love you. Thank you very much for sponsoring Scott Fishbowl Podathon.
Crush that, Reed. And I'm just noticing that bear is wearing a Scott Fishbowl t-shirt.
He is. So, Sal, as you probably are very well aware, when you have a newborn, there's not a lot of stuff that comes along, and then you start accumulating stuff, and the toys and all the different things start taking over. And now his toys are starting to take over my studio, and that's his teddy bear that our neighbor got us. His name is Charlie, and I figured, let me put on the Scott Fishbowl 9 t-shirt. That was my first Scott Fishbowl. So Charlie's repping Scott Fishbowl 9 pretty hard right now.
By the way, my favorite Scott Fishbowl t-shirt of all time, I have two of them, two of the exact same ones, and they're both in rotation regularly for me. And we talked earlier, it's Scott's favorite as well. Scott has 3 of them, and he wears 2 of them in rotation. So
it's a good one.
Just a clean, really perfect design. I love it.
I was also a big fan of the Super Mario Scott Fishbowl t-shirts. If you remember, there was like a blue one and a yellow one.
Yeah, that was the same year. Same year.
Yeah. Sorry, obviously.
Yeah, it was video game year. So,
yep.
That's Scott Fish's face on the Super Mario, by the way. It's supposed to be Scott's face.
I did not know that.
Mario. So, real quick, I don't want to keep these two guys waiting in the background too long, but back in those days, RotoWare used to make the SFB t-shirts before the SFB merch shop had opened up. And Kenny, who's the owner of RotoWare, who is actually in my Scott Fishbowl division this year, I had a great relationship with him early on, and he made the very first SFB Podathon shirt as well. And for some reason, after the SFB 9, he sent me a shipment of leftover shirts that he had, and it was multiples of the SFB 9 and multiples of the Mario.
No kidding.
So I did send those out to people in the community as prizes and gifts. And thank you to Kenny for always being generous with what he's done. And talk about a guy who's had great success since he got the MLB Players Association license, and RotoWare has gone huge. So, but I don't want to keep these two guys in the background for too long. So welcome in to both Rich and Tom. Guys, good to have you here at the prime hour. Everybody looks for 3:30 a.m. East Coast time to jump on. I noticed that, Rich, you have a Jets logo in the background. So I'm assuming you're in New York, or at least you're crazy because Jets do not live in New York.
No, sadly, I'm a British Jets fan, so we're over in the UK. So yeah,
I should have let you speak first before I said anything, because I would have known right away you're not from New York. You're just crazy. Okay.
Yeah. I always said the first game I ever watched was the Jets Colts playoff game in '99, and I've been a Jets fan since then. So yeah, 26 years of depression later, I'm still sticking with it.
Well, as a New Yorker whose son roots for the Jets, I don't root for the Jets. I'm happy we could add misery to your life, but yeah.
Well, you guys, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was going to say, well, you also had the Jets beating Peyton Manning with Rex Ryan in his first year with the Jets too, so you have that going for you as well. So that works out nicely. Little symmetry there.
Two good years in 26 isn't bad, but yeah.
But no, Tom, Rich, thank you very much for joining us. I did see that both of you are in the UK. Do you all live far away from one another? Or are you guys relatively close, or how does that work?
Well, no, we're about as far away as possible in the UK.
Okay.
I live near Newcastle in the north, and Rich lives right on the south coast. But ironically, Rich is about 5 miles away from where my dad lives. So,
but yeah, is Newcastle where they actually brew the Newcastle beer, or is that just the brown? Okay. Gotcha.
It used to be. Now, now like most things, nothing's actually brewed where it says it is it?
That's a fair point.
But yeah, I mean, we were hanging together a couple of weeks ago. We had a Fantasy Sanctuary meetup in Manchester, which is kind of about halfway between us, and had a good time there drafting with a bunch of our Discord members.
Very nice. And so you all are part of the Fantasy Sanctuary. Dynasty, Redraft, DFS, Best Ball. Tom, I reached out to you, I think about like a month or two ago, just asking about I want to get into learning more about doing Best Ball content, and your work over at Fantasy Pros is just a testament to just really hard work and great, well thought out research. And I want to thank you for that on the air and just say thank you for taking that message. And just you all just do great work. It's very passionate. I don't have any experience about what I'm about to ask you all, but how do you find the level of fandom over in the UK when it comes to fantasy football? I know obviously it's enough that we have live drafts there for Scott Fishbowl, and there's all sorts of podcasts and content creators out there. But do you see it growing exponentially every single year? And if that's the case, do you ever offer words of wisdom? And what would you say to these content creators, who are not in the States that are, growing and wanting to get into the industry?
Well, yeah, I mean, just the first part of your question, the game's grown massively over here. I remember going to my first NFL game in 2008 when it was the Saints versus the Chargers at Wembley, and there were empty seats, and we just haven't seen that. Now you try to get tickets, and the demand for tickets is so high that the price is skyrocketing like anything. But it used to be that if you were wearing any form of NFL merchandise in public, you would stand out. But now it's so common. There are so many people who are picking up the game. And because of that, the fantasy side's growing. For content-wise, I mean, look, it can be difficult. I still, I host a show every Monday with Andrew Erickson on the Fantasy Pros channel. And the amount of comments you get going, why should we listen to a British guy talk about fantasy? It's plenty. But I would just say the main thing is you just let your content speak for yourself. I've been writing for Fantasy Pros for four years now. Rich has been writing with DLF, and I'll let him speak to his experiences. But you produce good content, and then you worry about the rest of it later. Our thing has always been, we're going to make sure that when people come to our channel, that they've got a reason to stay, and whether that's through good production values, visuals, things like that, and good content, all of it just... I'm of the opinion that there's no point making a piece of content unless it's really damn good.
I think that the fantasy world saw a massive change, but particularly in the UK through that COVID period. And I think that I was lucky enough. My home league's been going. It'll be 15th year this year, so I've been kind of around fantasy football for quite a while. But it was only really that sort of 2020 year that it exploded, and I started joining other leagues with other people that I hadn't met in person, kind of thing. But I think there's almost sort of two worlds. There's very much the majority that are in that kind of casual world of, there's a lot of people that might be in one or two leagues and sort of play it a bit and play it because they watch Red Zone on a Sunday and stuff like that. And then there's still that sort of diehard minority of, the content creators, but also the people that are playing in multiple leagues and diving into different formats. I think it's becoming harder over here as we go on with, particularly with best ball and things. I'm sure I don't want to remind Tom, but it feels like every time we get a new best ball format or site that launches over here, it gets taken away from us. Obviously, we can't play DraftKings now. We can't play Drafters and all that sort of thing. Underdogs obviously never come over here as well, which makes life a little bit harder. But I think from the content world, it's going from strength to strength. Obviously, we've got the guys like the 5 Yard Rush who were kind of the originators over here. But off the back of that, we've seen the wild card, obviously, guys like TH Fantasy Football and stuff like that. And the content world is growing. But I think the biggest strength that we've got over here is the charity leagues that have been set up, off the back of kind of Scott Fishbowl and everything that's been happening there. When you think of, we got the likes of the Warrior Bowl, the JTT Cup, the 5 Yard FFCC Cup, We've also got the TH Fantasy Football one, Orkney Bowl, Argyle Bowl. There's like 10 different charity leagues, all hosted by UK folks. And I think that's probably, for me, the best thing that the UK does well is these, the plethora, but also the quality of these charity competitions makes a really good in for somebody who's just trying to venture into kind of the fantasy world over here.
No, those are really good points, and I think I forgot who was talking about it yesterday, but the fact that Scott Fishbowl and what it represents has just spawned so many ideas and helped to facilitate ideas of just creating all these charity leagues. And you're right, all the ones you were just mentioning right there. I'm fortunate to be in a few of them, and it's just. I think we all can agree that Scott Fishbowl, being a part of the work that Scott Fish has put together over these years, I have never seen. Like, I'm a geek. I follow comic books, movies, anything you name it. And I have never seen a community like fantasy football, and being able to bring people together and have one large group of people have a singular mindset towards giving back. It's always about getting something out of something, getting this, getting that. Well, it's very rare that you get a situation, you get a large group of people where it's all about giving. And you just nailed it right on the head with all those charity leagues over in the UK that are just, they're fantastic. More people should pay attention to those and sign up for those. And it's great work. But on a lighter side, you mentioned about all these best ball sites being taken away. So am I envisioning this correctly? You guys come over for a live draft one year in the States, and immediately you download all of the best ball apps onto your phone and go crazy before you have to go back home. And then it's like, can you still win the money then if you go back home?
Yeah.
How does that work?
So legally, it's all about where you're actually at when you enter the draft.
Okay.
A few years back, I was over in New York, and I think I managed to fit about 50 drafts into the space of 5 days. So,
awesome.
including slow drafts. But yeah, you got to hammer it.
I'm heading over to Florida at the beginning of August, so I will be joining lots of drafts.
You have all your apps ready to go. I love it. So in terms of Scott Fishbowl 15, let's get into some strategy here. Well, first of all, which divisions are you all in? Tom, let's start with you.
So I'm in the Globo Gym, Purple Cobras.
Nice.
That was easy choice for me. Immediately got the invite, and you got to scroll all the way down so you find the one that stands out, and that one stood out most.
That is great. Richard, about you?
Yeah, so this is the first time I've not drafted live at the London one since we've been launching it, so a bit gutted with that. But I'm in Dylan Panthers draft in the 11th spot, so grab that nice and early.
I too am 11th round, 11 spot. What about you, Tom? What are you?
Yeah, I'm at the 9, and I think this is my 5th year in the Scott Fishbowl, and I picked 9 the first year, and it worked. I think every year I've been to the playoffs, so I'm just going to keep picking 9 until it doesn't work for me.
All right. Well, as a fellow 11 drafter here, Rich, a lot of people have been talking about, going double tight end. Is that something that is within the realm of possibilities that you're like, I'd be okay with that? Give you Brock Bowers and Trey McBride, and that's a good start for this? Or not, granted, I don't want to give your strategy away to people who may be watching, or listening. But does it sound crazy to you, or does it sound kind of normal to you? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Not at all. I think it's completely valid. I put together some projections and VORP valuations and stuff, and both Browse and McBride are in my top 12. Interestingly, I've got McBride above Bowers this year in the scoring format. But I think for me, it's probably going to be just hammering running backs. I can't think who it was, but someone at one live draft that drafted 10 running backs in a row. I'm kind of intrigued by that sort of approach. Just rely on the volume, just hammer as many running backs as possible, and probably 2 or 3 are going to get injured, 2 or 3 aren't going to hit. But if you can get 5 or 6 running backs that are seeing 15 plus touches a week, that feels like that could be an absolute game breaker.
And that's interesting because with the 2.5 point premium, if you're on sleeper, everybody's, a lot of people are like, oh, well, you have to go receiver heavy. But when you're playing against like 5,000 plus people, like you have to differentiate your roster right there. And you do have to like what you're getting for the running back position. Spoiler alert to some people who don't know, a running back that I'm kind of targeting in my drafts is Tony Pollard. We thought last year when he went to Tennessee, there would be kind of a split between him and Tajay Spears, and it wasn't. It was all Tony Pollard in those rushing attempts. And so you look at the fact you get points for rushing attempts. I mean, those little things add up slowly but surely. At the 9th spot here, Tom, what type of build are you thinking is an advantageous one? Again, not asking you to give away your secret, but just an advantageous one.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the 2 elite tight ends this year. So if I have a chance to grab either Bowers or McBride in round 1 or round 2, that'll be something I'll be looking for. But I also think it's in the area of the draft where we're talking about swinging big at running back. Like, obviously, volume is king, so that's going to matter. And I want one of those running backs who is not only going to get all the bonuses for like rushing, receiving yard, but I want them to be getting the targets. So guys like Devon Achan, Christian McCaffrey, I think are probably guys who are going to be going in that range quite a lot, and I'll be open to taking swings on them. I think people are still worried about those two a lot because of the downsides on them. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey injured last year, pretty much just was a lineup killer. And then Devon Achan, people are quite down on the Dolphins, but the Dolphins defense just looks like it's going to be a complete dumpster fire. So if you get a team that is going to be in pass-heavy scripts, and you've got Devon Achan, who had the highest running back target share last year at about 15%, which is really high for a running back, then I think that he can add a lot to it.
I think one thing I'd say as well is that it's something I was having a discussion with a couple of guys in our Discord last week, is when playing your Scott Fishbowl, I think you almost need to decide what you want out of it. Is that I remember the first time I played, I just wanted to make the playoffs. And that was all I wanted to do. Was like, I felt like if I made the playoffs, that was a pat on the back. I can go home and feel happy. But now I've been lucky enough to be in there quite a few times. And I'm like, actually, I don't really care about making the playoffs. I want to win it. Right. And I think that it's a completely different mindset of, right, I'm no longer just trying to draft a good team. I'm trying to draft a unique team and swing for the fences. And yeah, it could all blow up. I could, finish last, not score a point, not win a game. But I'd rather do that and have a chance of trying to be unique and win it than just drafting, sticking to ADP, drafting a solid, reliable team, but one that's probably got 5 or 6 replications across the tournament. And I might make the playoffs, but I'm probably going to go out in the first or second week of the playoffs.
Yeah, it's become evident throughout this almost, I don't know how many hours I've been on the show now. 20? How many hours left? Somebody tell me. That you can't win because you've been in for too many years. Only people who are in it for 1 year seem to need the now. Nobody who's been in it for more than 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years like you guys. You're not allowed to win. It's impossible.
No, that's fine. Like for me, hey, obviously winning would be nice, but it's always just that thing of sweating the leaderboard. You just want to have a good kind of sweat on the leaderboard for at least a few weeks and waiting for that to be updated every week. That's probably one of my favorite parts of this.
I like being able to roll the dice on like a particular scoring setting and just like go all in. Like the the point per first down last year. I was like, you know what, screw it, Debo, let's go. Let's see if we can get some duel. And
Same.
it just didn't.
Yeah.
But I'm going back to it again this year, and I've been looking up some stats on first downs. And when you look at the top 10 teams that scored the most or had the most first downs, a team that is in the passing category, the rushing category, and the receiving category are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I feel like, especially in the later rounds of Scott Fishbowl drafts, I'm kind of leaning towards maybe getting some exposure there with some Buccaneers wide receivers later on. Whether it's Egbuka or whoever. It just feels like that would be a good route to go. And Baker Mayfield, I feel like is a quarterback that people need to be talking more about for this format.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried with Baker because I think I sort of plugged in the projections and you look at him and like, this scoring format's really good for him. But then it's like, is he going to repeat what he did last year? Are we not baking in enough regression after what was a quite frankly ridiculous year last year?
No, new offensive coordinator as well. That's a fair point. Those are fair points.
Yeah, I like the Bucks. I think like one guy who kind of stands out as somebody potentially worth taking dart throws at in the later rounds if running backs are getting pushed up is Sean Tucker.
Oh yes.
Like, I mean, I really like Rashad White, and I think in this format with the volume kind of reception rewards, he's worth taking anyway. But if anything happened to Bucky Irving or Rashad White, then Sean Tucker immediately becomes the kind of guy who could see really good volume. I'm not saying he could be a league winner, but like for all the reasons you laid out, like I think that the Bucks are a team I want exposure to, and I think that they could be one of the most fun offensive teams in the league.
You know, one of my buddies over at Fantasy and Frames, Drew Scott at Drew 3MR, he, you know, leading up to the pre-draft process last year, or was it the year before, was very bullish on Sean Tucker. And then the fact that he went undrafted, we then had obviously I shouldn't say obviously, but we had our rookie draft immediately following the draft, and Sean Tucker was definitely a name he was circling. And then all of a sudden you saw Sean Tucker perform last year when given the opportunity. He's like, vindication. I am vindicated for my Sean Tucker fandom. And he would love hearing what you have to say right there, Tom.
I mean, there's nothing better than finding those vindication moments in fantasy, isn't it? Like even if you sit on a player for 2 years and they completely stink and they do nothing for you, that one game that you can just be like, never wrong, just early.
It's never wrong.
So is this your way, Tom, of saying that my Tutu Atwell love of him as a draft prospect is finally gonna come good when he wins me Scott Fishbowl this year?
Well, I mean, I do keep taking Tutu in the like 19th, 20th round of drafts this year, just because we've seen over years how valuable the third wide receiver role can be for the Rams. No Demarcus Robinson there now, so hey, maybe this is Tutu's year.
There you go. So, you know, we've been talking about players that make sense. You know, you look at, you know, metrics and you look at scoring format and whatnot. Now, for both of y'all, and Rich, we'll start with you this time. Who is a player that, you know what, again, thinking about this is, you know, a charity, you know, tournament. This is about for fun, playing for fun. You know, obviously you want to win, right? But there's also some aspect of like, you want to get your guy. Who's one of your guys, maybe in the later rounds you want to go after?
Cedric Tillman.
Okay.
Just lusting after that 3-week stretch with Jameis Winston from last year. Yeah, like I think that you know, the potential of him being that big-bodied outside receiver. I'm playing on MFL as well, so obviously slight bonus for guys that are seeing targets downfield and not sort of the reception-heavy volumes. I think, yeah, him in that role, the potential 3 weeks of last year, what he could be. I'm happy to kind of take a dart throw and see if that could come good this year.
What about you, Tom?
I really like Tyler Algier, and then this kind of goes back to being a bit of a zero RB bro in best ball, but like I just think there's so much conversation around about why people are taking Bijan Robinson 101 overall in these drafts, and if you're making that argument for Bijan, then you probably want to be at least open to the idea that Tyler Algier could be incredibly valuable if something happened to Robinson. Like Algier finished top 10 in juke rate last year, top 10 in explosive run rate. So we've seen him in smaller samples be excellent. We know that he can play in the receiving game and the rushing game. So if you're talking about deeper guys, then yeah, Tyler Algier absolutely in the mix. Or if you talk about a guy a little higher up, Sam Laporta just still feels undervalued to me. Tight end 4, and I think people were so burnt from him last year, and the touchdown regression was always going to come after his rookie year where he scored 9. But last year, people seem to get really upset about it. But from week 8 onwards, he was tight end 5 in points per game, I think, and he really came on down the stretch. So yeah, I'm going back to the well on Laporta.
And I would ask Sal, but I feel like knowing that he's a Raiders fan, and we're talking about deeper cuts when it comes to players. Let me guess, Sal. Michael Mayer. It's totally targeting him in your tight end premium league here. Yeah, no. Am I onto something? Or
I don't know.
So
He started the year as a Raider. I mean, it's so
that's a fair point.
and I think, you know, he was the number 1 tight end coming out in his draft 2 years ago, and then we take the number 1 tight end coming out of the draft, and he had a little bit of off-field stuff last year where he wasn't on the field with the team a little while, but I would love to see them work him in 2 tight end sets. I mean, he's not Brock Bowers, but he could still be a legitimate tight end threat. And with Bowers getting, all the attention, he could be a real legitimate red zone target as well. So if he does stay with the Raiders, I think I did have him in SFB last year because the value was so good on him. I would take him again. If he goes anywhere else where he could be, he has a path to legitimate first tight end targets, I'd be all over him. I mean, he's legitimately a kid,
Where do you want him to land, Sal, if he did leave?
Not the Jets, obviously, because I got a history with Jeremy Ruckert, the tight end with the Jets. I know Jeremy since he's a 6-year-old kid. So I was actually, you guys being from the UK, I was Jeremy's soccer goalie coach for many years. And I was a former college soccer player. That was a sport that I played for my entire life. I was a U.S. soccer referee, so true to that sport as well. So I want to see Jeremy get his shot there. So it could land somewhere outside of the AFC West. I'll be satisfied with that.
I'm a huge Michael Mayer fan. I think he's so talented, and I as you said, I really hope that they use more 2 tight end sets if he does stay this year. Just because I think if you're listing out the 4 best receivers on the Raiders, he's probably coming 3rd, if not 4th, on that list. And I think that if we're going to try and force, Deontay Thornton or Trey Tucker on the field over Michael Mayer, I think you're weakening the receiving core, and I think you're also reducing the kind of variability that you can bring with that 2 tight end sets. If we're going to play Michael Mayer more, does that mean Brock Bowers gets to move around more, get to use him in even more creative ways than he was last year? So I'm really hopeful that we can see a heavy dose of at least 2 tight ends and he gets a genuine chance this year.
I have Trey Tucker in some dynasty leagues, and obviously I'm a fan of the team, but I don't think he's more than a big game blow-up player here and there. I don't think he's somebody you're going to ever get a chance to rely on consistently in fantasy on a week in and week out basis. And I think you're right. Mayer does fall in the top 4 of wide receivers and possibly even as high as 3 on the Raiders. So if he does stay, I think they'd be foolish not to work him in 2 tight end sets.
Well, almost 4 a.m. on the East Coast, and to be fair, I meant this to be like a smart-ass type of comment or question, but we're really having Michael Mayer discussions. Like people could look back on this day at this time on this show and say this is where the Michael Mayer hype train began. So,
with that said, almost 4 o'clock, we're up against it, so we got to get these 2 gents, out of here. But we don't have to rush him too much because, as mentioned earlier, the 4 o'clock guest, he had a personal issue. He reached out to me earlier in the week. Kurt I know for a long time. Kurt goes by African Fantasy Football, and just a good friend. He played in the Capitals Pigs leagues with me, and those are Scott Fishbowl Dynasty leagues from way back. And he sent me coffee, Ethiopian coffee one time. I mean, like, the guy's just the gem of a human being. He had a little bit of a personal issue that came up family-wise. So,
he also came over to our London live draft. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but flew over specifically for our UKFFC event and came to the live draft as well. He's a genuinely great guy.
Great guy.
It would have been cool to have him. You guys lead right into him. I will say before you go that coming up in 1 hour is Murph from 5 Yard Rush. You mentioned him before. He's been a supporter of SFB Podathon for years and made appearances here before. And it's nice to hear people homage to him. He's like, been doing that, and then you guys can look up to somebody like that. So, before you go, just tell everybody again. We'll start with Tom. What you guys are doing and where you can be found.
Yeah, you can find all my written work on fantasypros.com. Just an obscene amount of content going out there at the minute from myself. You can find me on Mondays on Fantasy Pros Best Ball Show with Andrew Erickson. And then all the content that I do with Rich and Tyler over on the Fantasy Sanctuary, which is YouTube, the Fantasy Sanctuary, Best Ball Dynasty Redraft, all year long, and just real pleasure to be on with you guys again. It's always a great privilege to be in the Scott Fishbowl and to come on here with you guys, particularly when you needed a boost from us over this side of the pond. Is real pleasure.
Yeah, I really appreciate you guys having us on. It's it's always a pleasure and thoroughly enjoy it. Much like Tom, you can find all of my video work over at the FF Sanctuary on YouTube. Become a member, you get my rookie guide, my Dynasty trade calculator, all that kind of stuff on there. And then all my written work is over on DLF. I do a weekly Dynasty decisions article in the off season, and then in the season I do the weekly trade article.
Awesome, guys. Have a great season. We appreciate you coming on with us, and look forward to having you guys back on in the future.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
So I gotta ask, like, how are you functioning right now? Like, what's your secret? What are you doing? How's that working?
It's funny. I've talked a few times throughout, and I was going to give you the choice here over this next 30 minutes. I don't know if Bob has something planned, but I was going to say, I'll give you the choice. I could interview you, or you could interview me. I think you interviewing me would probably be
okay. Let's go.
A little bit more fun. So, but let me answer that first question.
Yeah,
that you asked me. We did this. We did the 24 hours live straight for 4 years, and I forgot what that feeling was like. I forgot what those overnights quite were like.
Right.
We're 16 hours in right now, so we're 2/3 of the way home. To this, I was up for 4 hours before the show started, so I'm up 20 hours right now. I've stood up a couple of times to get the blood flowing to my legs. I think that's important. In the earlier days of doing a show, I think I used to just get a lot of food and say, "Oh, I got to do energy drinks and I got to do this and I got to keep myself up." And I've had 2 cups of coffee in the 16 hours. I had 1 cup of protein coffee before the show started. I probably had, oh my God, I've definitely had, how many cups of water? I mean, I'm drinking about 6 or 7 cups this size today. I ate lunch, or I guess that was dinner, at like 6 p.m.
Okay.
I've decided to keep it lighter, right? You don't want to do too many things that are going to make you have to run to the bathroom. And if you're going to run to the bathroom to pee, that's cool. But if you're going to run to the bathroom and do something else, that's not cool. So as I've gotten older, I've gotten a little bit wiser. So I feel okay. I know the voice is going. That's typical for this time of the night. I feel okay right now. I started yawning a little bit during that segment almost consistently, and I was like, oh, the yawns are coming. So
no, you for everything that you're saying, one, you make it look easy. So kudos to you, sir. But here's a little fun fact. I love coffee. Coffee is my jam, but one of the things I think I learned a while ago was that it helps to dull your tired receptors in your brain, but it doesn't actually give you a boost. So it's like a false little stimulant there. So, eventually people start drinking a lot of coffee, and then they're running to the bathroom, like you're talking about, every 5 seconds or so, because they have to go number 1 or something. But yeah, let me interview you. Sal Leto, what's going on? Welcome to the SFP Podathon. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
It's great to be here. In the 8 years of the SFP Podathon, this is the first time I've gotten to come on as a guest. So
nice.
Cool to be here.
So, I think it goes without saying, and it has been said, both by you and others here on the Podathon so far, these past 16 hours or so, that you are very big into not only the content creator space as far as like helping people find their way in this industry and the path that they do. I will never forget the first time I actually met you and Russ. And you guys were talking about this, or at least you were talking about going to the fantasy footballers shows when they would go around the country and whatnot. And I believe I met you for the first time when we went to the fantasy footballers in Manhattan show. I want to say it was like 2019. And Kevin Murray was there also in his red jacket. It was the first time I ever saw people from the fantasy space like, I recognize you. oh my God, I recognize the red jacket. It is, and here we are, years later, and everything has grown into in this fantasy space. I mean, just the fantasy community in and of itself since that time has exploded into, so many content creators have come out, and so many people have just been making their marks left and right. If 2018 Sal could look at 2025 Sal and look at the fantasy football space as it is today, could 2018 Sal fathom what it has become as far as like having all these people so passionate about fantasy football and making content? Or is it still hard to believe right now?
It's a great question. 2019 was 2019. That was
2019.
The year before COVID, but
Right.
2018 the Ballers were in Brooklyn, so I was at both shows. But I did meet you at that Manhattan show, and Kevin for the first time at that Manhattan show. And 2018 Sal was year one of the SFP Podathon, right? So 2016 I started doing content on the Falafel podcast. For those of you who don't know, Falafel was Fantasy Life app Fantasy Football League, and we started a 16-team league of people that had never met. And what that spurned into was where we are today. It's that simple, but also not that simple. 2017, I had played my second year in the Scott Fishbowl in 2017, and I mentioned this when Scott was on earlier today. On Twitter during the 2017 Scott Fishbowl drafts, it was trending neck and neck with Tim Duncan's retirement from the NBA.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, whoa, this is pretty amazing. I have to find a way to capture some of this magic, for us, for our show. And we knew Scott now for 2 years at that point. He'd become a friend. We had closed every one of our shows with, do something charitable and donate a league fee to charity. And that was all based on things that we heard Scott say. And, I said to Kevin and Steve, next year we should do a 2-hour show when the drafts kick off. I mean, there was no live drafts back then, right?
No.
It was all online, and every single SFB league kicked off at the same time. It was the Monday after 4th of July at 11 a.m. East Coast time. And I'm like, let's do like a 2-hour show. We'll see if Scott will come on, a couple other names, and we'll do a 2-hour show. And they were like, all right, let's do it. And as the year went by, I was like, I want to do something bigger. And when I was a kid, telethons, specifically the Jerry Lewis telethon, was the biggest one on TV, and it was a 24-hour variety show, and they had different people come on and perform, and in the background was people on telephones accepting donations. And I was like, what can we do that's like that? Let's do a Podathon. Let's go live on YouTube. And I didn't know what that would entail. I didn't know what that would be about. But as we planned that, I said to Steve and Kevin, guys, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to be on for the full 24 hours. I want to be awake, alive, on for 24 hours, interviewing people. You can do it with me, or you can do part of it, but I'm going to do it. And they're like, no, we're in. So 2018 Sal ventured down the road to the very first SFB Podathon and was like, hey, maybe in year 5, this thing could be something, like maybe it would hit. And in year 1, we begged people to come on. We did have Mike Wright. We did have Matthew Berry. We did have Matt Harmon. I think we might have Liz. And then we had some other smaller shows, which is why we keep that smaller show theme till today. And so 2018 Sal could not have seen what was coming even in 2020. Because 2018 Podathon, we raised $4,700, which was admirable for what we were doing. Like $4,700, we were stoked. 2019, we raised a little over $7,600, I think. And that was the first year Scott said to me, Sal, keep the $7,600 and go Toys for Tot shopping in New York. And, and do the toys. And that was the first year I got to take my children to go do toy shopping. So I've spoke about what that means to me now, getting to do the toy shopping with my kids. But still we were 24 hours. We were doing 1-hour segments, and I was like, cool. I mean, it's catching a little bit, but I don't know quite what happened in 2020 because 2020, Heath Cummings reached out to me and was like, I want to be a part of this. I want to be on. And I didn't know Heath back then. Like, I didn't speak to Heath, and
Right.
I was like, whoa, Heath Cummings, CBS Sports. This is pretty insane. And I would just tell you that what steamrolled after that was 24 30-minute segments. First
Yeah.
time we were able to do 30 minutes, and we raised $42,000. Like,
Wow.
$42,000 from the Podathon alone, when we had only raised $7,600 the year before. And I was like, whoa, what I thought maybe could have happened in year 5. Actually, I didn't even think that could happen in year 5. But anything I could have imagined happened in year 5 had been beyond my wildest dreams in year 3. And that was the magic ride starting right there for me, and getting to know everybody in this industry. And I've never worked full-time in the industry. I've always been part-time and doing little things there. And as Steve and Kevin got busy and busier with their personal lives, and they had to fall off a little bit, I was destined to keep this going. And with folks like yourself, Jorge, and so many other guys that have joined me as co-hosts that I've mentioned before, who have stepped up to keep the Podathon going, it turned into a 36-hour affair before it came back to 24 hours this year. I was like, let me get back to 24 hours. So, that's like the Podathon journey. But to further your question, could I imagine what the space had become, 7 years later, or even 10 years later from when I started? No, I don't think I could have, because in 2016, when I first started podcasting, there was, there's the football guys. There was the 01610.
Right. Yep.
There was the fantasy footballers, who, by the way, were very early on in their journey.
Oh, yeah.
The standard. And there was the Harris podcast,
Yeah. Yep.
And a few of them.
Right.
And we caught some ground there. And I thought, I did have higher aspirations. I was like, wow, maybe I could do this full time one day. And, reality was I had younger children at the time. They're in their 20s now, but they were younger 10 years ago and 8 years ago. Right. And so I needed to continue to work full time in the real world and have medical benefits and stuff for them. So,
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Where it is now, and for the younger people coming up, I'm happy for them that there's this industry, and I see, this look in their eyes and this excitedness that there is a career path through fantasy football, and there's so many great organizations out there. I touched on Joe Bryant and the football guys earlier. I've gotten to know Joe. What a gem of a human, giving people opportunities. And, the fantasy life, like we started out on the fantasy life app before fantasy life was an entity unto itself, because Matthew was with ESPN, and ESPN would not let him pursue fantasy life back then, but NBC lets him do that. And the careers that he's given to people, including Elliot Christ, who's the guy who I've not mentioned once on this Podathon, but Elliot has become a friend and a guy who pulled me aside 2 years ago at the NYC Live and told me, that I had said something that meant a lot to him in his career path, and touched me and told me if I ever want to come do something in fantasy life, they would back it and support it. And just even the ballers as they've expanded to what they've done and given people, no, I never thought it could be at the level it's at now, because it's an industry unto itself. And NFL knows that. NFL has, turned their attention to feeding not just the fantasy football industry, but the gambling industry because of these type of things. And so the NFL Network guys, I've seen people grow into roles there and move on to other roles, and new people come in and remain part of this show. So 2018 Sal would say he's proud and he's impressed with where we've come.
And seriously, it's kudos to everybody who puts in the work and is able to seize those opportunities. But much to like what you were saying, there are, sometimes, life gets in the way, and it's one of those things where it's like, yes, would we like to do this full time? Absolutely. Is there an opening to do this? Maybe, maybe not. Are we in a spot where we actually can do this? Maybe, maybe not. And for me, something I've noticed, since getting into doing fantasy football content is like there are a lot more people out there who do this like on the side, from their normal jobs and delegate time and they're really good at compartmentalizing their time and being able to say, well, I'm going to have family time here and there. I'm going to have work time there. And then once everybody is asleep, okay, it's like 11 o'clock at night. Now I'm going to write 5 articles, or I'm going to do a podcast, or now I'm going to do this. And it's like, from an outsider's perspective, you're like, you're going to do what now? At what time? Are you serious? And it's like, you're going to do all this stuff. And it's, don't you like sleep? Don't you, don't you like having extra time to do other stuff? And it's like, yes, I love all those things, but you know what I love even more? I love fantasy football, and I like talking about fantasy football and writing about fantasy football. And shout out to those people as well. I mean, those people, they're doing, the fantasy gods work right there of just like creating stuff for us to read and to consume and to keep the passion for fantasy football going. And, Sal, just hearing everything you've been saying from how all this got started. I mean, you want to talk about keeping the passion for fantasy football going. You are a testament to that. And the fact that, with everything that Scott's doing with Fantasy Cares and how that's been taken off the past couple of years. I mean, you want to talk about the perfect storm of everything coming together, and ultimately it's giving everybody like I was saying last segment, like the chance to give, and it's one of those things like you mentioned, like you said, keep was it 7,600 and just go toy for tot shopping. And now you're seeing every year, multiple people from around the country, United States, going to their local stores and getting toys, for individuals. And that's not even the only charitable avenue. There are many charitable avenues through Fantasy Cares that people can go through. And so the fact that it is just you have to put a face on something. And this is not just me, the fact that you and I are sitting right next to each other, well, not next to each other, but on screen next to each other. Like when I think about Scott Fish Podathon, I think about Scott Fish, but then right next to it, I think about Sal, you know what I mean? And because you are the face of this Podathon and you are the face of getting the message out there to all the people who, it's one of those things where you're very inspirational in this industry. People in the chat, they're, we have Alan Hepworth saying, well done, Sal, very inspirational. I mean, like you do a lot of great things here. And it's one of those things where, we need more Sal. We need more Sal in this space. And I get it. Like sometimes it's a great idea and sometimes life can get away and you just kind of have to find a way to balance everything together. But, everything kicks off with you, man. And all the work you've done and the work you've done with Scott Fish and just being able to tweak everything from year to year. And then, the idea of going from 36 hours last year to 24, keeping to your roots of how you did things before. The fact that you're doing the 24 hours, that's just amazing in and of itself. I hope to aspire to be somebody who's able to do that one day. This is Jorge talking to Sal here for a second. Last year, I was up at like 4 a.m. and I'm watching the Podathon, and Russ was doing the overnights at that point. And I was just so impressed because of the example that you all were having doing the thing, right? And I immediately was messaging in the YouTube chat to Russ. I was like, do you all need somebody for the overnight hours? I'll take it that overnight hours next year. Like, seriously. And I didn't think that was going to be taken too seriously. Like, yeah, whatever. And Russ was like, you want the overnight hours? Absolutely. How many do you want? I never would have envisioned a year ago that I would be able to, share the screen with, the face of the Podathon. So first of all, thank you for having me. Second, I think a lot of us in the fantasy community just really owe you a debt of thanks, because the fact that you've advocated for this, the passion you have for this, it all comes together, man. And it's just a great thing that this Podathon represents, this tournament represents, so thank you very much, Sal. You're doing the Lord's work here for everybody out there. We really appreciate you.
Wow, that's a lot. And I can't say thank you enough for all those kind words. I'm comfortable being an emotional guy. I've cried on a Podathon multiple times. And a lot of times in the overnight. So I don't have a problem tearing up and saying thank you for that. I just aspire to be the person I want my kids to be.
Sure.
So, you're gonna get me emotional. Right?
No, it's okay. I'll keep talking and make you cry.
No, I got it.
No, okay. I'm just messing with you, but
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
You're a dad now, and I don't know. Was that your first kid?
Yeah, my wife and I, we adopted our first kid last September.
And you adopted. That's amazing.
Yeah.
More power to you guys, because we need people like you in this world
Thank you very
who
much.
go out there and take children like that into your home, into your hearts, and that's amazing. I didn't know that story about you, and that's the great things like this. We had a segment fall through and we find out stuff about each other, and
of course.
I remember when you started Fantasy and Frames, and back in the day we used to have these follow chats and these chats where we would promote each other's stuff, and I believe I had met you in one of those chats, and
yeah.
You built it up to what it is now. And I think last Thursday I appeared on one of the shows.
Yeah, with Stacy Perez, the draft show.
Yeah. You weren't there, and I was like, all right, cool. I would like to have seen Jorge, but I saw some of the other great people that are working for you, like Erica, who I met last year at the Expo, and we drafted and we had a great time. And Kevin Tompkins was on there. I've known Kevin for years in this space, and thank you for those kind words. And I will say to Alan Hepp, and I'm only going to bring this up because one of the things that I've gotten the opportunity to do here is, vulnerability. Somebody had wrote earlier, being vulnerable is a powerful thing. And when I got to my late 30s and my marriage was falling apart, and I decided to be vulnerable, and I decided to go to therapy, and I decided to open myself up and put myself out there. What happened is I found other people that were struggling, other people that weren't comfortable speaking about it, other people who were like, I'm a man, and men aren't supposed to be emotional, and men aren't supposed to talk about mental health, and men aren't supposed to show emotion. And you know what? We absolutely are.
Absolutely.
You absolutely need to, because if you don't, you'll hold it inside, you'll break down. And we have far too many people. 2017, I had a good friend take his life, and that was a year before the Podathon started. And I knew that my marriage at that point had been over, but I was holding on to it. And if I didn't move out, what could have happened to me, or what could have happened to her? And you don't think about those things in a moment. And I'm sure my friend did not think about taking his life in many years that he was healthy, but he got to the point where he thought that was the way out. And I was like, whoa, this is a guy who one time, he didn't think that way. So you see things in the news and you hear about, wow, I never thought of so-and-so that way, that would do something to somebody. And I knew I needed to go. I needed to get out. I needed to breathe. I needed to let her breathe. And I needed to do what's best for our children. And me being emotional and saying these things brought people like Hep to hit me up in a DM. And we had great conversations. And those are private conversations. We don't have to discuss the things we discussed, but I know that it helped him. And it helped me too. Every time I speak to somebody and I'm open about my stuff and it lets them be open to me, they're helping me just as much as I'm helping them. And King Showtime, Kareem, who was on all day, he said here earlier that I'm one of his best friends. I've never met that man in person, but I know that I served a purpose in his life. I know him 11 years, met him on the Fantasy Life app, and Kareem, I've invited him onto the Mental Health Podathon back when I used to do that Podathon with Mike and Anthony. Rest in peace, Anthony.
Absolutely.
I'll say this. I'll talk a little bit about Kareem. We were in a regular fantasy football chat, and I had known Kareem for a couple of years at that point. And Kareem was saying things, that I knew were not right. I knew he was not in a good place, and I could pick up on a different tone in just his text. And I hit him in a side chat, just me and him alone. I gave him my phone number. I'm like, you need to call me. You need to call me right now. And, he was suicidal.
Yeah. And I apologize for interrupting here.
No.
One of I too, I'm an advocate for mental health. I love going to talk to a therapist. I love, I love getting help, when you need help. I don't think there's anything, and that's a message I think more people need to say. If there's ever if people watching, listening, going back and rewatching, like the math is simple. 1 + 1 is 2. If you need help, get help.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where you mentioned, being, sensitive and crying. I'm the exact same way. And I guarantee you, especially, for the people out there who have grown up in the environment where it's like, oh, you're supposed to be tough, you're not supposed to cry. I guarantee each and every single one of you, your default setting is to show emotion. And then somebody says something that eventually gets you to be like, no, I'm not going to do it. And, we were talking about taking care of our bodies in a couple segments ago and just being healthier overall. And I really believe that being emotional and letting, like, whether it's tears flowing or just whatever, that is like your body's way of expelling all these negative feelings and thoughts you have towards something so that you can restore yourself back to a centered place where you just, things feel more manageable. And I think it's like, let's use tears, for example. Let's use like water or fluid. Like, you're letting all this water out. Okay. You're kind of like decompressing a little bit, but if you hold all this water in, eventually it's going to swell and you're going to burst. And then it's not good. It's not good for anybody. And the fact that, and again, this is again a testament to you, man. The fact that you were willing to reach out to your friend, and offer, the advice you could. If you need help, get help. And there are a lot of resources out there. It does not make you weak. It makes you, in fact, stronger. And the fact that, when you can get to a point where not only are you able to receive help, but you feel that you're in a position to give help, now you're really cooking with fire. Because you know what? We all can learn something. Maybe, somebody somewhere learned a coping mechanism or thought about a different way of analyzing a situation that maybe you hadn't thought about before. I'll give you a little example. So one of my, we were sharing Father's Day gifts at the beach a couple weeks ago with our family for our family vacation. And somebody wrote in my father-in-law's Father's Day card, something, and it was all spelled out correctly, except for one word. Somebody who wrote the card, one of the adults, wrote the card with one word that was spelled incorrectly. And they immediately said, oh, well, I guess Jorge's son, or his name is Nathaniel. Nathaniel messed up the card by writing that one word incorrectly. And they were focusing on the one word. And I said to them, or maybe he got every single word right, except for that one word. And where I'm going with that is that people like to focus on the negative of a situation. But if you can actually look at the situation and take a step back, you can also find some positive. It may not be a lot, but it's just enough maybe that it could be helpful to get through to somebody who needs help. And words are very powerful, and just one word can make a hell of a lot of difference. And I for people who are watching and listening, just remember the power of a word can go a long way into helping people. And that's why the expression "choose your words carefully" comes into play, because you never know what somebody's going through, and the fact that you were able to be there for somebody and to willing to put yourself out there. We talked about, we had Mike Hoff on earlier in the show, and we were talking about Anthony Servino, may he rest in peace. And just, one of the things I just respected the hell out of him for was the fact that he was so open about mental health, and the fact that he and Mike did the mental health podathon. And I thought that was one of the smartest things, that could have come out of the fantasy space. Just, it's important, people. It's important. Don't let anyone tell you it's not. And you know what? Love yourself, love each other. If you need help, get help. And another thing I'll say, and I've learned this through my marriage, and that is that more often than not, I'm a problem solver. I like to solve a problem. And sometimes, you know what? My wife's like, sometimes I don't need you to actually tell me how to solve the problem. I just need you to sit there and listen. And I think that goes a long way into offering help to other people who are maybe in need, and that maybe they don't need you to solve their problem. Maybe they just need you to be a sounding board and just listen. If they want an answer, they want some help, they'll ask for the answer. They'll ask for some help. But just being there, being present in the situation goes a long way. And Sal, from what you were saying a few minutes ago, I mean, the fact that you were willing to just be there and be present, and I'm sure, you know, I have examples of that with my friends. I'm sure you've run across that yourself over the years. Just being present goes a long way to doing some good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. And as we keep rolling on, we might be doing this for a little bit longer because it looks like our next segment guest has not shown up yet. But you know, what I'll say to you is that you talked about your marriage. You know, for my ex-wife, who I met, by the way, when she was 15 and I was 16. So she is as much a part of my family as I am a part of my family, right? And, you know, we're not together anymore. Like that, we did have 3 children together, and we were together and married for a very long time because we did meet when we were 15 and 16. And opening up to therapy and opening up about the things that I did, you know, that I felt bad about, and thinking about, you know, situations where I could have been better. It's actually allowed me to have a better relationship with her, even though that the marriage is over now, right? We have 3 children together, and we always put the children first. It wasn't always easy, but if at your core you remember you created these children, or you adopted these children, or you reared and raised these children, and they did not make the decision for that relationship to end. So it shouldn't affect their life. And I am proud of the fact that no matter where I've gone and what I've done, where I've worked, what I've accomplished in life, my focus was always making sure I maintained the home that they lived in, that they never had to move out of the house that they were growing up in. They finished high school in the home that they went to, that they lived in their entire time that they went to school, and on through to college, where I have one left who has 1 year left in college. And it's grown a strength for my ex-wife and I on a different level. We know that at some point we will have grandchildren together. We will go through weddings with our children. And for those of you out there, whatever it is, and some of it could have been some really bad stuff that went down between you and your ex, try to find a way back to civility. Try to find a way back to remember, you know, that you did love this person, or you do love this person, or you have a history in the past and in the future together where you're going to be in each other's lives. And the best that you can make it is the best that you'll make it for everybody. Your children will feel it if you don't, but they'll feel it even more if you do. So, you know, that's my word of advice to people out there. And not a lot of people could do that. I couldn't have done that before the therapy.
And, you know, and not to be cliche here, but, you know, for people watching and for us looking at our monitors here, you know, you look up to the upper right-hand corner and you see the logo here, Fantasy Cares. I mean, this is all a part of that. I mean, this is, you know, we talk about the charitable aspect, but, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we in the fantasy community, one of the things we pride ourselves on is that we care. We care, and there are people who are going through, you know, similar situations as Sal or other situations out there. I have a situation. I have my mental health, you know, things I get, you know, seek therapy for, and I actively go and get the therapy because it's one of those things where it's like, man, I don't want to feel like crap. I want to feel good. I want to feel great. I want to be able to be there for my son, you know, as he grows older. I want to be able to have a clearer, you know, thought process when I go through things, and whatever I need to do to get there is just, you know, it's one of those things. Again, I tend to be one of those people who doesn't like to stew on things. I like to just, all right, let me just tell me what I need to do, deal with it. Okay, let me move on because I want to enjoy what we got going on here. But no, like this is important stuff, and so part of me is like, obviously, you know, I always said we would have loved to talk to Chalk from Unstoppables, but at the same time, this is important content too, and this is important information. This is life, people. This is flat out what life is all about. Reebok Joe expecting the first grandchild in January. Congratulations, that's fantastic.
You know, and what I'll say to Joe is we'll try to spin this in the direction where we're
Sure.
you know, we're enjoying and laughing a
Of
little bit
course.
more. Is that you know, I joke around. I turned 50 last year, and people told me, "Do you feel old?" And I say to them, "I don't think I'm going to feel old till somebody calls me, you know, Grandpa, you know, or Papa, or whatever name they choose to call me." But Joe is a young grandfather. He's going to be 43, having his first grandchild, and Joe, don't feel old. Don't let that make you feel old because you're still a young man, and you know,
Yeah.
save that for us old guys.
So I have a question for you. So my in-laws, so my wife has a younger sister, and they have 2 kids, and my in-laws refuse to have them call them grandma and grandpa. So my mother-in-law goes by Nana, and father-in-law goes by Pappy. We got Nana and Pappy, so we're going to hang out with Nana and Pappy. Are you, if the time came where you were going to be a grandparent, are you on the train of like, no, grandpa's okay, I'm cool with that, or granddad, or are you kind of like, I'm not ready to be called that yet?
I'm okay with whatever they want to call me. Right? I want to let them decide what do they want to call me. You know, if my kids want to come up with whatever it is, you know, my on my dad's side it was you know, it was grandpa and grandma, and they were the Italian side, you know, so it could have been Nona, you know, but and on my mother's side it was Poppy and Nanny. So I think it's such a privilege to have grandchildren. When I get to that point, I'm going to be happy to have them. So, you know, call me whatever you want. So
Yeah, no, I hear that.
I don't think any of it will make me feel bad. It'll just make I feel that love, you know. And I feel like my children, the time of my children when they were that age went by so damn fast. I look back at that and go, wow. They're all almost out of college at this point. My daughter was out in California. She's got a career, 4 years already in her career. And my son, he's working his first full-time job a year out of college. And, you know, I'd give something to go back to a day or a week in that life to see what I didn't maybe appreciate in a moment because I was, you know, working hard and time was going fast. And I think you find that with the grandchildren probably if you didn't get that with the children when you were younger. So.
See, you know, you say that, and I've heard that before. People are like, well, I was working a lot. I didn't get a chance to see my kids and time went fast. One of the things I talked to my godfather, Frank, you know, one of the things, and he has twins, and I'm actually godfather of one of his twins. I just named one of his twins godfather of Nathaniel. So we got this whole godfather, you know, godson dynamic going on here in this family. I asked him just because my father passed away in 2015. So I asked him, so what are some pieces of advice as a new time father that I should, and he said, you know, enjoy this early time. And I'm not talking about like the first year. I'm talking about like, you know, the first 3 months and then the next 3 months, and enjoy those in segments because they go by quick. And so now here I am, you know, Nathaniel's 9 months old, just over 9 months old. And like gone is like the, you know, the 7 pound, 10 pound baby that he was where he could fit in my hand almost. And now he's like, you know, a freaking bowling ball, basically sized human being with some height, obviously. And it's like, man, I thought I did everything. I thought I took all the videos and all the pictures, and I don't think there's just ever enough time. I think you just grow up so fast, and you really have to. I part of me thinks like some people miss out on that situation. Part of me thinks like I don't think you miss out. I just think it just happens fast, and you know, people just they just grow, and that's what they do, and you just gotta be fortunate for enjoying the times that you had. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I remember back in those days when it was like, you know, the clothing comes in month sizes, you know, 3 to 6 months.
I hate that.
9 months, 9 to 12 months, and it's
Yeah.
like 1T, 2T, 3, and then boom, they're banging out of these clothes, you know, so damn fast, and just as quick as those clothes are changing, they're growing, and you're like, oh, what happened? This kid's walking already, like.
Yeah, right. I make it a default setting for me whenever a coworker or a friend has a kid, and I don't care if they like sports or not. I always go to NFL Shop and I get like a baby, you know, team apparel set. I'm like, here you go. And it's like, we don't watch football. I'm like, well, maybe your kid will. So, kudos to football.
My daughters in both Raiders and Jets cheerleading outfits when they were toddlers, and I mentioned bringing my daughter to Jets training camp when she was, about a year old, and then I brought my son, and then I brought my other daughter, and that was a tradition for years when the Jets would train on Long Island. So.
You mentioned Hofstra. Isn't that like the school where Victor Cruz went to? Of the New York Giants, that is, or am I imagining that?
Wayne Corbett went.
Wayne Corbett. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
Victor Cruz. No, I don't think he went there. But Wayne Corbett went there and then ended up playing for the Jets.
Number 80, I think, right?
Yeah, and they no longer have they don't have a football program at Hofstra anymore.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that.
Marcus Colston might have came. Marquise Colston might have came out of Hofstra also.
Okay.
If anybody watching, look that up. See if Marcus Colston played
Right.
at Hofstra. Yeah, they were the Dutchmen, Flying Dutchmen, I think, back then.
Huh.
I think that was what they were called before they changed. But they did away with the football program at some point. I don't know why it was popular here in Long Island, but the Jets continued to use those facilities
Right.
for quite a while.
Yeah, so my son was born 6 weeks premature, and so he was born in Tampa, so we drove down from DC to Tampa, and like 2 days after he was born, and that Saturday, being the football junkie that I am, and don't get me wrong, since then I've exposed him to not only just sports, but like all the geeky things that I'm a fan of. But that Saturday, our hospital was literally across the way from the Buccaneers stadium. So I went to the team store at the stadium. I walk in there and I'm like, hey, where's your baby stuff? And they're like, over there. I think I may have bought like every single baby thing they had, including like the big foam chains, like the turnover chains that they had with the Bucs logo on it. And I got him a customized little kid's jersey that says Natty D. That's the nickname we gave him. So he could be off to a good start when he goes to those college parties or older parties later when he gets there and has the nickname Natty D. I have no idea if he'll ever like football. I obviously, who knows, right? But I try to make sure that he has enough things that at least he can at least grow up one day and say that his childhood and life was interesting, to say the least. But yeah, no, it is a parenthood is. I don't know what to make of parenthood yet. It's great, first of all, but it's one of those things where it's like every situation is different, every kid's different, and you're just like, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just along for the ride, and I'm just going to enjoy it and see what happens. So
Yeah, and enjoy every minute of it. It's the greatest job you'll ever have. It doesn't pay well, but it's a great job. And just real quick, yeah, Colston did play there. They are the Hofstra Pride now. They changed the Hofstra Pride in 2000.
okay.
They were something Dutchman. When I was growing up on Long Island, they were the Hofstra. I think it was Flying Dutchman, but they changed the name at some point. But
so like speaking of a lot of time here, are you going to the Fantasy Football Expo again this year? What's your plan for that, or are you not gonna be able to make it?
Yeah, I'm booked. I'm booked already. My flight's booked to fly in on Thursday and to fly out on Monday. I am staying at the DoubleTree,
Nice.
which I did not do last year. Last year I stayed at an Airbnb with Alan Hepworth was there, and
Gotcha.
and Zach Reed and Bob Gilchrist and Russ Fisher and John Bosch and Fantasy Cares folks were gracious enough to book an Airbnb. And I don't know if Bob's still in the background listening, but and Alan just said, dude, because I'm not staying there. And here's what I'll tell you guys. Out of that group, I'm the oldest one, right? I'm 50. I'm the oldest one. And I felt like I was the youngest because there's a lot of tired dads, right? These guys, they still have young children. This was their little bit of time away from the family. And I think they wanted to get a little bit of rest. So we would do some stuff in the daytime, and they'd want to go back to the house and chill. I want to be back. I want to be so I'm like, all right, I'm going to leave the older, younger men in the Airbnb this year. Don't take that personal, but you should. and I'm going to be at DoubleTree for where all the action is happening.
Yeah. As somebody who's been to almost every expo except for the falling down the stairs year, which I'll kick myself for always doing that. I've been at the DoubleTree, and if the bar area is cool, but the main spot I've noticed over the years where people, especially like the Sunday night when everybody's like leaving, the next day, the fire pits outside, that is definitely a big hangout spot there. But there are things I haven't done in Canton despite being there. Like I've never been to George's, go figure. Jorge has never been to George's, right? I finally went to Samantha's last year for breakfast, and they closed in Canton.
You put them out of business. Way to go.
I know, right? Seriously, good job. And it's I'm right there with you though. Like the fact that you can get away and you're around all these people, like the first night in Centennial Plaza is just fantastic. I mean, everybody's there. They're doing the cornhole thing or like floating around and just talking from people to people. And if it's your first time going there, folks, and you see somebody that you have talked or listened to, and you see them and you're just like, should I, shouldn't I, shouldn't I? You should just go. Everyone's pretty cool and down to earth, and it's a fun time. So no, I'm glad to hear you'll be there, man. I think I ran into you a little bit, but I didn't get a chance to actually hang out much. I think you and I have a few drinks coming our way at George's once we are at the DoubleTree at least, or one or both. Why not?
Yeah, I'm down for that for sure. I did see you with so many people, and we get caught up in groups sometimes. And,
yeah.
And the night goes on, you're like, oh damn, I didn't get to go see so and so, and I look forward to that. And to Jorge's point is at least go once. And I mean, it's the NFL Hall of Fame, by the way. I got to go there for the first time. And so if you're a football fan, where would you want to be other than Canton, Ohio? It's usually a week after the
Hall of Fame game
class goes in, right? So you see a lot of the new stuff that we just went down. I got to see Marcus Allen's uniform from the Super Bowl that made me a Raiders fan.
Oh, well, I did have to bring that up. Come on, I'm a Commanders fan. Have some. Yeah. Come on. All right, I got you.
Luckily, we didn't beat the Commanders. We beat that other team.
Well, it's funny. So 2019 was when it was called the Midwest Fantasy Football Expo. Then 2020 happened. There was nothing, and then they rebranded the Fantasy Football Expo in 21. And I'll never forget my friend Teddy Ricketson. We went out there. We went to the Hall of Fame, and we went to the team store. And I'm looking for at the time, it was before he became the Commanders. They were the Washington football team, and I'm like, "Where's the football team's merchandise?" And he's like, "Go over to this clothing rack." And so I'm looking at the clothing rack. I'm like, Bengals, Jets, Bengals, this. Like, I don't see where's ours was like the bookend of a rack of clothes. So it was like literally like 3 little shelves, and that was the extent of Washington gear. And I'm just like, wow, the trolling job by the Hall of Fame store is very fierce here this year. So. Hopefully that has changed, but no, the Hall of Fame is great. It's a great museum, like just to walk around in there and just to see the history. And I'm not usually one of the biggest museum fans. Like I'm not the one who normally would just like sit there and look at every single card of every single exhibit, but I did there. And Sal, let me ask you a question. Speaking of that, obviously we love fantasy football. Shocker. Go figure. We're doing this, in the middle of the night for a very good reason. Do you think, though, people who play fantasy football sometimes get a little bit too detached from actually watching the game and get more concerned of looking at their phones and seeing who's winning their fantasy matchups?
Sure, absolutely. And I've had a few people come on and say the same thing, similar to me. When your team stinks, right? When your team stinks historically, and you kind of get used to. All right, well, we're going to compete maybe for like a couple of weeks and then be out of it. You start to focus on your players. And I think fantasy football has changed the dynamic of fandom. And let's just say it how it is. There's no other sport that relates to fantasy like the NFL, right? There's fantasy baseball, and that was first. But that's like a job. If you've never played fantasy football.
Oh, my gosh, yes. Yeah.
It's 7 days a week. It's a job. It's unfun. There are some purists that will fight me on this, but fantasy hockey, don't even get me started. I don't think it makes any sense. And fantasy basketball the same. But fantasy football, it's almost like football was designed for this.
All right.
So I think you become a bigger fan of your fake football teams, and with good reason. You're always going to have the best of the best on those teams. They might not perform great every week, but at some point they're going to have big weeks, and you can mix and match those players each week. It creates that fantasy. I mean, that's what it is. You become a fantasy GM of these teams, and you take ownership of it because you built it, right?
Right.
Like, you have legitimately nothing to do with what those guys are going to do on a Thursday, a Sunday, a Monday, the occasional Saturday and Black Friday game,
Right.
as the NFL takes up every day.
Every day of the week and holiday. Yeah, exactly.
You have nothing other than, hey, the weather is this, and this guy's done this last time, and his team hasn't been able to stop this, so I'm going to play this person. And if you're lucky, they don't get hurt. If you're lucky, they play well. But there's nothing you could do about it except for saying, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Of course.
Right, of course, yeah.
But, yeah, of course, I think people have taken it to a point where they root more for their fantasy team.
Yeah, you know, and I hear a lot of people out there saying, who are on the side of like enjoy the football, saying just put down the phone and enjoy the games. And I used to be on the side where it's like, person, like, back off. Let me enjoy how I want to enjoy, and let me enjoy the fact that we are playing a game of a game. And yeah, I'll have my phone ringing and the notifications going off and just enjoying, like, oh my God, this just helped. Like somebody in the chat, Reebok Joe just said, it's why Red Zone has become so popular. 100%. I think that's exactly.
I think it's why Red Zone exists.
Yeah, exactly. I will say though, as a content creator who likes to come through stats, and we hear it during like draft season, especially with like prospect analysis, it's like, are you team film? Are you team analytic? Like, you know, and the answer is you should be both, right? So you have a perspective of like, is this stat misleading, or is this play on the field misleading? And it's one of those things where I've noticed when trying to give fantasy advice from year to year is that I think a little is lost when you're just box score checking or looking at these analytics. I think there's something to be said for like taking a step back and like watching some of these games, just from like a content creator standpoint. From a fan standpoint, you know, I 100% agree with what you're saying. Like if your team is not doing well, then your fantasy team's all you got, right? So you might as well just enjoy what you can enjoy and get the most out of it, however you can get out of it. But I don't know. Part of me thinks like maybe there is a little bit of a disconnect, too much of a disconnect, which is why going to a place like the Canton, Ohio for the Expo, for me at least, I find it very helpful to go through the Hall of Fame and see the exhibit, because it kind of gives me like a reset mode for every year. It's like, okay, let's remember like why this game is awesome. Like, let's remember all the highlights that I've seen over the years, you know, and then after I get through with walking through the exhibit, it's kind of like, okay, now let's try and capture this now in like fantasy football magic and just see where things go from there. So, and again, that's just me. But for people who are going for the first time, don't rule out going to the museum. It's definitely it's a really well done one. The exhibits are fun to go to and check out. It's not boring. It's not dry where you're just like, ugh, another museum. Like, no, it's legitimately a really good one. And obviously the people you're gonna beat that entire weekend. It's just gonna be a great weekend, and I'm very happy to know that, Sal, you're gonna be there this year again. So I'm looking forward to seeing you in person there.
Yeah, it's like the SFB Podathon chat explodes, and
right.
It's the expo, and you know, one thing I'll add to you know, fantasy football and what it's done. I mentioned earlier in the day, I won my first championship in 1998, and I had Brett Favre on that team, and we experimented with Keeper League back then for the first time. You could keep one player, and I would keep Brett Favre because back then quarterbacks played a lot of value into fantasy football, especially the way we played by the rules we played by back then. But I had Favre and I had Amon Green. If you remember Amon Green.
Oh yeah, Green Bay Packer running back. Yep, Mike Sherman was coach, I think.
It made me a little bit of a Packers fan, like, because I followed them so closely. to see what they were doing every week, and they were good. They won a Super Bowl back in that time frame, and they beat the Broncos.
Patriots. I think they lost to the Broncos the following
They
year.
lost to the Broncos and beat the Patriots. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. I remember.
I just watched America's game the other day. That was the one they had on. That's why I remember that. Yeah.
And if you're right, because the Broncos broke that NFC run.
Yes, they did.
Of what, double-digit years that it had been since the NFC had won, the AFC had won a Super Bowl, and then it's gone the other way. So it makes you fans of teams you weren't a fan of before because you're watching their games a little more closely. We're up against the 5 o'clock hour. I want to remind everybody that in one more hour, we will switch over to the final stream of the SFB Podathon. And what that tells me is that that's like the home stretch, right? Like we got 6 hours left at that point. So we have 7 hours right now. And 1 hour, make sure you've done it with us already twice. Do it with us one more time. Switch over to the final stream. And as I've said every other time, you should already be following Fantasy Cares on YouTube. You should have notifications turned on because we do multiple shows a week. Trivia contests, Wednesday hangouts, giveaways. The best way to get into Scott Fishbowl next year is to be following those YouTubes because that's where a lot of spots are given away. And I'm so excited that we actually have a guest coming up, and not just because it's an old friend who's been with us many times and we got him back, is because, goddamn, I got to pee. And with it just being you and me, neither one of us have been able to leave the show for the last hour. So I'm going to say, Jorge, you got the reads. So do a read.
Okay, you got it.
And we'll take it from there.
All right. So first of all, we want to thank the Game Blazers app. The Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Game Blazers goes way beyond DFS. Rip packs, collect the level up your battle pass, and so much more. It's a whole new way to play fantasy. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB1515, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack you purchase. Plus, get a BOGO offer with Scott Fishbowl packs. Buy one, get one free. And remember, folks, every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Start playing today. Game Blazers. This app is fantastic. And the fact that, they're covering the entire sponsorship of the Podathon, kudos to you all at Game Blazers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I failed as a guest. I couldn't make it through my segment when I have to go to the bathroom. One lousy hour, and I couldn't make it. Forget the 17 hours I was on before that. But
so I think, if memory serves me correctly, JB should be hopping on next.
Is he supposed to be on right now?
For the five. Are we at 5? Yeah, 5. I can stay however long you need me. Or if JB is going to hop on too. So whatever you say, boss. Whatever you need, I'm there for you.
He's calling me boss now. All right. Yeah, JB's supposed to be. He's here.
Nice.
He's here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Look at his fresh Kacey. Look at him.
Yeah, I got a fresh 3 hours of sleep, ready to rock.
Nice. First of all, I don't know if you saw on Twitter yet, but your is that Hawk Wrestling Buddy from the Legion of Doom that you haven't bet? Kudos to you, man. The pro wrestling fan of me is just so happy to see that. But Sal, thank you very much for letting me join on as your co-host for these early morning hours. I will be back at 8:30, at 8:39, 9:30, and then at 11:30. So looking forward to seeing you then. And I think the Fantasy and Frames team will be here at 6. So we got a few of us showing up. So sorry for taking up the screen ahead of time, but seriously, this has been fantastic. Thank you very much. It's always been on my list of being able to be a host or co-host on the Podathon, and I'm looking forward to many more years going forward. And I'll see you in a few hours.
You're always welcome back, and I need you, buddy. Thank you. Great segments. We'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
Later, brother.
Well, JB, thank God I saw our next guest. He was in the chat. He was in the background, and then he disappeared. And I just let everybody know that we didn't have a guest for the last hour.
Oh no.
So I knew that the 4 o'clock guest wasn't showing up, but the 4:30, unfortunately, Chalk did not make it either. So I've had to pee for a real damn long time. And thank God we have our old friend Murph with us there. Look at this handsome son of a bitch right here. Back with us again. And what we're going to do is we're going to have you two guys get acquainted while I go use the bathroom.
Sounds good. I mean, it's not like we're not acquainted already, man. I woke up at 5 a.m. Actually woke up at 4 so I could get ready for work to be here for you at 5, Murph. So I know it's always an honor and a pleasure to chop it up with you here. Before we do, got some business to read first, though. The Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. The action doesn't stop at the final whistle with Game Blazers. Rip packs, play mini games, and complete roster upgrade challenges to level up your battle pass and earn rewards. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy 1 pack, get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today. Now, Murph, it's always a pleasure to chop it up with you, my man, my fellow Bucks fan. What's new in your world, brother?
What's new in my world? Well, I turned 40 last month, so that was
welcome to the club.
Yeah, thanks, man. That was a rude awakening. Mate, 2025's been grand. It's been a great year. Been really busy churning out the content and getting a lot of stuff done. So it has been just amazing, really. Let's see, we launched our FFCC Year 7, and I'll talk about that in a bit because I want to give some spots away to those that are donating to the Podathon in this hour, or today. So we'll talk about that. And also we released our 4th guide, the Fantasy Football Playbook, that went live about a month ago on Amazon. So
nice.
We'll give some of those away as well, at least the PDF copies, to people that are donating on the Podathon. So if you are tuning in now, you can donate to the Podathon, and if you do so, you can enter a fantasy football tournament and get a free copy of the strategy guide, which is going to give you projections. It's going to give you loads of great stuff. So as long as you're donating to the Podathon, then you send it to me at 5yard rush on X or murphnfl.bsky.social on Blue Sky. Send me the proof of the donation today from the Podathon, and I'll make sure you get in the FFCC charity best ball tournament, so no need to worry about that roster management piece. And also I'll make sure that you get a copy of our fantasy football playbook. So can't ask for more than that. You're actually getting something for your money, and I love being here. It's my 4th Podathon, so it's just amazing to be back, and you invited me, man. I'm blessed, and it's just great to chat with you, and appreciate you getting up for me as well.
Absolutely. I think this is our 2nd or 3rd year doing it together at the same time, and me being on as a co-host while you're on. So always love it. But guys, if you're not familiar with Murph's work, he does some great work. He puts out some great content. So all these things, take advantage of it. I mean, if you're donating to Fantasy Cares, helping a good cause anyway, and now Murph's offering to not only get you in an awesome tournament that I participated in for years, but to give you some hardcore content too for that, Murph. That's awesome, dude. Thank you for that.
Listen, you guys are awesome. You guys are raising so much money for Fantasy Cares, and I'm just an idiot from Britain, right? What can I do? But what I can do is, when I'm producing content, is think about ways of giving back. And Scott has been such an inspiration for years. He was my inspiration for starting my charity tournament 7 years ago. Thanks, Jorge, man. For me, it's really important to give back. I think that we're all so privileged, right? And we all know people less fortunate than ourselves, and anything that we can do. And I can't run marathons, and I can't I can't climb mountains, but what I can do is produce some fantasy football content. And if that gets people donating to this Podathon, I am happy to donate as many copies of the playbook and as many entrants into the FFCC as possible. So donate. If you send that donation to me as proof of donation, you'll get a spot in the FFCC, and you'll get a spot in and you get a copy of the playbook as well.
Awesome. I love it. Sal did a little wardrobe change while he was out
Love
too,
it.
I see.
Got
So
it.
shirts up.
This is the SFB Live shirt that you get this year if you attend a live draft SFB. This is the shirt you get along with sponsors on the back, and
that's so
give
awesome.
me the opportunity to flex the muscles, JB, a little bit right there.
We've got our live draft coming on Saturday here in London, so very excited to be part of that. Once again, I missed it last year because I had a wedding, so I'm excited to be drafting live with the guys on Saturday. So it's going to be I've been jealous of the guys so far, and a massive FOMO who have been doing their drafts over the previous week. So I'm glad it's our turn on Saturday, and hopefully the weather holds up for it.
Now, I thought about being in a London division myself, and I wasn't going to be able to get there, but I did see the London Silly Nannies as an option, and I thought about it for a second, but ended up with the Bayside Tigers in a good division. Do you know anybody that's going to be drafting live with you? Talk about some of the cool people that you're looking forward to seeing, or people that you're looking forward to meeting.
Yeah, amazing. So first of all, I have got my outfit, so I'm not going to disclose it. You have to check out Five and Rush on Saturday, but I got a custom piece made for the live draft. So I'm excited to wear that. There we go. There's one of the guys I'm drafting with, so I'm in the London Monarchs division. There's some great folks in there. There's a former Five and Rush champion of champions, Martin. He's in there. There is the commissioner of the JTT Cup. There's Martin there. Matt Cullen. Now, if you don't know the JTT Cup, they do phenomenal work. They've raised over £50,000, which is like over 70 grand for charity. Yeah, see, everyone's tuning in to me. I give away all my stuff for free. I did a Scott Fishbowl video just last week with my projections, and I've given you copies of the projections. Like, you don't need to be spying on the chat here to pick who I'm going to be picking. It's all out in the public domain. I shoot myself in the foot every year, but it's there's some great folks. There's a guy who lives a couple of miles from me, Ben Burridge. He's also going to be drafting. He's going to be drafting with me as well. So we're getting the train down together, train back together. So, yeah, there's a lot of great people I'm drafting with. It's going to be a tough division. The last time I drafted live in London, I had Bob Lung there and was drafting the division with Bob Lung. And Rich Cooling, who was on the Podathon a couple of hours ago. And Matt was also in that group as well. So I feel like in every charity league, I've got Matt Cullen in my division. He's probably sick of the sight of me. I'm not sick of the sight of him, but because I'm a lover, not a hater. But you don't need to spy this chat for tips. I do have my projection sheet, but it is available to everyone on the Five Rush channel. So watch the video on how I'm planning to attack the Scott Fishbowl this year.
Bob was in Chicago last week, by the way. He drafted live in Chicago this year, so I saw Bob last week making the rounds. Another one of the guys that makes the round, and of course, that's who brings us the expo every year in Canton is Bob Lung. So.
That is my bucket list item, is to go to the expo. I really didn't time having my child born in August well, because it's like his birthday weekend every year then. So I'm going to wait till he's a bit older, and I'm going to bring him with him, being in the King's Classic for so long, and then we'll draft in person in the King's Classic together as a father-son team.
What's his birthday?
He's August 6th.
6th?
Yeah.
That's my birthday. So bring him. What better way to celebrate his birthday than with Uncle Sal?
That's it.
His American uncle. I think you should bring him.
I'd love to. He is 5 at the moment, so he's a little young. But when he's a little bit older, for sure, I bring him to be Uncle Sal, and we're drafting the Hall of Fame. And yeah, it's a bucket list item ever since Bob invited me into the King's Classic many, many years ago. I'm looking forward to that.
Make no doubt that what Murph is referencing is it's a bucket list item for his son to celebrate his birthday with me.
That really is. I mean, like, it doesn't get better than celebrate your birthday with Uncle Sal. That's for sure. But you're not giving him a Raiders shirt for his birthday. I'm just going to put that out there now.
I wouldn't do that to him. I tried to make my son a Giants fan. To tell me he became a Jets fan.
Brilliant.
He could have had 2 Super Bowls in his lifetime. He decided, no, I want to go with the Jets.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should have just stayed clear of both of those and gone with like Buffalo.
Yeah, it's not too late.
I like that. So, Murph, since you're giving away your strategy anyway, I see you're picking at the 4 spot, and I'm also a number 4, and I'm trying to figure out where I'm going with that pick. I think some of the conversations I've had on the Podathon have started to sway me off of quarterback. but I'm debating if I'm going with one of those volume running backs or if I'm just completely pivoting to another direction. Do you have a target in mind? Do you have any ideas of which route you're going to go there?
I'm not going quarterback. I think the value this year is not there. So, I look at my projection sheet. The question's going to come at 4. I approach this very differently to how I approach a regular league. You're beating out 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 plus people, right? You can't sit here and play this as a 12-team standard redraft because you're going to get eaten up. So I feel like every pick you've got to shoot for the moon. And as much as I love all the ADP tools that come out, and I love the guys that put those together and shout out for them, I almost think that the ADP and chasing ADP is your biggest killer in this. I think you want to be, people say don't reach for guys, play for value. There's no value in the Scottish Bowl, right? Ultimately, you've got to take your shots. So it really is going to depend who is there at 4, whether I can make a safe pick. And I'd be quite happy to take someone like Derrick Henry. It's not safe in the sense of, the production's there. Or are you going to shoot for the moon and take a Christian McCaffrey there? And I think
we talked about that in the Forest chat, right? Because we're assuming that Bijan's going to be gone. We're figuring Chase is probably going to be gone. And then it's a matter of who goes as that third top 3 pick and who's left for us. I mean, a lot of people are talking about Gibbs in the chat. I think there's options I like better than that.
Oh, if Barkley's there at 4, he's a snap, right? For me, if Barkley's there at 4, he's a snap. I'm working on the assumption he's not.
Right.
But if
If he's one of
Barkley's
those
there
top
at
3.
4, he is a snap. For me, he is the highest graded player in projections in the Scottish Bowl.
Interesting. So you're not fearing any sort of regression or...
I don't think you can bake in that much regression to what he did. He sat out games, he sat out plays. There isn't competition behind him. That line has improved, I feel. Another year together, I think you're in a great place with him. I don't think, there's not a lot that has effectively changed in Philly. When you've got that continuity, it's much easier to project what they're going to do. I think he's going to get... and those breakaway runs are going to be really important in this scoring format, getting those big runs, the amount of volume that he got. So I just think for me, he is like the gold standard in this scoring. And then I think everyone else is, who you can get. I mean, for me, I have a few guys above Bijan and Gibbs. And for me, that's where I'm like, do you take the risk on someone like McCaffrey, who I do have higher? I probably would.
Sal, isn't this great? This is why we do this, right? We have so many experts on here, so many great opinions, so many great takes. We had Marcus Grant on earlier, who was like, Saquon Barkley is not going to return first round value. And then you have Murph standing here planting the flag going, he's my number 1 graded guy.
1 overall.
And this is why we do this, guys, so that people can hear the other opinions, people can hear, the reasons why, and then formulate your own opinions on what you're going to do. And isn't it cool to see that, Sal? How everybody just has their reasons why, and we can just kind of talk it out and figure it out. That's what this is all about.
Yeah, and we walk away just as confused as when we started. So it's perfect. I'm at the 112, so everybody's going to make the decision for me.
Yeah.
At 112, I'm going best player on the board. And at 113, I'm going the next best player on the board. So
I think that's the way to play it without the positions this year. I mean, you haven't got to worry about I've got to take this many running backs, this many wide receivers. That frees up that ability to just swing and swing and swing and just go for it because you're not having to think about taking position. You don't want to take a tight end, don't take a tight end. I think there's a strategy out there that if you don't get one of the first 5 or 6 guys, you can take 0. And I genuinely think that's a viable strategy in this format. Or maybe you get a guy super late. I don't think you need to shoehorn yourself in. I also don't feel like I've got... So I was just double checking my projection for Barkley on the season. And I don't think it's that aggressively ranked compared to where he was. I am at 301 carries, which is about similar to the way he did last year. 1,400 rushing yards, 11 rushing touchdowns. And then I have him with 47 receptions for 331 yards and 2 receiving touchdowns. So if you think that rushing touchdowns are a little punchy. I'm also really light on the receiving touchdowns.
Right.
So 13 touchdowns I don't think is outside the realm of possibility. I mean, that's what I think he'll get. How you want to splice that doesn't really matter in this format. They're worth the same. It's the 301 carries, I think is reasonably conservative if he stays healthy. That is always the question of any running back. But, I don't think I'm that, but like I have Jonathan Taylor with more carries. I have Derrick Henry with more carries. I don't have him as the highest workload back in this my projections, but I think he just will bring the most overall, especially with some of those bonuses.
So then talk about, because I know you're a Bucs fan like me, so I'm curious your opinion on Bucky Irving this year, because obviously he had a big breakout last year. Offensive coordinator is gone now. Do you think that's going to have an effect on him? And do you think he's going to carry the same value that he had? Do you think he's going to continue to be a lead dog, or do you think there's going to be kind of a second-year regression there?
I know. I think he progresses. I think, I'm not saying that Rachaad White is not a thing, but at the end of the day, I think Bucky Irving is the lead back. The way that they talk. Now, there's certain teams when they talk in the public domain, I couldn't care less, right? John Harbaugh at Baltimore is one of just, he says something, I genuinely don't care. It doesn't mean anything, right? Because he just talks. And, it's same with Bill Belichick and the Patriots. The Patriots organization, they put information out that means absolutely diddly squat. I feel for me, the Buccaneers is one of the true organizations that when they say something about a player, they genuinely mean it. And the way that they talked up about Bucky Irving at the Combine, the way they talked about him in the pre-draft this year in free agency, the fact that they didn't go out and attack that position despite all the troubles that Rachaad White has had from running the football. I think you're looking at that and thinking he is, for me, wheels up. I don't think he is going to be a top 6 running back, but I definitely think he's a top 9 running back. And I think with his explosiveness, he's going to have such a high yards per carry rate. It's probably going to be one of the better ones in the NFL this season. And yes, it's a change of offensive coordinator, but it's not. It is in the sense of it's not Liam Cohen, but it is Josh Grizzard, who was there last year. I don't think they're going to change too much. I think they're just going to change the way that they use the players a little bit more with some of the usage. But I think you're going to see a very familiar offense because let's be honest, that offense has got the last 2 offensive coordinators head coach jobs in back-to-back years. You ain't changing much with that offense. So that side of the ball is not a problem. They score points. But what you might do is phase a bit of Rachaad White out. There was murmurs of he might get traded, he might leave. I think that I don't think he's going to be around too much longer. I think they're quite happy to progress with Irving, and they love the kid. And I think he is going to be given a great opportunity. So I have him about 225 carries this year. So I don't think it's like he's a super bell cow back, but I have him with 50 receptions as well. And I think he's going to be the guy that's going to get a lot of the ball, especially at the goal line inside the 20. I think he's going to get a lot of that red zone work.
Absolutely.
Oh, good old Lewis. Not seen him for a while. I see you, Lewis.
So he's the guy that I'm targeting on that way back, and I'm hoping that most of my division is sleeping right now. But like when you talk about, who we were taking at 104, but then we're coming back in the second round, like he's a guy that I'm seeing getting to our spot in that draft. And if we can grab him there to pair him with whatever top back we might take in the first round, that's going to be a hell of a start to Scott Fishbowl, if you ask me.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there's a few guys in that late second you can target that are really good value. I think Bucky Irving is one. I think some of the older quarterbacks, older running backs could be good value there as well. Because what I find interesting with the ADP currently, both in Scott Fishbowl and just ADP in general with redraft, is this dynasty hangover is occurring, where people are like, I'm not taking my running back because he's over 28 years old. I'll go take someone else. And I'm just like, sign me up. I'll take every over 28 running back there is in the draft, because at the end of the day, I only need them for 17 weeks. So I'm not looking at them next season. So it's like in redraft, you don't have to worry about that unless there's significant injury concerns. And you're like, okay, fair enough. If you don't want to take Christian McCaffrey because you think he's dust, then that's fair. Like, I get it. But I also think that you're playing in a tournament of 4,000 people. Playing safe doesn't win. Like, you're not going to win unless you take a shot. If you take Christian McCaffrey, if it blows up, I'll go to sleep at night easy, knowing swang and missed, then just bunting and hoping to just run the guy at first or hit the single. Like, you can't hit singles. Like, everyone sits there and goes, oh, okay, well, I get to the end of the first round and I'll probably just go like Amon-Ra St. Brown, or I might go like, CeeDee Lamb. You're fine, right? Puka. You're like, yeah, okay, but is that going to get you to where you need to go at the end of the first? No. You're going to be fine. You probably make the playoffs, but you're not going to win taking those guys in the first round. You need to take the real ceiling guys, the Barkleys, the Chases, the McCaffreys. And I think there's a few guys that you can take at the back end of the first. Like, for me, I'd rather see someone make the aggressive play and go for Alvin Kamara than go for a safe play and take Puka Nacua. Because who's challenging Alvin Kamara for touches in New Orleans, right? There isn't anyone. So I just think, like, go for the moon, like, take your shot. Don't worry about. And I think I've been doing a lot of work in the last couple of years about groupthink. A lot of people see the ADPs and they trap themselves into going with the safe play because it's what everyone else does. And I actually think you've got to be super contrarian in this format. You've got to take your shots. You've got to be so different. If you're seeing a run of players, don't add on to the run because of scarcity. Pivot, go in a different direction. You don't need to worry about positions this year.
Exactly.
You don't need to worry about, the tight ends are going, I need to take a tight end. Tight ends are going, great, I'll take another running back. I'll take a wide. I think, and loads of people, just load up with wide receivers. And I think, okay, that's fine, but what's that going to get you in a year? What's that going to get you to where you want to get to? You'll be safe, you'll make the playoffs. But do you want to make the playoffs or do you want to win?
So what's your strategy with quarterback this year, Murph? What's your strategy? Like, are you targeting them in a certain area of the draft, or are there a certain range of quarterbacks that you're looking at? What's your strategy here, since it is kind of, you don't really need one?
Yeah, I think it's one of those. I think, so I'm working on the assumption, and this is a British assumption, that in Superflex drafts in England, quarterbacks just go, right? They just go really, really early. I would expect 4 quarterbacks to go in the first round in my draft.
See, and I'm not seeing that in the mocks, though, and it might be different in your live.
That's what I'm thinking is I think those that perhaps are unsure will go, you can't go wrong drafting a quarterback in the first round. And I think what will happen is that it's a super flex, I have to take a quarterback mentality, I think, kind of sticks. Maybe it's an overgeneralization. Maybe the guys in this draft will think differently, and that's, it's totally plausible that doesn't happen. But my expectation is 4 quarterbacks will go in the first round. So I think if 4 go in the first round, then I'm thinking, okay, I need to have a think around those, because I think the next 2 quarterbacks are really, like, which for me is Joe Burrow and Baker Mayfield, right? Then I think, where do they go? If they go reasonably early, then I'm thinking, then I don't care, because it's Pollard, it's Fields, it's Nicks, it's Kyler Murray, Drake May, for example, Patrick Mahomes. All those guys are all within about 20 points, which is about 1 point per week. I don't care. No, I'll just get one of those guys. I think Drake May could be a really good target. If you miss on the first 6, he's probably the guy I would look to pick up and try and run with in this. I don't think I want Justin Fields with his passing ability and it being the Jets and that lack of offensive production we've seen for years. So I think for me, I'd rather let someone take Mahomes and I'll wait a bit longer and I'll get myself a Drake May, I think, is if I don't get one of those top 6 quarterbacks.
Good strategy. Good strategy. Sal, I know that, you're drafting at the back end of your draft and kind of letting the board fall. You kind of think in the same way as far as quarterback goes, just kind of grab one when you get to that pocket of where you're ready to grab one.
Yeah, I've noticed that good, solid quarterbacks are going in double-digit rounds from seeing here. So I really want to load up on the positions, best position players. I've been open about. I hope nobody from the New Jersey Devils division has been listening to any of this. I would love one of those tight ends to fall to me at the turn and walk away from with one of the 2. We know which 2 I'm talking about. I did see in Chicago where somebody walked away with both of them. at the 12 and the 201. So I don't think that's going to happen. Not now that the ADP's out there and more people are seeing Brock Bowers go in the top 7. But if one of them would fall to me, yeah, and I could wait on quarterback. Last year at the New York draft, I had the 12 pick, third round reversal, and my pick at 12 was Justin Jefferson, and my pick, my second round pick was Kyler Murray, because of the rushing first downs, and I had every intention on taking Trey McBride with the first pick of the third round, and he went at the 212. And I looked across the table at the young man and took him, who did not know me well, and I gave him like one of these things over here. I actually think I made him nervous. I had to apologize. I felt bad, especially as a Fantasy Cares representative. I was like, it was a joke. He kept apologizing to me. I'm like, dude, stop. He didn't apologize to me. He was a young guy too, so I really did feel bad about that. If I see him this year, I'm going to kick his.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. And I also think the drafting live element is really interesting because, especially with you, Sal, in particular, I get this sometimes drafting in London. I think there is that element of a bit of a target on your back, right? People look at you and go, well, you know what you're doing, and they want to try and guess what you're doing. Like I said, all mine's out in the domain, right? You want to know what I'm going to do, it's out there. Because for me, would I love to win the Scottish Bowl? Of course. Will I play to win? Yes. But it's not about that for me. The Scottish Bowl is about community. I wouldn't have met you guys without this. I wouldn't have met some of the friends that I have across the world. People that are genuine friends of mine I've met because of the Scottish Bowl. And, I think the likes of like Brian Drake and Drew Davenport, people I've played with. And, I think there's so many over the years I've played with and loved playing with. And it's just phenomenal, the amount of people you get to meet every year. It's why I probably won't do a live draft every year, because I love the community aspect and playing with random people across the world. Like last year I played in the national division, and it was brilliant because you get to meet people you don't get to meet. Yeah. And you strike those friendships, and you have some of the, some of the best drafts. I think the best draft I've ever been on was my Scottish Bowl 10. Gary Haddow, who'd won Scottish Bowl 9. I had Bo McBriar, like Mr. Hot Sauce himself. We had a load of people. We had Hope Myers, who was, I think, 12 at the time. She made the final as a 12-year-old.
Nice.
She schooled all of us. And we just had it was the best draft I've ever been in. Justin Beans of Fantasy Points, he was in there. We just advanced Justin Vance. And we had literally loads of people. And it was the most fun. And that, for me, is the Scottish Bowl. So, that's why I don't mind coming on and saying, hey, I'm going to take this play. Because I don't care. Ultimately, I want to win, and I play to win.
And we're up against it, so we're going to have to let you go soon. But real quick, there is a question in the chat that asks who are your favorite late dart throws. So I guess since we're so close to the end, give us one or two quick ones that you're targeting late in the draft.
Yeah, okay. So I said in my video last week that I will be the last 6 rounds taking running backs. I'm just going to fill up with running backs, right? I'm going to target the guys. So my absolute late round dart is Sean Tucker. We saw him have really explosive games last year. So I really love targeting him. I think any of those sort of running backs, Marshawn Lloyd is a good one to target if something happens to Josh Jacobs, given how single track they are. I think you're looking at those sort of bell cow backs and you're trying to think about where they might be targeting or where you might get some real value. So in those late rounds, they're the kind of players I'm really hitting on to try and build some value. Dylan Sampson's a good one. Rico Dowdle. Those are the kind of guys I'm going really late on. And I'm just, the final 6 rounds is all running back. I'm not even going to look, because there's all the upside. If your 20th pick ends up usurping into a starting role, you're under a winner.
Love it, Murph. I love it.
All right, sir. Thank you always, Murph.
Listen, guys, it's a pleasure and great work as always. I appreciate you having me on, and go kill it.
Good to see you, my brother.
We'll see you later. 5 next year. You got it, man.
I'm back.
So, Cali Trader, yeah, not only is this live, it's been live for 17 and a half hours. And I've been here in this chair, but standing. Sometimes I've stood up to get blood flow to my legs. But I've been here for 17 and a half hours live. I've been joined by JB and a host of other co-hosts throughout the way to keep us going. It is 5:30 a.m. in New York City, where I am, East Coast time, and it's good to be here. JB pulling morning duty before he heads off to work, and he'll probably be, a pile of mush at work today on his 3 hours. But he knew if he didn't come back, I would not let him on next year. So smart move.
Well, you're starting to yawn, man. So that's why I had to kind of give you a little bit of a reprieve in that half hour, give you a little bit of all right, let's rest the vocals because we still got a while to go, my man.
Yeah, I'll remind everybody at 30 minutes from now, we're going to switch over to the final stream. That is marked number 4 at Fantasy Cares on YouTube. You should be following Fantasy Cares on YouTube. If you're not, you should go click on there right now. Biggest numbers I think we've had overnight watching live. It's really not slowed down throughout the first 18 hours that we've done this. And it's just been tremendous.
It's been a great turnout in the chat this year, man. There's a lot of great just interaction in the chat. And guys, that keeps us going. We love seeing the chat going. We love the conversation in there. Even you guys having conversations with each other in the chat. It's awesome. Keep it up.
JB, if we would do a read, we'll get our next 2 guests in here.
Sounds good. The Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Game Blazers goes way beyond DFS. Rip packs, collect items, level up your battle pass, and so much more. It's a whole new way to play fantasy. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, get a BOGO offer with Scott Fishbowl packs. Buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Start playing today.
Wonderful job. You've done a great job with those along the way. And let me bring up a former Long Islander who left us for the further northeast, I believe, and Drew DeLuca as well. So Jamie and Drew, welcome back to the SFB Podathon. Good to have you guys here. I do dig the SFB NHL logo shirt. I did not purchase that one this year. I did purchase many and a lot of black ones. So I did stay away from that one. But I don't know. Every time I see it, I'm like, I might have to go back and buy that one. And Jamie is doing a little throwback to SFB 12. Is that 12? Yes. There it is, Scott Fishbowl 12. Ani at the state. What is up, gents? Thanks for joining us to kick off Monday morning here on the East Coast. It looks like it's daylight outside, and Jamie's enjoying it.
It's been daylight in Maine since 3 a.m., which can be one of the drawbacks of being here. But yes, Sal, former Long Islander. Now you can see the Maine wilderness behind me. But hey, you guys sound great. Sal, you especially putting in the hours here. And I really appreciate you guys having us on.
Thanks for having me on. This is awesome. Yeah, I love the shirt. Both my boys play hockey, so it was a no-brainer for me. I fell in love with the logo right away. And Jamie, I'm glad that you're wearing that shirt. I almost decided to go with that one. I'm like, no, I'm going to rep the new one today. I was this close to wearing the exact same shirt because that would have been kind of weird. So
my new ones are dirty. I didn't plan this well at all, but I mean, I don't know why. This is all the cool themes. I've been at SFB since 8, and I got a shirt from every year. But this one, for some reason, is my favorite one. I don't know. This one, I like the color. Most of mine, like Sal's, are black, but this one calls to me all the time. I'll wear it to the park, and people will ask me what with my kids, and people say, "What's that?" And I explain it to them, and then you see, it's awesome.
Yeah, I wear it to the pool a lot.
Every year I go black or gray with pretty much every shirt that I buy. This year I actually got the Knicks one in the blue and I got the Bucks one in the red. So I'm adding a little bit of color to my SFB wardrobe repertoire here.
JP, I meant to mention last segment. Murph is a Buccaneers fan also.
Yep.
And I see your Warren Sapp jersey in the back. Did we have this conversation about me running into Warren Sapp at the Super Bowl in 2024?
No.
So I was, and guys, I don't mean to take up from your segment, but I got to tell JB the story because I got a chance to go work in and around the Super Bowl in Las Vegas in 2024 with my best friend, who's a sound and lighting production guy. He owns the company, and we got a last minute invite to do basically 6 parties in 5 days at the Super Bowl. One party was hosted by Roger Goodell. I don't know if you've heard of him. Another one was Deion Sanders and his sons and Colorado Prime Steaks. The Jordan brand hosted one night, Women in Sports, all these amazing events. And there was athletes there throughout the whole week. And Warren Sapp was hanging around our soundboard. He was just hanging around by us. And he started talking to one of my buddies and my friends. Like he's like, you got to come over and meet him. He's like, he's a funny guy. And I come over to meet him. And I go back and I'm like, hey, Warren, what's going on? And I said, I'm a lifelong Raiders fan. And he goes, hey, once a Raider, always a Raider, baby. And I said, well, I want to talk more about the Super Bowl when you guys bashed our brains in. He takes his big, meaty paw and he slaps me on my chest like this. And he goes, you were never winning that Super Bowl, baby. And first of all, I had to catch my breath because he said it twice in my chest. Like, no, that was pretty obvious. When you guys hired our coach and the new guy decided not to change the audibles up or anything. Warren was really, really cool about the whole thing. And he was very adamant that the Raiders had no shot at Super Bowl. And if you watch that Super Bowl, and I do not watch highlights of that Super Bowl, that's true. But I can't believe I haven't told you that story. I do have a picture with him. I have a picture. I'll share it with you.
And I've heard so many times from different people that he really is larger than life, and he's just this outgoing, bubbly dude. And for you to experience that is awesome. Like, I'd love to meet him one day. That's one of the things that, like, hopefully one day if we do move to Tampa, like we've talked about, we'll run into him down in Florida one day. So that's on the list.
I'm not saying that we do have his phone number. I'm just saying that his phone number is in one of our phones.
Can we get him on the Podathon next year?
We thought about it. I had to talk to my friend TJ. He ended up striking. TJ lives down in Florida near him. So they exchanged numbers, and I think they've gone out for breakfast. So
Nice.
It's possible. Let's get back to Drew and Jamie, though. And I'm going to let JB run with it. He's here for a short period of time, and I'm half dead. So,
Yeah, so I know, Drew, you're drafting live. Did you draft already?
No, I'm actually in Philly live. So we draft not this coming Sunday, this Sunday after at the garage in Fishtown. So it'll be 3rd year doing Philly live, repeating the same spot, which is a great endorsement of the facility, and it's a ton of fun. So SiriusXM was broadcasting live there last year. I believe they'll be back again. Great silent auction, just a great time, just a good group of people. So I'm in the Philadelphia Phillies division, spot number 1. So I was a little heartbroken when I heard that 3rd round reversal was back. 'Cause I thought for a second there was a prayer, because I figured with scoring being a lot flatter this year that there was a chance that we might go away, but it's back, and it is what it is. We'll make the best of it, and we'll have to figure out who I'm going to take number 1. So Murph gave me something to think about in that last segment there. I was listening in. And Bijan's my number 1, the one who did my projections, but this guy here back here, you probably can't see it from way back there. That's the reverse hurdle, Saquon.
Nice.
He's got to be in play. So.
Yeah, and I figure at the Philly drafts, he's going to be a popular name at the top of the draft board. I hate to hear the Phillies division, though. The Met fan in me is just actually crushing me to hear you say that. But
yeah,
but we will wish you luck, and obviously the late draft gives you a little bit of an advantage so that you can kind of see ADPs develop. You can kind of let it rock a little bit, see who's going at that 1 pick, give you a little bit of time. Jamie, you're drafting in the middle of your draft, right? So you start with a slow draft in the Urbania Little Giants division. So should I start calling you Icebox now?
You can call me Junior Floyd, Icebox, whatever you want from that. Yeah, I usually do Boston Live. I've done that for the past 3-4 years, and I was actually going to be a big part of helping out this year. So we had some stuff come up with my wife's family that we had to take care of. So I'm not going to be able to do live. So I got out of there and got into the Urbania Little Giants. So I'm going to be posting Little Giants memes for the next 17 weeks. And I'm at 6, which I've never been in a Scott Fish Bowl. I'm always at either end of this thing. So this will be a fun one. I've done some mocks. They don't mean anything. but it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to getting started today too. That's another good thing about doing the slow draft. I got the date penciled in. It's a little bit earlier, and I don't have to wait till the 20th or the 21st to draft.
Yeah, and we're right in the middle of it too. We've had some live drafts already, so we have a little bit of a track record, I guess. I was planning on doing the New York live draft this year, and of course, the date of it was when I'm going to be in Florida, which actually thought about for a second doing the Orlando live draft. So we're taking a family trip. We're going down to my wife's aunt's house in Tampa this coming Friday. We're staying there till Monday and then going to Orlando for Disney for a couple of days and then going back to Tampa. So the Orlando draft is the weekend we're going to be in Tampa before we go to Orlando. And for a second, I was like, all right, maybe I rent a car. I drive down to Orlando for the day. I draft live with everybody. Then I come back, and then I'm thinking, Sal's divorced, and like, if I leave my family vacation to go fantasy football draft for a day, I might end up in that same boat. So I decided against it, and I am doing a slow draft this year, but I'm really looking forward to getting back into a live draft. I know, Drew, you said you did it last year, and just the experience of live drafting is just phenomenal.
That's where JB will be. So I accidentally removed Drew there when I was turning my computer.
Yeah, but the live draft experience is great. I did it in New York a couple of years ago, and to your point, Jamie, life happens, and you can't always make it there. So the good part about doing the slow draft is that you get to be in a room or in a draft room with people that you don't know, right? And you end up with some cool people. I've said it before. I have Andy Singleton in my league who Sal and I know. We're in a Long Island league together. And I have a former NFL player in Tank Williams in my division, which is pretty cool itself. So I'm looking forward to sniping him on some Stanford players because I'm sure he's going to be all about Stanford players. So that'll be fun. But anybody that drafting with you, Drew, that you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, it's a good. I'm trying to not focus too much on who's in my league and what their draft tendencies are and all that stuff. So, I think my first year in, I was trying to scout a little bit, looking at who's paying attention. And are these guys in the mock draft with me and things like that? I can't do that anymore. I just got to do my thing. So, but yeah, I know there's always a good group that's there. So we're looking forward to seeing some of those same familiar people back again. So
nice. I keep asking people what their strategy is on quarterback this year because it's a super flex, but it's kind of not a super flex. You don't really need to start a quarterback. So, Jamie, do you have any particular strategy on when you're taking a quarterback, or are you going to wait on a quarterback, or is there a particular pocket of quarterback you're looking at? What's your strategy?
I mean, the way this thing is set up, and in a perfect world, what's happening to me here is I'm getting running quarterbacks, and I don't mind taking one in the first round in this style of draft. I just did one last night. I did a mock, and I got Jaden Daniels at 6, and I'll be perfectly fine with something like that. But it's like you said, I mean, this is like a super flex, but not a super flex. I mean, you put that perfectly, but with volume being king so much in this thing, just to add that 0.5 points per carry to a quarterback like Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts that you can count on for carrying the ball 10, 12 times. Yeah, Josh Allen, he's not going to be there at 6, unfortunately, but that you can count on carrying the ball 10, 12 times a game. I mean, that's a baseline of 6 to 8 points before he even throws a pass. And I think that is something to really be valued in a scoring setting like this, especially when you can throw 2 out there on top of pounding out volume running backs all over the place as well. So that's the strategy I have going in. The beautiful thing about Scott Fishbowl is once that 101 pick happens, all your strategy goes out the window. So I'm just in it for the fun and the community. But yeah, running quarterbacks for me all day.
So, Drew, you're not going to have a quarterback in your first round because you're drafting with the 1 pick. You've already talked about either Bijan or potentially Saquon there. So by the time it gets back to you in the second round, all those top-tier quarterbacks that we're talking about aren't going to be there. What's your strategy going to be on quarterback?
Well, I could always go. We talked about taking the shots before. You could always take a quarterback with that 101. I don't know if I would. I don't know, but you could take Josh Allen, who's not my first quarterback on the board. That would be Lamar Jackson. He could be he's a potential somebody that could be in play. I don't know if I have the stomach to do Jaden Daniels as an Eagles fan, but Jalen Hurts is there. So you talk about Jamie, all these running quarterbacks, and Jalen Hurts. Right now, people kind of forget about him in that upper echelon, but we forget that the Eagles passed at a historically low rate last year, the lowest pass run ratio of any team in the last 15 years. That's not going to happen again. Kevin Patullo's more pass happy, more likely than Kellen Moore was. The Eagles have a tougher schedule. They're not going to have as many positive game scripts. They're not going to run the ball as much. So that's probably going to mean more passing for Hurts. And we know he's still going to get the rushing touchdowns with the tush push still there. So I think there's a realistic path for Jalen Hurts to finish as the QB1 overall. So he would not be a terrible pick there, especially in Philadelphia. And I actually have that one jersey as the one pick. So that kind of feels like a natural fit there. Like if I want to take a home run swing, I could do that. But I think right now I'm leaning still Bijan and Barkley. I haven't ruled out Hurts there as well for that same reason you're talking about, Jamie. I'm with you on that. You look at who the point producers are in this model, and right there with Bijan and Saquon, you have those top running quarterbacks. So, and then somebody kind of take a sneaky eye on the way back in the late second would be Justin Fields. Justin Fields was a top echelon fantasy producer when healthy. He had a QB1 weekly finish last year before giving way to Russell Wilson in a decision that I'm still scratching my head about. So the team was winning and he was, but here it is. But yeah, I think he's going to do well and for the Jets. I think having his buddy Garrett Wilson there, he likes to lock in on receivers. I think he could have a surprisingly great fantasy season, and I think he could absolutely return value at the 212.
Do you think he will like to throw to his tight end? Sal is very intrigued by this.
Yeah, I know you're a Rucker guy. I know. So, well, between Rucker and Mason Taylor, it's quite possible he could definitely distribute the ball that way for sure. So, there's not a whole lot of great secondary targets there. So, it's quite possible somebody from the tight end position could emerge.
I love it. Jamie, someone similar to Fields in ADP is Kyler Murray. And I see Vince Mapstone in the chat had some tough luck with Kyler Murray last year, and he's totally avoiding him. How do you feel about Kyler going into this year, Scott Fishbowl?
I don't have the vitriol that Vince does for him as of right now, but he kind of falls in the Justin Fields talk for me as well. He was in fantasy points per game last year without the added rushing stuff. He was QB 12, and he was 4th in rushing yards and 7th in rushing touchdowns among quarterbacks. So, I know there's kind of a little bit of a stigma around him. But I think if you're in a situation like Drew potentially where, it gets all the way back and some of the top guys have gone and we're in that, depending on the draft, you're in that QB 10, QB 11, QB 12 range. And some of the guys you really want are gone, and you want to take one before you have to wait until it comes all the way back again for that 3-4 turn with 3rd round reversal. I don't really have a problem with taking him there. They're a weird offense to try and kind of predict every year. But yeah, I'm good. I'm good. 12th in rankings, 32nd in my heart. I know. I'm sorry, Kyler hurt you so much, Vince. But Kyler's a good pick for me. I'm perfectly fine with him. If you're fine taking Fields, I think you should be fine taking Kyler Murray as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm a big Kyler guy. Also, I like him as well. Sneaky high floor, and he's got upside with 2 great targets there, McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm still in on Kyler for sure. He has hurt me in the past, but I'm smart enough to know that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen again. Although I also am a Kyle Pitts guy, so maybe that is a bad thing.
Jamie, I'm going to stay with you for one more question since you're up in New England right now. I want to get your opinion on the running back room in New England. I know Henderson's been a guy that in rookie draft season has been talked about a lot, but Ramondre Stevenson's still there, supposedly looking sharper, looking thinner, looking sprier. What do you think that split's going to look like there? And do you think either one's going to be a value here?
Well, my students ask me this all the time, and I remind them that I may live here now, but I am a Giants New York. I'm a New York fan by heart. I'm a Giants fan. That I'm not the resident Patriots expert that they want here, but I mean, just based on looking at some of that stuff, I'm not really sure that just based on college, Trevion Henderson is the workhorse that some people want him to be. I mean, in his 3 seasons at Ohio State, he never had any more than 180 carries, and he split work with, God, it's almost 6 a.m. Judkins, excuse me. So, I'm good with both of them, depending on the ADP. Usually when there's some kind of thing going on with a running back committee, I like to be of the mindset that why take blah, blah, blah here when you can get blah, blah, blah 6 rounds later. So of the two right now, I'm finding myself with more Ramondre Stevenson than Trevion Henderson. I do think that with Henderson's playmaking ability, that Ramondre Stevenson doesn't look like that upside back, I guess now. And the fact that Henderson can catch the ball really well, over 11 yards per catch in college. I think it's Scott Fishbowl that plays well for the volume plus the added receptions on Sleeper. If you're playing on that with a 2.5 points per reception on Sleeper, that Henderson is a better pick there. But in standard drafts, I've been finding myself with more Ramondre than Henderson.
Drew, are you pulling something up to support that?
No, I was just making sure I'm not too overexposed on Trevion Henderson. That's all.
Mark brings up a good point in the chat. Ramondre's fumble issues is obviously something he's got to clean up, and it's something that could end up potentially ceding some work, right, if he continues to have those fumbleitis issues. And in a league like this, when you're looking for volume, all these split backfields are a little tough to predict because you want those volume back. So when it comes to something like that, when you look at some of these split backfields, is there a particular one that either of you guys is targeting where you feel like, all right, you might get some value because it's looked at as a split value, but somebody's really going to take the cake there? You have any like that, Drew?
I don't know necessarily about that, but I kind of feel like there's some guys in that split backfield situations that are a little undervalued. Montgomery is one of them, David Montgomery. So everybody automatically is putting in pen that Jameer Gibbs is going to be a top 5 pick. I think Monty's touchdown production is going to be a lot more stable than Jameer Gibbs, who had 20 last year. That's going to be very difficult to replicate. And I don't think Monty's share is going away. I think he's still going to be a guy that's going to get the ball in goal line situations. I still think he's going to, get his as well. So, and I think his ADP being way down there in the list, I think it's actually more likely he returns value at ADP than it is Gibbs. And I think Najee Harris is another one that we're kind of sleeping on. I love Amari Hampton. I think he's a good player. He's got a lot to bring to the table, but Harbaugh went out and got his guy with Najee Harris. He hasn't missed a game in 3 or 4 years. He's a grinder. He's going to be playing behind probably the best offensive line, which is going to be a lot better this year than any line he played behind in Pittsburgh that I can remember. So I think he's kind of real sneaky value. He's going in the 100s in a lot of drafts. I'm not sure about Scott Fishbowl, but considering the format and the bonus points for first downs and attempts and things like that, I think Najee's a guy that I'm targeting from a split backfield. Sorry.
Nice, love it. Jamie, you got one?
Well, he took mine.
Sorry.
That's okay. I think I'm not totally out. I mean, I heard Murph singing the praises of Bucky Irving for a good 5 minutes there, which I'm fully in on too. But I do think that with the Bucky Irving love has come a little bit too much Rachaad White hate that can still come out of the backfield. But I'll throw in real quick. It's not really a thing, but I've said on a few shows now that it's DeAndre Swift this year. That's the running back I want with with Ben Johnson there in Chicago and what he did with Jahmyr Gibbs and what Swift has done with him before. I know you're not expecting him to be another Gibbs, but that's the running back I'm plugging to anyone who will listen this year.
That's a great one to talk about because that's one that's not being talked about enough. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Bob.
Can't hear you, Sal.
That's another bingo. I've got bingo like 3 times on Sal.
I did not mute myself though. I haven't touched the mute button the entire time. But Bob is here because we're up against the bottom of the hour, and I'm going to have you guys close this out because we're switching over to the final stream over on Fantasy Cares on YouTube. I'm going to go get that next stream started. So to Drew and Jamie, good to see you both. Enjoy the last 5 minutes of this segment with these two gentlemen here, and good luck at everything you do this year. And I'll see you guys around.
Thanks, Sal. Thanks for
Take it
everything
easy,
you do.
Sal.
So, guys, why don't you take us home with where people can find you, what you got going on? Drew, start with you, and then over to Jamie.
Well, I'm still contributing to QB list there. So that's on the football side of Pitcher List. So I'm doing some things there. I'm just working with Fantasy Pros also. My rankings are up already there. And that's basically where you can find me.
Nice. Jamie?
I'm on Rotoballer, and I have MLB, NFL, and NBA DFS articles churning out year round. And you can find me at JAC3600 on X, and there will be a Scott Fishbowl song up today if you want to listen before the slow drafts kick off.
I love it. And so one of the things I look forward to, you always do a great job with that. And this is a great segment, guys. I appreciate the conversation. We had a really good strategy talk here. And I think we haven't really still gotten Drew any help with that one pick, but we had some good conversation, guys. So thanks for that.
It's a lot of Eagles talk for my take before 6 a.m. I need something stronger in my coffee.
Nobody's picked the one yet?
Go Birds.
I mean, it's pretty obvious it's Bijan, right?
Yeah, that's the lean. Murph was on before us, Bob. We're talking about kind of taking some home run shots in the field of 3,000 to 4,000 people or what it might be. And Murph said that even though he has X player as number 1 in his projections, that I think the home run swing at 1 would be Barkley. Considering he sat a game plus, and he believes that he has some regression already built in because of that. All he has to do is stay healthy, and his upside is as high or if not higher than anyone else in the entire field. So there's his hat's in the ring, Bijan, and then Jamie got us thinking about quarterbacks that we could potentially take there as well. So, but probably Bijan is my projection top 1. So
yeah, if you've got the 3 and you can get Barkley, do you think you can get McCaffrey coming back? No, he's not lasting that long. Okay.
Imagine that, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but I think the person that starts at, the end of the first that ends up with McCaffrey and, potentially like a McBride or a Jefferson, like that could be a hot start to a Scott Fishbowl.
Or with those running quarterbacks that we were talking about.
Hurts and McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Henry McCaffrey.
Yeah. It's going to be fun to see how these shape out because there's going to be so much variation, obviously, with these big tournaments. So it's going to be fun to see how it shapes out. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys do in your drafts. Definitely looking forward to seeing everybody over at the next stream. We got some great guests. We got the Fantasy and Frames crew coming up, and then we're going to fly through this. I mean, there's Eric Moody, Andy Barron, Jim Coventry. There's a great list of people coming on this morning. So we'll catch you all over at the other live stream and appreciate you guys' time. Nice talking to you.
Bob, I'll miss you in Boston next year.
Yeah.
Next year
right.
for sure.
Thanks, JD.